Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We are ready to answer some questions. Let's go ahead. Let's pull up the site. You know what? Before we get to that, let's actually make sure that we are not missing any additional injury updates that we had from last night. I know as we go through the entire stream, we are probably going to get more and more and more, which of course I will keep you posted with. But let's go ahead and let's see what we had. So last night, apparently, Rappaport did say that Bryce Young is expected to start again at some point this season. Well, seems very weird to bench him then and just kind of rattle him. But Justin Herbert is a game time decision here. Malik Willis is going to be starting for the Green Bay Packers today. So if Malik Willis is under center, please make sure that you are going through and you are benching Jaden Reed, benching Christian Watson, benching Dontavian Wicks, benching Tucker Kraft. Maybe, just maybe, you get a random pop from one of these guys, but be able to predict it in an offense that should have so little passing volume. It's not really something that you can do here. Taysom Hill, like we said, is going to be out. And then Shefty said that several teams have expressed interest in trading for Bryce Young. I mean, I would be interested to see Bryce Young in Miami, but that's just me. But thank you for everybody coming out. Really do appreciate y'all. And yes, it is extremely early. I may or may not have hit snooze one too many times. But anyway, we are here and we are going to be answering as many questions as we possibly can. So let's go ahead and let's pull up the site real quick. So we are going to need to figure out how to make sure that this window is not overlapping throughout the stream. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. This isn't our first rodeo here. But anyway, this is over on flockfantasy.com. Of course, we're going to be answering all the questions that come through today. Try to get to as many free questions in the live chat as possible as well. Alexi says, what's your opinion on this trade I did? It's super flex. I received the Burrow side. Thanks, bro. No, thank you so much. One, typically, I never want to be making these 5 for 4 type deals. When you're swapping this many players, I do think that you're putting yourself in a position in which it's very easy for us to kind of lose. But anyway, going through and marking this 1 for 1, would I rather have Chris Godwin or Drake London? London, but it is very close. Zamir White or Gus Edwards? I'd rather have Zamir. So honestly, would I rather have Zamir and Godwin or London and Edwards? Kind of up to you. Maybe the Zamir and Godwin side. Then going over to the rest of the trade, we effectively traded Harrison, Burrow, Gesicki, which Gesicki is not even worth the roster spot. We traded Harrison and Burrow for CeeDee Lamb and Isaiah Likely. Can we see the other quarterbacks that we have on this squad? We have Deshaun Watson, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. To be honest with you, I know Geno and Darnold have been great so far. At the same time, I think I would rather have Burrow in a super flex league over, I think I'd rather have Burrow and Harrison over CeeDee Lamb. And for me, Godwin, Zamir, Gesicki versus Likely, London, Edwards isn't that large of a gap. So yeah, I think I'm going to go with the Burrow side just because I do expect that we should probably see some natural regression for Godwin as well as Geno. Now, let's go ahead and go over to our next question here. This one coming up from Jay Miller. This is Rashee Rice, Jahmyr Gibbs versus Harrison and Henry. So I would much prefer having Jahmyr Gibbs over Derrick Henry. I'd prefer Harrison probably over Rice, but these guys are extremely close. Rice and Harrison, that's like a personal preference type thing. They both project out to be low in wide receiver ones rest of season. So I'm easily going to be going with the Jahmyr Gibbs over Derrick Henry. I think Gibbs is the best player involved in this deal, and I don't think you're getting a large enough wide receiver upgrade to make it. Well, let's go over to this start sit question for Vay. It says running back is abysmal, but the only options are Madison, Akers, or Brown. Who are we starting in week 3? Akers isn't that bad of a start, my friend. But let's go ahead and let's check this out. So wide receiver, our option to get somebody else in would be Jaden Reed. Of course, you're not playing Jaden Reed over either one of these players. Going over to running back, between Chase Brown, Alexander Madison, Cam Akers, it is very, very easily the Cam Akers side. I don't necessarily think you can make an argument for somebody else. Down for the flex, a Shaheed would be the guy that we would potentially want to get out of here. But yeah, you can't play Reed, Brown, or Madison over Shaheed. So we're going to roll the dice. We're going to see if the Saints can stay hot, see if we can continue to have 40 points scored in this offense every single week, which of course isn't super likely, but we'll see. We'll figure it out together. Okay. Now let's move over to our next team. This is CF Sandoval. We're looking at running back between Jacobs, Kyron. I'm going to go Kyron, especially now that we have no Love. I know they're going to run the ball a little bit more, but at the same time, we can naturally expect that this offense is maybe just a little lower scoring, which is the issue that you have with Kyron Williams anyway. But Kyron Williams is going to see 90% of his backfield touches, while at the same time, he'll have the targets. And then going over to the flex, obviously Godwin has been on fire, but I do think you prefer Josh Jacobs here. I like to go through and just look at some reasonable expectations. Like if we're looking at the underdog pick'ems this week, you do have, say, Josh Jacobs at 89.5 total yards, higher or lower. Whereas we're looking at Godwin at 66.5 total yards, higher or lower. I think you do go ahead and take Josh Jacobs. Okay. And yes, your boy is very, very tired. We're going to wake up as this goes. We may have rolled out of bed 15 minutes ago, but we'll figure it out. Rowland says, not sure my wide receiver 2 or any flex. I know Murray is bad vibes, but I'm still debating starting him. Was thinking of starting Johnston if Herbert is healthy. The thing is, even if Herbert does play, we're expecting him to be limited. So let's go ahead and let's check this out. So wide receiver, really, it's between Dell, Amari, McLaurin. I don't think you can consider Quentin Johnston. Trust me, for my best ball teams, I'm really hoping that Johnston comes out and Johnston outscores these other wide receivers. But the reality is this is going to be a lower volume passing attack. You have such a small sample, literally only 1 week of Quentin Johnston performing. So honestly, I think you have to go ahead. I think you probably just have to take Tank Dell. Going down to the flex spots here, obviously some of these running backs are going to be in consideration. Not going to be considering Isaiah Likely. I think you probably end up having to go with Amari Cooper for a flex. The Cleveland Browns offense has been very bad, but with that being said, Amari has been seeing consistent volume. And so I do think you probably have a step forward for Amari Cooper relatively soon. Going over to what we have for this flex. Between McLaurin, Jalen Warren, Quentin Johnston, I think that we are going to take Terry McLaurin. If we are looking at McLaurin, yet again, another player that has had the target volume, just has not done anything with it. But this coaching staff has come out and said that they expect to get Terry McLaurin the ball more often. That is more so a game plan thing with what the defensive coordinators were doing through the first 2 weeks. That did limit Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. Obviously, we can't take them at their word, but it is at least encouraging in the slightest. And while McLaurin hasn't been super productive in a full PPR format, he has at least given you the target volume and the reception volume. So I think we go ahead, we take McLaurin while not feeling phenomenal about it. But let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Mads11. This is a trade question here. It says, gives me a big tight end in a decent quarterback upgrade. So we go from DJ Moore to Xavier Worthy, slight downgrade. We go from Jordan Mason to Trey McBride. Give me Trey McBride, to be honest. And then Evan Ingram versus Joe Burrow. Yeah, give me Burrow. So I do think that we're downgrading at wide receiver, but I think the upgrades elsewhere are honestly worth it. And yeah, if you're saying that this gives you a quarterback upgrade where if maybe we're starting like Geno right now, I think you go ahead. I think you take the Burrow side. Now, B. Kingstree says, hey, Mason, really enjoyed the content. I'm tossing up between Olave and Flowers. Go Chris Olave, my friend. And honestly, don't leave anything in the comment section next time. Just any players that you're considering, you can go through and put them in right here. And then that way I can click it. And whenever I send it to you, you actually not only get the answer through, not only do you get the clip of me talking about it through the live stream, but you also get the filled out starting lineup in the software as well. So it's very easy for you to see the answer effectively. But let's answer some free questions in the live chat right now. And yes, you better believe your boy is very tired. Joey says, who's your opponent in the Flock League this week? I am going up against the developer. I'm going up against Tom the Dev. It may or may not be his first time ever playing fantasy football. The developers may or may not have colluded to make a trade against me this week, where Tom the Dev effectively sent Lamb for Gibbs and Harrison, and at the same time got a quarterback upgrade from Anthony Richardson to Lamar Jackson. So it is, I don't know. It's a sad scene that they're having to try to take me down this way. They're having to collude. But it is what we're having to deal with. Okay. Let's move this. Mark says, are you a latte or straight espresso guy? Worse, my friend. I am a, let me get some artificial caffeine in from some kind of pre-workout back in the day. Now I have liquid IV with caffeine, has 100 milligrams in it. So honestly, I just threw some liquid IV in here. You can see it here. Not sponsored by any means. I would definitely not pay full sticker price for this. The only way you can get it for a reasonable amount is if you have a Costco membership when they go on sale. But let's check this out. Derek says, good morning, King. Good morning, my friend. CJ says, Nico Rice or Amon-Ra St. Brown for the flex spot. I have no idea why you were playing in a league like this where you have to bench one of Nico Collins. You have to bench two of Nico Rice and St. Brown. I play Amon-Ra St. Brown, but main thing is it sounds like this is a 4-person league where you need to go ahead and you probably need to just add in an additional starting lineup slot. 2 additional starting lineup slots and make it a little bit deeper. That way you're not having to go through and bench these phenomenal options. Chili Production says, Zamir White or Cam Akers. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Cam Akers. I actually expect in a full PPR format, you probably have some more usage as a receiver for Akers. And the thing with Zamir is he does have a couple other running backs in his backfield, whereas Akers is the only guy standing right now. Okay, let me send something out real quick. And I slept so bad last night too. I never sleep poor. I always sleep well where my head hits the pillow. I stay asleep for 12 hours. You know what I mean? But no, I woke up every 30 minutes last night. It was horrible. Okay. Let's move this over. David says Akers or Worthy in a full PPR format. I think you have to go ahead. I think you have to play Cam Akers. Like, let me see the updated projections that you have with Akers this week. But as of yesterday, looking at the projections on Underdog, it did kind of scream that Akers is somebody that you're needing to start. And yeah, with Cam Akers, they still have him at 72.5 total yards. Decent odds, score a touchdown. Was that higher, lower 12.55 fantasy points in a half PPR league. So I think Akers is the play. Just given that it would be very different if you did not have Dameon Pierce in this offense. I mean, if Dameon Pierce did play as well. But since it's legitimately only Cam Akers, I'm pretty confident with it. Michael says, how do you send a paid message to get answered? So you can send that go to flockfantasy.com and you can hit this button in the very top right corner. Let me move this over. Over here in the top right corner, you can hit this. Says expert advice. You can say, oh, do I want a team review, trade question, start sit question. and you go through the process of whatever you're wanting. But I do want to reiterate, if you wanted a team review, definitely the best way to do it is just take advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, not only you're going to get the free CD Lamb pick this week, more than less than half a total yard, but on top of that, you'll get a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. And there's so many cool pick'ems that you can check out. You'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 and a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. So definitely way before you spend the expensive 50, 60, 70 bucks to get a team review on the site, see if you can just go and do the $10 deposit on Underdog and take advantage of the promo that we have instead. But trade questions, start set questions should only be like $3-5, depending on if you are a member or if you have a subscription or not. So I think we have some more questions coming in. So let's definitely make sure we get to those, and we'll get back to the free questions in the chat. But this question coming out from Seller. It's a start sit question where here we're looking at Godwin, McLaurin, Ayuk, DJ Moore at wide receiver. Don't think we can consider Terry here. It's either Godwin, Ayuk, or DJ Moore. Obviously, Godwin has been by far and away the best play. I do think we take Brandon Ayuk, considering that this should just be a great offense and you have no real target competition. Now, going over to running back, we currently are sitting with Carson Steele or J.K. Dobbins to choose from. It is a very tough spot with how bad the matchup is for Dobbins this week and how this should be a worse offense with the Herbert injury. If you're looking at the Dobbins pick, they have him at 71.5 total yards. I believe we took the lower than 74.5 total yards yesterday. But they have Carson Steele currently sitting at, I don't want to see the Steelers, I want to see Carson Steele, 58.5. The thing with Dobbins is we've seen the production through the first 2 weeks. Steele is primarily just a projection, right? So it is difficult to put him in. And then going over to the flex spots, I think it's easy to just play the receivers here. I think you're going to go ahead. You will take the combo of Chris Godwin and DJ Moore. Looks to be a full PPR format. So with that being said, DJ Moore, you have no Keenan Allen. The target volume should be there. And Chris Godwin obviously has just been an absolute freak. But yeah, I think you go Dobbins over Steele. Even though I do want to be on record, I think this is a worse spot for Dobbins than what he's dealt with through the first 2 weeks. Now, going over to J-Hack, says, what are your thoughts? Just got accepted. This is a fifth trade. We have Lamar, Brian Robinson, Mixon, London. Do you have your team linked? No, we don't. If you link your team, my friend, I can actually just see everybody you have right here. But we have Lamar, Mixon, London, and Laporta. So looking at this, Pickens to Ayuk, massive upgrade. Tyreek to Rashee Rice, upgrade in the short term, downgrade in the long term. But honestly, based off the Tua injury, I don't think we can say the Tyreek to Rice move is so far of a downgrade that we can't just mark that side as the winner. I think we are probably going to take the Rashee Rice and Brandon Ayuk side here. Can everybody please spam the chat? Would you rather have the Rice side or the Tyreek side? The Rice side or the Tyreek? Please spam the chat and let me know. Rice, Tyreek, Rice, Tyreek, Rice, Tyreek. It does seem like most people are on the Rashee Rice, Brandon Ayuk train. So yeah, I think we're probably staying with that. Now, going over to a start sit from Vasker. Here we are looking at Chase and Ayuk at wide receiver. Tight end, we have Laporta. Running back, Kyron Ramadre. Quarterback between Baker, Richardson. Obviously, Baker has been so much better in real life, and I honestly expect that to be the case this week yet again. But A-Rich still does give you the rushing upside, where if you're playing at a 4-point passing touchdown format, I'm probably just going to go ahead and take Anthony Richardson here. Then going down to the flex spot, we are choosing between Dobbins, Steele, Terry, Ridley, Keon, Chandler. I think it really does come down to J.K. Dobbins, Calvin Ridley. I think that those would be my two favorite options to choose from. I'm not excited about the matchup that Dobbins has going up against Pittsburgh. But based off how strong Dobbins has been of an option and the expectation that Hopkins does continue to improve his role here in Tennessee as well, I think you go ahead. I think you take J.K. Dobbins. I think we take Dobbins here, my friend. But let's mark that as complete, and let's go back over to what we have with the questions in the live chat. J-Man says, hit that like button. Hit that like. Hit that like. Lufa says, Mason's on drugs. Hi, guy. Factually incorrect. Mason's running on a few hours of sleep, considering the fact that he stayed up all night last night live streaming, and has probably live streamed 12 hours this week. I've not missed a day of live streaming over 100 days. Starts to take a toll, all right? Yeah, let me wake up here. Give me a second. Okay. Christopher says Jalen Waddle or DeMarcus Robinson. I am going to go ahead. I will take Jalen Waddle. Obviously, DeMarcus Robinson is in a situation in which we can say that there is a lot of upside in the long term. There is a lot of upside this week for him to potentially just come out, be the true wide receiver one for Matthew Stafford. But it's no guarantee. It could be Jordan Whittington, could be Tyler Johnson, could be Tutu Atwell. So I think you are taking a risk starting DeMarcus Robinson. I understand why you are taking that risk. But at the same time, I don't necessarily think that it's one that I'm super excited for. Joey says, Mason, can we get an Underdog pick'em slip? I can go ahead. I can show you what I have put out there with Underdog pick'ems so far. These are the current pick'ems that I have live. I will look to make another pick'em later in the live stream. I'm going to use like I said, the main thing with pick'ems is you want to be taking advantage of all the promos that they give you. So here I have this one, Jahmyr Gibbs, to go higher than 78.5 total yards. I used the free gimme pick'em to just turn Josh Jacobs into 0 yards. So effectively, it's 15 to win 45. We just need Gibbs to hit 78.5 total yards. This one, we use the free yours pick. We needed yours to have 1 yard. And actually, no, we needed Dobbins to have fewer than 71.5 total. So yeah, so this is, I believe, 10 to win 30. We need Dobbins for fewer than 71.5 total yards. Tough matchup. Questionable Herbert. This one was a, $15 entry to win about 90. We need Likely for more than 31.5 yards, Lamar for more than 217, and Zeke for more than 7.35 fantasy points. And this one is 15 for 160. We need Darnold for 231.5 passing yards, and then Jefferson and I to both score touchdowns. So those are the 4 picks that I have for this week. But I'm going to make an additional one with the CeeDee Lamb, a free pick later in the live stream. I just want to be able to save it so we can keep on showing it to people and say, oh, go sign up to Underdog and you'll get this free CeeDee Lamb pick. But welcome to the flock, James. Happy to have you. Justin says, should I trade Geno Rice Achane for Allen, Waddle, Connor? So going from Geno to Allen, massive upgrade. Rice to Waddle, downgrade. Achane to Connor, downgrade. No, I think you want Geno Rice Achane here. If you were able to say take out Achane and James Conner and instead just trade Geno and Rice for Josh Allen, Jalen Waddle, I think that's very appealing. But to also downgrade from Achane to James Conner is too much. Do not do that. Okay. Alex says, I'll happily be unsubscribing if you're wrong about Richie Rice over Jacobs this week. Alex, my friend, I think you've been with us for too long. I'm sure that I've gotten 1,000 things wrong while you've been with us, and you've not unsubscribed quite just yet. So I expect to see you here next week. Even if Rashee Rice scores fewer points than Josh Jacobs in a full PPR format. Dredd says, full PPR, Moss or Akers. This is a very tough call in general, just because Zach Moss does have such a good matchup in general. If you were looking at the Underdog picks, you actually have a higher yardage total for Akers here. They only have Moss at 68.5 total yards, but they have Moss for even odds to score a touchdown. Whereas if you go over and if you look at what you have with Cam Akers, again, you have Akers at 72.5 total yards, but you have the touchdown multiplier for Cam Akers. So I think that they are pretty much like back-to-back, but because I do expect Cincinnati to score more points than Houston this week, and at the same time, we've seen Moss where Akers is more so just a projection. I think we're going to go with Moss and Alex. I know you were kidding, my guy. I know. But let's move this over, find our next one. Lux says, full BBR start Pittman or Shaheed. Now, full transparency, I'm an idiot here. I rank Michael Pittman over Shaheed. If you go over and look at some realistic projections, you're higher, lower, 45.5 receiving yards with Pittman. And whenever I show y'all these, when I go, oh, this is what the projections are, this is not to say, hey, you need to go take the higher than on any of these players. This is just to put us in a reasonable ballpark of maybe what we could expect. Because I don't know about y'all, but I really do value these projections when making starts and decisions. Because if Underdog's having to put these lines out, I mean, they do kind of need to be accurate, or Underdog is at risk for losing a lot. But yeah, and you have Shaheed at 52.5 receiving yards. You have Shaheed significantly more likely to score the touchdown as well. I ranked Pittman over Shaheed in the rankings this week. But to be honest with you, I don't see how we can continue to do it. I don't know how we can. Honestly, let me go over to flockfantasy.com and we're going to update our rankings on the live stream right now for this week. And I think not only do we need to move Shaheed up, but at the same time, I think we need to move Pittman down. Because as we look at this, it does kind of seem like it's not justifiable to have Pittman there, with just the passing volume hasn't been there in this offense. Anthony Richardson hasn't been a quarterback that you really are excited about. So obviously this is the older view of flockfantasy.com. I'm sure some of y'all miss it. Probably some of y'all are happy that it's long gone. But yeah, looking at this, I don't see how we can justify having Pittman over Ridley. I honestly don't even see how we can justify having Pittman over Pickens, JSN, or Shaheed. I think Pittman kind of has to fall down here to wide receiver 31 for the week. Let me see where we have Pittman rest of season as well, as we may end up having to make this adjustment for rest of season. Pittman, we are sitting with at 29. Yeah, I don't see how we can justify Pittman over Worthy at this point, Ridley at this point, JSN at this point. I think we move Pittman down to 32 rest of season here. I think we move Jameson up too. I think we move Jameson ahead of Pittman. There's going to be way more passing volume in Detroit. I feel like we're not overreacting here because, I mean, if we're going to go ahead and if we're going to look at what we have had from Michael Pittman Jr. so far. Let me pull this up. We are currently sitting with a total of 52 receiving yards off of 7 receptions. And it's not like you've just been unlucky here. The passing volume just has not been in this offense, and it's hard to project it to be going forward. You have a total of 3 passing touchdowns so far for Ray Rich. Barely cracks 200 passing yards both weeks. So, I mean, it's not like it's a surprise. This was kind of the expectation coming into the season. Shopkez says, even Brian Thomas Jr. is ahead of Pittman, to be honest. Sky High says, the Pittman hate is insane. It's just tough. Adam says, why can we not super chat anymore? Just because the system we have over on flockfantasy.com is way better if you want to get a guaranteed answer. Because through flockfantasy.com, whenever I answer your question, then the answer is actually sent to you through the site. So whenever we had super chats on in the past, people would have to super chat, then wait an hour in the live stream to get their answer. And if they have to leave the live stream, they're just out of luck. They just paid $5 to ask a start sit question. They're never going to hear the answer to it. So I can't guarantee them an answer anymore if we do super chats. It just doesn't scale. Plus, I can't see your league settings. Plus, I can't see your roster. Plus, I can't see the other roster. Plus, I can't see your league. So we just get so much more information if we're doing it through flockfantasy.com. And after I answer your question on flockfantasy.com, the answer is actually sent to you with the clip of me answering it. So somebody can ask a question at any point of the day, and I can guarantee that they get that answer. I would be happy to turn on super chats and just tell y'all, hey, I'm not answering all super chats. You're more than welcome to super chat, and I'm not going to get to it. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to have super chats on and not be able to guarantee that somebody gets an answer. I want to make sure if somebody pays me for a fantasy football question, they 100% get their question answered. Now, of course, I'm going to try to answer as many free questions as I can on top of it. But this is by far and away the best way for me to guarantee that somebody is getting their answer. Now, Uhtred says, Pittman just got paid. He's going to get 100 catches bet. My guy, looking at this, the projection for Pittman receptions this week, it's higher or lower 4.5. Pittman sitting with 7 receptions so far this season. You're actually getting juice on the higher as well. You're getting a multiplier on that. I would be very surprised if Pittman had 100 receptions when it's all said and done. I'd be very surprised. Okay. But yes, I promise y'all, I know maybe if you haven't submitted a question through flockfantasy.com yet, it's a pain in the butt that you have to click the link or type flockfantasy.com into a window to submit a question. But it's just a much better experience than a super chat, even if it is that one extra step. And it's so much better for me on the live stream where I can give much better answers than I could previously with super chats. But this question coming out from Jacobs. It's a trade question. It's a 12-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So typically we are just wanting to get the best player in the deal. We are getting Tony Pollard and Brandon Ayuk by selling Nico Collins. Our running back room with this team currently, we are currently sitting with Nick Chubb, DeAndre Swift, Zamir White, Jonathan Brooks. So this is a great example of, thank God I could see the rest of your team here, because if this was a team that had a valid running back room, maybe I would take the Nico Collins side since you only have 2 receivers and 1 flex in the starting lineup. And I agree. I think maybe the raw value is on the Nico side, but considering that this week you are okay, let's ask everybody in the chat this right now. This week, your starting running backs are DeAndre Swift and Alexander Madison, or DeAndre Swift and Rico Dowdle, or you're starting DeAndre Swift and Samaje Perine. If you're starting DeAndre Swift and Samaje Perine as your 2 RBs, would you trade Nico Collins for Brandon Ayuk and Tony Pollard? I probably would. So please let me know in the chat. If you're starting Swift and Perine this week, which side would you rather have? Nico Collins or Brandon Ayuk and Tony Pollard? Which side would you rather have? J-Way says they need Pollard bad. That's kind of what I'm at with it. Looking at how down bad you are, you kind of have to make the trade. Obviously, we'd feel a lot better about it. But, I mean, if you had no Tajay Spears in this offense, like Spears is going to be coming back in this week. Spears is effectively not missing any time here. But I still think we're going to go with the Ayuk and Pollard side. Now, moving this over to our next team. It's coming out from Nick. Says, I need the highest ceiling, 44% win chance against a guy with all injuries in his favor. Much love, my friend. Looking at this, obviously, starting lineup looks, I mean, I don't see how we're not favored if we have freaking Saquon Barkley in a flex spot. I'm going down to the flex. Definitely the highest ceiling play is going to be T. Higgins. I mean, if we're looking at Higgins, this is a wide receiver that has a phenomenal matchup against Washington. We do expect that this is a spot where naturally the passing volume is there in Cincinnati. And then going over to quarterback, Love is going to be missing. So I think we go ahead. I think we take Baker Mayfield, my friend. But our next start sit question is going to be coming out from Ethan. Here, this is Jalen Waddle, DK Metcalf at wide receiver. Options on the bench, not as appealing. Going over to running back, we're really choosing between Akers, Chuba, and Chase Brown. It's going to be Cam Akers very easily between these options for me. And then down in the flex, we have Brown, Brian Thomas Jr., Chuba Hubbard, obviously Puka and Walker are out. I think we are going to take Brian Thomas Jr. Chuba Hubbard would be a play if it wasn't for the fact that Miles Sanders is effectively taking half the backfield from Chuba, which is extremely frustrating. So I think you just go ahead. I think you take Brian Thomas Jr. Well, let's get to some more of the free questions in the live chat real quick. Then we'll get back to more questions on the site. But let's see. Tugger says, to be clear, do you subscribe on Flock Fantasy to ask a question? No, so you can subscribe on Flock Fantasy to get access to all my rankings, get access to all the tools using all my values, such as the trade calculator, trade finder, my teams page. And also, if you subscribe to Flock Fantasy with code FLOCK, you also get 30% off any questions that you ask as well. But if you want to just ask a question on flockfantasy.com, you definitely don't need to be subscribed. All you have to do is go through and hit this little comment button, and then you can go get a team review, trade question, or a start set question. So all you have to do is go hit the little expert advice thing. I would definitely recommend linking your team, because if you link your team here, then you are able to just, one, you can actually see the power rankings using the expert ranks on the site of everybody in your league. So who has the best quarterback room. Like, oh, okay, Sal has the best quarterback room in our league. He has Josh Allen. Thomas, the second best quarterback room. He has Lamar and Justin Herbert, you know. So who has the best running back room? Like in my league right now, Austin has the best running back room. He has Bijan, CMC, Chubb. Obviously, it's more of a long-term play here. Danny has the second best running back room with Brees, Brown, Chase Brown, Steele, Rico, Benson, Algier. Badaki, third best running back room. Barkley, James Cook, and Raheem Mostert. See who has the best. Anyway, you can do a bunch on the site, obviously, going through and taking advantage of the tools that we have. But if you just wanted to pop in and ask a question, all you have to do is hit that little comment box at the top right. Let's move this over. Jose says, need to start one, Jalen Tolbert or Alec Pierce. I think Tolbert is less appealing now that Jake Ferguson's good to go, just because there is another player that's a viable option in the passing game here for the Dallas Cowboys. So honestly, it's a little bit of a tougher spot to be in. If we go over and look at the underdog picks, because to be honest with you, I just have absolutely no idea, because I do think Alec Pierce is going to be coming back down to earth dramatically. Do they have picks out for Tolbert? Tolbert, you have it higher, lower, 27.5 receiving yards. Alec Pierce, they have higher, lower, 29.5 receiving yards. They have Alec Pierce with a 2.63x multiplier to score a touchdown. They have Jalen Tolbert with a 2.22x multiplier to score a touchdown, just with more points being scored in Dallas, of course. If Ferguson was going to miss, I'd probably take Tolbert relatively easily. But I think that we probably go with Pierce. Flo says, who edits the videos for the Flock League? Sammy in Amsterdam. The man is absolutely killing it. And yeah, I've had so much fun with the Flock League. Definitely, I feel like almost this is my first year playing real fantasy football in a long time. Because y'all know typically what I do is I play in 20 leagues, right? I'm in 20 dynasty leagues. I'm in hundreds of best ball leagues. So in the past, whenever I've looked at just like fantasy football for myself, I almost have like a portfolio of teams, right? Say 2 years ago when Josh Jacobs is my most drafted player, I'm not necessarily rooting for one team by itself, but I'm rooting for Josh Jacobs because I go, okay, I know I have 25% Josh Jacobs. If he does well, a lot of my teams are going to do well. But with the Flock League, because I care so much more about that team than anything else, it is like, okay, I actually am sitting here. I'm watching this Thursday night game. I know exactly what I'm rooting for. I'm watching this Monday night game. I know exactly what I'm rooting for. I'm stressing about it, and it legitimately does feel like it's the first time that I've been in like a regular fantasy football league in forever. And I've just had so much more fun with it. Like this has been both with the Flock League, like both the YouTube channel and the league itself being involved, as well as dropping flockfantasy.com and getting away from the super chats and it being so much better where I can make sure I'm giving much better answers to questions. This has been by far and away the best football season for me in a while in terms of just having fun. And also I like the fact that now we can answer some free questions as well. Jerry says, same, I have one league that I care about. In the past, I definitely was of the mindset, oh, you want to have a bunch of leagues. Just in case you have any injuries, you can kind of smooth it out and it's less random. But after experiencing for the first time in a long time, like this may be because I started playing Dynasty in 2014. So I started playing with like 20 plus teams in 2014. It's like the first time in like a decade effectively that I've had like one main team that I'm rooting for. It's honestly more fun. It's probably what I'd recommend. I'd recommend most people to be in like some underdog best ball drafts, just because you can, obviously drafting's very fun, but during this season, I would just look to have one league so you know exactly what you're rooting for and having fun. Okay. Adam says, I'm trying to sync my ESPN league to Flock Fantasy. If you're having an issue, please send it in the site issues section of the Discord, my friend. To sync ESPN with flockfantasy.com, it is a little bit of a pain in the butt. You only have to sync once, but you do have to add the Flock Fantasy ESPN Google Chrome extension because we actually have to pull some of the cookies because most leagues are private on ESPN. So we have to pull your ESPN cookies. Then we're able to go ahead. We're able to save your synced league for an entire year. But yeah, you have to do it effectively on a desktop so you can add that extension. And then once you sync your ESPN league, you only have to do it one time and then you're good. Contode says, Superflex PPR touchdown bonus. Are we going to go Darnold, Tyreek, or Josh Jacobs? I would for sure go with Sam Darnold. I mean, with Darnold, you have Jefferson, good to go. If Jefferson wasn't, then maybe at that point we could make a pivot to somebody else. But since you have Jefferson good, I think you just go ahead and play. Aru says, can you sync NFL fantasy leagues? Not right now. That is something that we hope to have in the future, but we are just consistently updating flockfantasy.com every single day with upgrades, which I'm sure a lot of y'all have noticed. But as of now, no NFL fantasy. The platforms that you can sync your exact team with are going to be Yahoo, ESPN, and Sleeper, but we've built it out where even if you don't have your team synced, you're still able to ask start-sit questions. You're still able to ask trade questions and everything on the site. You just have to manually put in what your league settings are. Gaming Power says, start Kyren Williams or Aaron Jones. I definitely have lower expectations for Kyren Williams this week, given the fact that it is a tough matchup going up against the Niners. And at the same time, this is a spot in which you have 5 offensive linemen on the IR. Not only do you have 5 offensive linemen on the IR, but you have no Kupp, you have no Puka, you have a very low implied team total in this offense. But Kyren is going to see 90+% of the backfield, so I think you go Kyren. But real quick, if y'all have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. I think we're about 2 likes away from hitting 400 likes on this live stream. Y'all know I never really ask y'all to drop a like, but it's Sunday morning. This is by far and away the most important stream for us. So if you could hit that like button, I would really, really do appreciate it. It's like one of the few days that we can actually get some new subscribers and have some new people coming into the channel. But Arrows says, should I look to trade Mark Andrews? I'll show you where I have Mark Andrews ranked in my rest of season rankings. But the thing is, like, I don't know, what can you reasonably expect to get? So in my tight end rest of season rankings, I have Mark Andrews at tight end 8. I have Andrews directly behind Pitts, Kincaid, directly ahead of Ferguson, Goddard. I mean, if you could sell Andrews for Pitts, if you could sell Andrews for Kincaid, obviously for Laporta, Kelsey, Bowers, Kittle, I would, but the thing is you probably can't. Okay. Brian says, where do you get your league ID on flockfantasy.com to sync? ESPN, I don't know. There should be help instructions on the site, my friend. Kane says, how do you feel about Jordan Whittington? Fun story is I actually had a class at UT with Jordan Whittington. Not only did I have a class with him, it was my sophomore year. And I know it seems like crazy, like the math doesn't line up. He left high school early. He left high school a semester early. And he was in my spring class with me. It was either sophomore or junior year. I think it was sophomore year because COVID hadn't happened yet. And I had also seen him just walking around campus a bunch. I remember during COVID, I would go to the field and do my workouts there because the gym was closed. So I'd just go do pull-ups and like run around the track. And I distinctly remember seeing him. And I went, oh my gosh, that guy does not look like a receiver. He looks like a middle linebacker. Freaking massive, man. Obviously, I'm rooting for our guy. But the reality is for you to start him this week would be extremely reckless. It would be very, very reckless. I do think you have a path to some playing time, considering the fact that you have no Pukin, you have no Cup. If you look at his pick him on Underdog this week, he's higher, lower, 30.5 receiving yards. I think it would be tough to get him in. Okay. Condor says, why does the trade review cost $79 minimum? Is that a mistake? Yes, it's a mistake. You did not select trade review. You're on team review there, my friend. Like I said, if you wanted a team review, definitely the best way to do it is through taking advantage of the Underdog promo that we have. But the trade review should only cost $5. Just back out, hit trade, don't hit team review. But of course, if y'all wanted to get a team review, trade review, or a start sit review, you can do that all through flockfantasy.com. But that team review, I definitely recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy. Much, much cheaper just to go ahead and take advantage of the promo, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog with the link in the live chat or the description, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get the free CeeDee Lamb pick, more than less than half a total yard. And if you're new to Underdog with code FLOCK, you'll get an additional Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a total yard. And with code FLOCK, you'll get that free team review with the minimum of a $10 deposit. So yeah, if you're wanting a team review, definitely do it through the promo, so it's cheaper. Okay. But let's move this over and let's go back to the questions that we have on the site real quick. And this is going to be a start sit question from Shay, where quarterback between Goff, Fields, Dak, I think you have to go ahead. You have to take Jared Goff. If you look at the total between the Arizona Cardinals and the Detroit Lions, right now sportsbooks are telling us that this is a game that's going to be at the very top when it comes to the total points scored. I believe you have an over-under of 50 points for Detroit, Arizona. I want as many options as I can possibly get into my starting lineup from these two offenses here. I think Jared Goff is a very, very strong option. Going over to the flexes, here we are choosing between a bunch of players. It looks like this is a dynasty league. So the guys that are really standing out for us, Raheem Mostert obviously is out. I think you have to play Cam Akers with no Dameon Pierce and with no Joe Mixon. If Jordan Love would have been good to go, we would have played Christian Watson here. But with no Jordan Love, it would be tougher. Actually, we have Aaron Jones. What am I saying? We just go ahead. We play Aaron Jones for the second flex. So we're going to go Akers, Aaron Jones, and then we're going to go Goff at quarterback. And then for wide receivers, we definitely leave this as is, my friend. Let's move this over. Next one coming out from MDG04. This is another start sit question. Wide receiver, if we wanted to take somebody out, it would be Chris Olave, but we're definitely not playing Reed or Shakir over Olave, so we leave that as is. Running back, if we wanted to take someone out, it would be Brian Robinson. And if you wanted to play someone instead, you could consider Aaron Jones over Brian Robinson, to be honest with you. And then for the flex spot, yeah, if you wanted to take Jameson out, it would be Aaron Jones. So essentially, we have to figure out who we are benching between one of these names, whether it's Jameson, Brian Robinson, or Aaron Jones. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you bench between Brian Robinson, Jameson Williams, and Aaron Jones? Who's going to the bench there? Pat, my guy, just make sure your account on flockfantasy.com. When did you sign up to Underdog? The offer that we had for that free team review through flockfantasy.com started on September 5th for new accounts on Underdog. And you have to have the same email address on flockfantasy.com and Underdog. But we're seeing who we are benching. Jameson, Robinson, Jones, Jameson, Jones, Jameson, Robinson, Jameson, Jones, Brian Robinson, Jones. I honestly, personally, probably bench Jameson. It does seem like the majority of the people in the live chat are in agreement with you, though, that they are benching Aaron Jones. To go through and check out the projections that you have for these guys this week, you have Jameson Williams, higher, lower, 51.5 receiving yards, 1.31x to score a touchdown. Aaron Jones, you have higher, lower 75.5 total yards, even odds to score a touchdown. So honestly, I don't think you can play Jameson over Aaron Jones. I think I go ahead. I think I take Aaron Jones here, to be honest. Let's move this over. It's me, says, hey, Mason, who are you playing in the Flock League? I'm playing Tom the Developer, my friend. Tom the Developer. But let's move this over. Ray Charles coming out. He says, good morning, Mason. Hustled this trade tremendously from someone desperate for a running back. What are we thinking? So Aaron Jones versus Devonta Smith, give me Smith. Andrews versus Kincaid, give me Kincaid. 100%, I think you won this deal relatively easily. If we can see the rest of your squad here, running back, we have Mixon for the long term. We have Eckler and we have Jacobs. So if we have Mixon and Jacobs, yeah, we're not desperate for a running back. I think we can afford to go out there and get Devonta Smith and Kincaid. So I really do like this setup, my friend. But let's go over and let's move to our next question. This is coming up from Young Stowe. Here, if we wanted to take a receiver out, there's no way in hell we can bench either Nico or Rice. Tight end, we have Pitts. Running back, our best options are effectively, it's Tyler Algier at this point. So really for the flex, we're only going to be considering the receivers. I think Pickens is in a tough matchup, but out of these options, you have the guaranteed target volume. And then for the other flex spot, I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Terry McLaurin. I know some people will want to mix in Juwan Jennings, and I'm not going to fault you for that, given the role that Jennings should have, especially, I mean, you have four of the high-profile skill positional guys out in San Francisco, but we've seen the target volume consistently with McLaurin, and I do think that the efficiency can get a little bit better as Daniels looks to throw it downfield a little more. But let's go over and move to our next question. This one coming out from Legends. Here we are considering Dell, Flowers, Smith, Keon at receiver. I think you for sure have to go ahead and play Devonta Smith. Running back, we are going to go ahead and you for sure have to play Jahmyr Gibbs. And then for the flex spot, this is where maybe things get a little bit difficult. I think we go ahead, we take Rachaad White over the receivers like Dell and Flowers. I'm concerned with the way that Rachaad White is trending. But at the same time, I mean, you do have the target volume out of the backfield, which does kind of give him that floor. He's been horribly inefficient, not only last year, but this year as well, where you're looking at total of 49 rushing yards off of 25 rush attempts. But yeah, I think you can take White here, my friend. Okay. Let's move this over. This is MDGO4 with this question. I believe we answered one earlier. Maybe this is a different one. But anyway, wide receiver, if we wanted to take anybody out, would be Drake London. But no, I think we keep London in over these options. Going over to running back, if you wanted to take out Pollard for Rachaad White, that we can. But honestly, I probably start Pollard and Rachaad White both over Zay Flowers. I think that's personally the adjustment that I would be making here. Now, Robert coming out with a trade question. This is Laporta, Jerome Ford versus Rashee Rice and Jonnu Smith. So not interested in Jonnu, obviously, at all. Not even worth a Ross spot. So it's really Laporta and Jerome Ford versus Rashee Rice. As somebody that drafted Sam Laporta this year, not only am I mainly the Flock League, but also at the same time in a ridiculous amount of underdog drafts, I would love to say Sam Laporta, and I would love to say Laporta is the guy here in the long term. But the real answer is you go get Rashee Rice. You then stream the tight end position. Rashee Rice does look like a locked and loaded top 10 wide receiver rest of season. So I think you honestly have to go in that direction. Now, Emery66 coming out. And here, wide receiver, if we wanted to pivot, would be from Godwin, but we can't to those options. Running back, if we wanted to pivot, it would be from Derrick Henry, but we can't to Singletary. For the flex, really the question comes down to, are we going to be starting Calvin Ridley or Aaron Jones? I think based off the guaranteed role that you have for Aaron Jones in this Minnesota Vikings offense, you probably have to go in the direction of Jones. But it's not the easiest decision by any means. Definitely not. So let's go ahead and let's submit this. And you know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to run to the fridge. I'm going to grab a protein bar because we have another 4 hours. We're going to have a ridiculous amount of questions. Of course, you can go over to flockfantasy.com, ask any question that you are wanting here, but we will be able to come back and answer a bunch of the free questions in the live chat as well. I'll be back in literally 1 second. Did you have to sneak in here? Now we got the dog under the desk for the rest of the live stream, so my back's going to hurt. I know. You had to come under there. But shout out Costco protein bars. This is the perfect bar. But let's go over to the live chat. Let's start answering some questions. Joaquin says, I just signed up for Underdog just now using the promo code. How can I receive the team review? Just set up an account on flockfantasy.com. Can be a free account with the same email address that you used on Underdog. Underdog gets me the emails of everybody who signed up from the previous day every morning. Then we credit all those accounts with free team review vouchers. Alex says Mike Evans or Jackson Smith-Njigba. We're going to go ahead. We will take Evans here. David says, how many grams of protein do their bars have? Not many, to be honest. And they have a bunch of fat and they have a bunch of carbs in them. Because obviously I like the protein bars that are just straight chemicals and like sugar alcohols that you can jack up the protein with and they still taste decent. This one's like a healthy protein, but healthy, like real ingredient thing where it's just primarily like peanuts. And then they throw some honey in it to make it taste good. Okay. Warrior Cry says, can I get 2 team reviews if I put money twice? No, I'm sorry. The Underdog promo is only for 1 team review. It has to be a first-time deposit to be able to qualify for the free team review. Okay. T9er says, standard league, Olave or Charbonnet? I think I go Charbonnet over Olave. I mean, I think we showed this off last night, but the projections with Charbonnet, this is a running back that had 90+% of the backfield. I mean, almost effectively 100% of the backfield last week in Seattle. The issue with it is obviously they just completely abandoned the run. You had 49 dropbacks from Geno Smith. But looking at the projections now, you have Zach Charbonnet higher, lower, 96.5 total yards. If you have Zach Charbonnet, you have to put him in your starting lineup. Like, if you look at the projections on Underdog, Zach Charbonnet is projected out as like a maybe top 7-ish player in terms of total yards. I don't think there's a single receiver this week that has a projection of 96.5 total yards. Okay, moving this over. Brennan says Akers or Dobbins for the flex. Here it's tough. If it was Charbonnet, for sure Charbonnet. I think we most likely go ahead and take Dobbins. We've seen the production before. I don't feel phenomenal about it, given the matchup and given maybe if Herbert misses, we pivot to Akers. If you have Justin Herbert playing, who's currently a game time decision, let's go ahead and let's take Dobbins. If Herbert misses, I think you can pivot to Akers. Stab says full PBR Olave or Flowers. Flowers has been better so far. But at the same time, the Saints haven't really played an actual football game this year. They have just absolutely boat raced everybody that they've gone up against. I think I actually go ahead. I think I take Chris Olave. And in a closer game against the Eagles, I think we see more action for Olave. Himmy says T. Higgins or Tony Pollard at the flex, full PBR. Thanks. So thank you I'm going to go ahead and take Tony Pollard. We have the floor with Pollard where we have seen the production, and we've already seen what that looks like. Whereas with T. Higgins, I'm very excited about the ceiling that you have in a matchup against Washington this week. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of how much he's actually going to be playing here. And whatever we are looking at with Higgins, we effectively are just having to go ahead and project it. Shay says, Zamir White or Juwan Jennings. I think we're going to go Zamir White. Zamir, you have a great matchup going up against Carolina. Juwan Jennings, I don't know. My thought process with the Niners is, and this is why I actually went out there and picked up Geno Smith and I'm benching Purdy this week. When you're missing so many of these weapons, I think the passing volume comes down. I think they maybe just lean on Jordan Mason in the run here. Like Alex says, Mike Evans or Juwan Jennings. Here it's easily Mike Evans. I do not view Juwan Jennings as a must-start player. Like it's very different for a wide receiver to step into a role that you picked up off the waiver wire versus a running back. Like to go ahead and look at this with just reasonable expectations. Do they have Juwan Jennings? They have Juwan Jennings, higher, lower, 3.5 receptions, 43.5 receiving yards. A 1.63x multiplier score touchdown. Like if you're that excited about Juwan Jennings, I'll take him to have more than 43.5 receiving yards. I want to put him in my lineup. Dante says Juwan will make you pay for that statement. My friend, you're that confident. You're more than welcome to go take him to have 4 receptions or more than 43.5 receiving yards. I am not. Okay. Avery says Waddle or Brian Thomas Jr. I am going to go ahead. I will take Jalen Waddle here, but it is close. I don't feel good about it. Alex says, is Mike Evans a fade this game? Don't overthink it. You play Mike Evans. I understand the matchup on paper isn't phenomenal, but like I'm playing Mike Evans over Juwan Jennings very easily. Like looking at this, Jennings 43.5 receiving yards. Higher, lower. Mike Evans, higher, lower, 66.5 receiving yards. If you want to say, oh, tough matchup going up against Patrick, blah, 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 you can go take the lower 66.5 receiving yards. But he's in your lineup over someone like Jennings, for sure. Enric says, Leggett or Amari Cooper. For the love of God, do not play Leggett over Amari. Please play Amari over Leggett. And real quick, if you have not done so already, it looks like we hit 700 likes in this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. Obviously, started live streaming over an hour ago. We're going to live stream for like 5 hours this morning. I never ask for y'all to hit that like, but Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important for us. So if you could go down there and drop a like on the stream, I would really appreciate it. And also, if you wanted to check out any of those picks over on Underdog Fantasy for today, you can use the link in the live chat or the description. And if you go over to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get that free CeeDee Lamb pick, more than less than half a total yard. And if you are new to Underdog, you will get an additional Patrick Mahomes free pick, more than less than half a total yard with code FLOCK, a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, and a free team review in one of these live streams. You just have to make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com. It can be a free account with the same email address that you used on Underdog Fantasy, so I can credit you your free team review voucher. But let's go ahead and let's pull up some more questions here. So this next one coming out from Adam. This is a start set. Rice Harrison. I think we just answered this. Really came down to the flex, right? Actually, no, this is a different one. But for the flex here between Brian Thomas, our other options to pivot to, we have no Pacheco this week. We have no Addison this week. We have no Kupp this week. We have no Kittle this week. So our only options are P. Ryan and Rico Dowdle. And if that's the case, my friend, I think 100% you have to keep Brian Thomas Jr. Looking at tight ends, yeah, with no Kittle, I think Parkinson's going to be it's going to be a fine option. So I think we're leaving this lineup as is, my guy. But Aspect coming out with our next start sit. Here at wide receiver, London would be the guy that we would want to pivot away from, but you can't start McLaurin or Ladd McConkey over London. And then going down to the flex spot here between Montgomery, Ladd McConkey, Aaron Jones, Terry McLaurin, Chase Brown, Deebo Samuel. It really does come down between David Montgomery and Aaron Jones for me. If I'm looking at my flex rank, so let's just pull up my running back rankings this week on the site. We'll go week 3 running back. We can look at the expert ranks, then we can look at my ranks. So you're looking at the expert ranks. Aaron Jones is right ahead of David Montgomery. They are back to back. If you look at my rankings, I have David Montgomery right ahead of Aaron Jones, but they are back to back. And if I'm going to be honest with you, my friend, when I have these guys back to back like this, it's not like I have a ton of conviction. It's not like I'm saying, oh, the experts are wrong. They have these guys flip-flop. No, it really is up to you. It's your personal preference. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have David Montgomery or Aaron Jones? David Montgomery or Aaron Jones for the flex spot this week? Definitely it's between these two players. I'm not considering Brown, not considering McLaurin, not considering Ladd. But we got Montgomery, Jones, Monty. So it does look like most people agree with my rankings here over the expert rankings on the site. So I guess we will go ahead and we'll stand by. We'll go with David Montgomery. And of course, real quick, if y'all wanted to ask any questions, you can through flockfantasy.com. You just hit the little comment button in the top right corner. You can ask a question literally at any time of the day, whenever you want. What's great about us doing it through flockfantasy.com is as soon as I answer it, the answer actually gets sent to you directly. Both the clip of me talking about it in the live stream, as well as everything filled out on the site for you, which is a much better system than the people who would super chat and then have to leave the live stream and not be able to get their answer. But looking at this here, wide receiver, our best option to pivot on the bench would be Ayuk. I would play Brandon Ayuk over Malik Neighbors this week. I think both see a ton of targets, and I think Ayuk's just in the much better offense. Now, going down to the flex, I think you have to play Jordan Mason. So I know it sucks to say, and obviously Malik Neighbors was so damn good last week. And Malik Neighbors looks like he's one of the most talented wide receivers in the NFL today. Can't even imagine how he's going to be 3 years from now. But you have an implied team total of 16 points for the Giants offense going up against Cleveland here. It is a very, very tough matchup. It's going to be a horrible offense. Whereas the Niners are supposed to actually be able to move the ball down the field, score points. You have no Deebo, you have no Kittle, you have no Sticky Ricky. So then we go ahead and we take Ayuk. Now, Adam coming out with our next question. Here, we're really looking between Derek Carr and Anthony Richardson at quarterback. I personally am going to go ahead. I'm going to take A-Rich, my friend. I think if you are looking at Richardson versus Carr, who's going to be the better NFL quarterback this week? Oh, it's probably going to be Derek Carr, right? But Derek Carr has been in a Saints offense that over the past 2 weeks has dropped 40-plus points. And with that being said, we can go ahead and look at what Derek Carr has done in fantasy. And you've had 443 passing yards. Obviously, that's not to say, oh, yeah, Derek Carr's not going to. No, Derek Carr can obviously have more passing volume than that in a game that ends up being a little bit closer. But it's not like Carr's at the very top of the NFL in passing yards, passing touchdowns. And that's kind of what you need to see from a quarterback that's going to have zero rushing upside for him to play over one of the elite rushers at the position in fantasy. Obviously, fantasy very different than what we have in real life. Also, if you wanted to make a swap here for the flex, I don't think we can play anybody over Montgomery. Probably the best option in this range would be Terry McLaurin, but I'd play Montgomery over McLaurin. Okay. Dante says 200 is the new 300 this year. I know. I really hope we get more passing volume soon. Like, the NFL has a serious problem in terms of just the limited passing volume that we've seen across the board. Obviously, my brain's a little bit broken here where I'm a fantasy football guy. So I really want as many points to go around as possible. I want these wide receivers to start scoring. I want these tight ends to start scoring. So it is a little bit frustrating for me, but I mean, maybe real NFL fans who love them some good defense, they don't mind it. Now, Mascaro coming out with the next question that we have. This one here, wide receiver. I don't think we can pivot off of Shaheed. The only pivot that we would have would have been Ladd McConkey or Christian Watson if Jordan Love was good to go, but Jordan Love is not playing here, so we cannot start Watson. Going down to the flex between Brooks, Demarcus Robinson, Ladd McConkey, Puka, Christian Watson, and Joe Mixon. Obviously, it sucks having the Puka, Mixon, Brooks injuries. But yeah, I think we have to go ahead. I think you have to play Jerome Ford. It is a little frustrating in terms of the Deonta Foreman usage, where Foreman did have more snaps last week, but Jerome Ford should still have the usage as a receiver, while at the same time, Jerome Ford obviously isn't a very good matchup going up against the Giants. Okay, so let's move this over to the next question. This one is from T-Mode. And dear God, we have a lot of players to look at. This definitely is a dynasty league. If it's not, maybe we just threw a bunch of waiver wire options down here. Jonnu Smith looks like the literal worst play ever at tight end. Like, I would almost rather play anybody but Jonnu Smith. Jonnu's had no volume, should be a very low volume passing attack as well with no Tua. But I can't play Noah Gray over him. Can't play Cade Stover over him. Can't play Eric Hall over him. So I think you are stuck with Jonnu Smith, but this is probably the worst option known to man. Going over to wide receiver, we already played Wilson. Waddle versus Jackson Smith and Jigba is very close for me. If you go ahead and look at what Underdog is projecting for these guys right now, you have Jalen Waddle, higher, lower, 41.5 receiving yards. This is why I went out there and I traded for Cam Akers this week. I gave up Tyler Algier and some fab dollars for Akers so I could play Akers over Waddle. Waddle looks like he is a very tough guy to go with Skylar Thompson under center. If you go ahead and look at Jackson Smith and Jigba, JSN's up at 51.5 receiving yards, more likely to score the touchdown as well. Let me pull up the updated implied team totals that you have for these respective offenses. Let's go implied team totals week 3. Looking at this right now, you have an implied team total of, say, 18.5 points for the Miami Dolphins. Where for Seattle, you're up at 23. We assume that you actually have probably Miami running the ball a ton as well. So I actually think we pivot over to Jackson Smith and Jigba. And maybe for our weekly rankings, we need to drop Waddle even further than where he is. Let me remind myself, where do I have Waddle in our weekly rankings right now? Yeah, we already have Waddle behind JSN as well. So if you go to the rankings on the site, you will see that. Going over to what we have elsewhere. Running back, Taylor, Kyron have to be plays. Quarterback, these guys are the only starters. We have flex spots, Devontae Adams, Zay Flowers look solid. Really comes down to this last slot where we're choosing between Akers, Najee at running back. Wide receiver, maybe Waddle. But honestly, no. And I'm making the same decision in the flex spot in my league. I'm going Cam Akers over Jalen Waddle. I think you take the running back that's going to see pretty much every single look out of his backfield. Like I said, I know y'all are probably tired of hearing this, but would be very different, of course, if this was a situation where Dameon Pierce was going to be active as well. So we wouldn't know exactly what the split would be with Cam Akers and Pierce. So this is a much different spot when you have no Pierce and Akers is kind of the last man standing. Now, next question coming out from Gideonchi. Here, wide receiver between Waddle, Amari. I think we go ahead and we have to play Amari Cooper. The passing volume is going to be better, and Amari doesn't have to deal with Tyreek as well. Like, typically, Tyreek's not an issue for Waddle because there's going to be so many passing yards in the offense, it doesn't matter. Running back, this is a tough call. We're going to have to put a running back in the flex, too. It's going to be between Jacobs, Etienne, James Conner. I think Jacobs is kind of somebody that you have to play with them leaning on the run with no love. And the between James Conner in what should be a very high scoring game, but at the same time, the Lions have had a good rush defense so far. And Travis Etienne, I think it is difficult. If you go ahead, look at the projections. Right now, you have Conner, higher, lower, 75.5 total yards, even odds to score a touchdown. If you look at Travis Etienne, Etienne has a little bit of a higher yardage mark, but at the same time, you're actually less likely to get that TD. If we go over to my weekly rankings, I do have James Conner ahead of Etienne as well. So yeah, I think we probably stand by those and we just go ahead and we take James Conner here, my friend. Okay. So let's move this back over. If you have any questions, feel free to just drop them in the chat. We'll try to get to as many free questions as we possibly can. Of course, if you submit anything through flockfantasy.com, you are guaranteed to get an answer, but we're definitely happy to check out as many teams we can in the live chat as well. I'm sorry, not as many teams, but as many questions as we can get. Now, Keith says Kirk Cousins or Sam Darnold. Tough spot. If you are looking at Cousins, obviously this is a situation in which we'd assume that the Falcons are going to be trailing in the second half. You are getting a considerable amount of Cousins dropbacks. But with that being said as well, it's a tough matchup in terms of the defense you're playing with Kansas City. That's a tough thing about going up against KC, right? It's not like every game's destined to be a shootout because the Chiefs can play great defense. So I don't necessarily know if it's easy. If Addison was playing, I'd for sure go Darnold. But can y'all spam the chat? Would you rather have Kirk Cousins or Sam Darnold this week? Kirk Cousins or Sam Darnold? Ayo Boy says, is it $79 for a team review or would that be fixed? So if you are not a member on the sites and you do not take advantage of any of the promos that we have, know that it is it. It's $5 for a start sit question, $5 for a trade question. Team reviews obviously take much longer. But like I said, if you were going to get a team review, I'd highly recommend just getting an annual Mother Flock membership on the site with promo code FLOCK, and then a team review comes with that for free, or using promo code FLOCK on Underdog, and then it's only $10. But yeah, do not recommend just buying a team review straight up unless you're a member of the site and you have the discount, or you're going to get it free for something. Kirk Darnold, Darnold. I think we probably go ahead and take Kirk Cousins. It would be different, like I said, if it was a situation in which you had Jordan Addison good to go. And if you had Addison, if you have Addison, Hawkinson, and Justin Jefferson all in the same offense with how good Sam Darnold's looked so far, I think we could very easily go in the direction of Darnold, but that's not the case here. That's not the case. Okay. Let's smooth this over. King Ninja says Zamir or Yoshivash in the flex. You definitely have to go with Zamir White. Obviously, he's been worse so far this year. But at the same time, Zamir White does have a much better matchup going up against the Carolina Panthers. I guess they both have very strong matchups. But Zamir does have a great matchup going up against the Carolina Panthers. And on top of this, you should have T. Higgins back this week in Cincinnati. And I'm expecting we actually have more targets going in the direction of Jamar Chase. So personally, definitely off of Yoshivash. Definitely want to go ahead and play Zamir. Okay. Ayo Boy says, when will the team review price be fixed? Hey, that's what it is, my guy. That's what it is. Like I said, if you wanted it to be for free, go use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, make a $10 deposit, and then you get a team review for free. If we made full-blown roster reviews $5 on the site, I'd be live streaming for 24 hours. It's just not reasonable. We just can't do it. Okay. Jeffrey says, Happy BR, Worthy or Juwan Jennings? I will go ahead. I will take Xavier Worthy. I actually think that Worthy is maybe a little bit of a better play here, considering the fact that you do obviously have no Hollywood, which is the case for the first 2 weeks. But now at the same time, whenever you're dealing with, say, Isaiah Pacheco leaving this offense, my personal expectation is I think that you are going to be seeing more Patrick Mahomes dropbacks and more passing volume in KC in general. Okay. So let's move this over. John says start Shaheed or Drake London at the flex. I'm personally going to go ahead and take Drake London. I do think that the Saints offense projects out to be one of the better offenses in the NFL this week. But at the same time, I don't necessarily think we can expect them to consistently go out there and have 40 points scored per game. Jason says, do we like Minshew today? Probably not. Obviously, Minshew was great last week against Baltimore. It's a situation where Baltimore got to an early lead. You actually ended up having the Raiders just completely abandoning the run here. But against the matchup of the Carolina Panthers, I don't necessarily think that's an easy thing to project to happen this week. Or we should expect that you actually have significantly more rushing attempts for Zamir White than we did in the past. But let's go back over and get to some more of the questions on the site. So, of course, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. Y'all know I never really ask y'all to drop a like on the stream, but Sunday morning, by far and away, the most important day for us. So if you could hit that like, help us get over 1,000. I'd really appreciate it. And if you wanted to ask any questions, you can over there on flockfantasy.com. That will get you a guaranteed answer, of course. You can get a start-sit question, trade question, a full-blown roster review. I will definitely remind you, though, if you wanted a roster review, what I'd highly recommend doing is taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy with the link in the live chat or the description and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will be getting a free team review in one of these live streams. You'll be getting a free CeeDee Lamb pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you're also going to be getting an additional Patrick Mahomes free pick, more than less than half a total yard for later tonight as well. So highly recommend taking advantage of that, honestly, regardless if you want a team review or not. But this is going to be for MDG, this starting lineup here. Here, between DJ Moore, Drake London, Jalen Waddle, I actually think we go DJ Moore now that Keenan Allen has officially been ruled out of this game. And then, yeah, for the flex spot, for the love of God, do not pivot from Charbonnet. You have to play Charbonnet, Kyron, and Breece Hall. Phenomenal team here. I do think that we go Derek Carr over Justin Fields. Bad matchup for Fields, and he hasn't been running the ball as much as you'd like to see. It's going to be another starting lineup for MDG we got to go through. Now here, wide receiver, we already played Garrett Wilson. Going over to Pittman, our options to pivot would be either Christian Kirk, or really, that's it. Michael Williams already played. Puka Nacua is going to be out. Can't pivot to Christian Kirk coming off a week with -1 receiving yards. Going over to what we have with the running backs, I hope we have a better option here than these two names. But no, I mean, the best option we would have to pivot to is Deonta Foreman. There's no way we can play Foreman over Zamir or Jerome Ford. And then for the flex spot, yeah, if we wanted to get somebody out of here, it would be Jawan Jennings. But realistically speaking, if you wanted to play Jawan Jennings with no Kittle, with no Debo, with no Sticky Ricky over Christian Kirk and his -1 receiving yards last week, I wouldn't fault you for it. If you look at the projections that you have, I believe Christian Kirk is still actually higher than... Actually, no, Christian Kirk, they moved down to 41.5 yards. So, no, yeah, even the projections have Jawan Jennings higher than Kirk as well. Now, let's go over to our next question. This one coming out from NATO. This Nato. This start set. Wide receiver, if we wanted to get somebody out of here, I think it would probably be Tyreek. I'd maybe rather have Zeke over Tyreek. Definitely cannot play T. Higgins over Tyreek Hill, though. Doesn't matter who Tyreek's quarterback is. Going over to the flex spot, we're choosing between Akers, Jerome Ford, T. Higgins. I would go ahead and I would take Cam Akers this week. I mean, in the case of Jerome Ford, if you had no Deonta Foreman stealing work, I think you could definitely play him over Akers, given the fact that you have the receiving volume. And it's a good matchup going up against the Giants, where they should be able to run the ball in the second half. However, it's probably not going to be the situation this week, given the fact that we did see Deonta Foreman play more snaps than Jerome Ford last week. So I think you just go ahead and you play Akers. Now, moving this over to ResDog. Says, is this a win? This site is cool. So much better info for us and you, Julius Cook. Much love, my friend. Appreciate you sticking with me for so long and love to hear that you like the site. But yeah, I would love to trade away Godwin and get Harrison. Honestly, I think you're probably getting an upgrade here in the short term, especially the long term, as we expect the rookie to continue to improve. If you go through and look at the projections, even just this week, you have Chris Godwin at 66.5 receiving yards, higher, lower with the boosted touchdown. Whereas with Harrison, obviously, he's in a similar range at only 60.5 receiving yards. But we are expecting that Harrison, as the rookie, is going to continue to improve as the season goes on. If you go over and look at the rest of season rankings on the site here, you can see both my rankings as well as just the general expert ranks do have Harrison significantly higher. So the expert ranks have Harrison wide receiver 10, have Godwin at wide receiver 18. If you look at my rankings instead, we don't even have to do that. We just have to click here. I have Harrison at wide receiver 8, and I have Godwin wide receiver 20. I definitely think I should probably flip Godwin and DJ Moore. Reason I have Moore this high is just given the fact that we are expecting us to have probably better passing games for Caleb going into the future, and Keenan does look like he could be an absolute zero at this point. Okay, but yeah, definitely Harrison regardless. But let's go over to this next question. This is coming out from JBDL or JBLD. Here, start sit. We need to choose between London, Flowers, Waddle at wide receiver. The Reed definitely not in play given the Love injury. I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Drake London here at receiver. Going over to tight end, we have Isaiah Likely, Jake Ferguson to choose from. I think we are going to go ahead and take Ferguson over Likely now that you have him fully good to go. And we saw Likely have lower than a 50% route participation rate last week. And then going over to the flex, here it's a easy situation. You play Zach Charbonnet. Zach Charbonnet looks like a locked and loaded top 10 running back this week. Honestly, I think I even have to move Charbonnet up higher in my rankings for week 3. Right now, I had Charbonnet at RB14, but to be honest with you, I think we need to be moving Charbonnet up ahead of Henry, Josh Jacobs. I think I moved Charbonnet over James Cook just this week. And it seems crazy, and we're actually going to move Connor behind Taylor. But if you are looking at Charbonnet, he played 100% of the snaps last week for this offense. If you're looking at the underdog pick, you have Charbonnet higher, lower, 96.5 total yards, which is, a lot higher than what you have with some of these other backs. Like you're looking at Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor's at 88.5 total. Like Charbonnet is somebody that you have to get in your lineup. He's going to have absolutely everything as a receiver. And at the same time, he's going to have everything in the red zone. Now, here we get a full-blown team review that we get to check out. But looks like this isn't loading right now, so we are going to have to go back to that. I'm sorry, my friend. But Sean says, am I overthinking the wide receiver room at the running back room expense? We are effectively selling Taylor, Olave for Jamar Chase. We don't have the team link, so I can't see the rest of the roster. You're saying I have a lot of assets at wide receiver. So I do like the idea of buying low on Jamar Chase, but it does seem like obviously we are paying a premium to get this done. Can y'all please spam the chat? What would you rather have here? Would you rather have Chris Olave and Jonathan Taylor, or would you rather have Jamar Chase? Which side are you going to be going with? So we have JT, Chase, Taylor, Chase, JT, Chase, JT, Chase. So it does look like you are probably paying a little bit too much. Like I said, I do like buying low on Jamar Chase, but this does seem like a massive premium that we are paying. Okay, so let's see if we can go ahead and get these questions back up. In Wade coming out. This is a start sit. And actually, we'll get back to these questions one second. Let's answer some more free questions in the live chat real quick. And we actually hit 1,000 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. And if you have any questions, just feel free to drop them in the chat. We'll try to get to as many free questions as we can right now. George Washington coming out says Dobbins or Rachaad White. In terms of a full PPR format, where Dobbins so far this season has 4 receiving yards, and Rachaad White does give you some baseline floor with his involvement as a receiver, I think that we are most likely going to go ahead and we are going to take Rachaad White. It sucks, but Dobbins has such a brutal matchup going up against the Steelers with Herbert banged up as well. Dobbins has split this backfield so far. I think White's in the better offense. White has the better matchup, and he has the better receiving role in a full PPR league. Warrior of Christ is where to use code FLOCK on Underdog when you sign up, my friend. If you already have an account on Underdog and you're trying to apply promo code FLOCK to an existing account, it's not going to happen. You can't do it. Next question, Josh says Jaden Reed or Juwan Jennings. I would go Jennings this week. Jaden Reed, obviously, in the long term for when we get Jordan Love back in. But, I mean, the expectations with the passing volume here in Green Bay, I mean, we consistently showed it in the live stream last week, but I'm assuming it's the same thing in the stream this week. Seems like definitely most people realize how bad this passing offense is going to be now. So they're realizing, yeah, I can't start any Packers. But if you go through and look at the projection with Malik Willis right now, you're higher, lower, 146.5 passing yards. Like, there's no way you can start any Packers players other than Josh Jacobs. Like, going through and looking at this, Christian Watson, higher, lower, 18.5 receiving yards. Jaden Reed, higher, lower, 23.5 receiving yards. Dobbs, 26.5 receiving yards. It's very difficult to look at any of those options with confidence. Steve says Dobbins for Kenneth Walker and Amari. If you look at my rest of season rankings on the site right now, my guy, I would rather have I'd rather have Walker straight up over Dobbins. Given the limited usage as a receiver for J.K. Dobbins, I have Dobbins down here at RB22 in my rest of season ranks. Whereas if you look at where I have Kenneth Walker, I have Kenneth Walker up at RB14. Walker should be back next week. So the fact that you get Amari Cooper's pretty much just free in that deal. And we have another question with the same exact thing. Trade Dobbins for Kenneth Walker. Yeah, I would rather have Kenneth Walker over Dobbins rest of season. Now, K-Law says Zach Moss or Zamir White today in a full PPR format. So I think both running backs have great matchups, and they will honestly be much better than what they've been all year. But at the same time, I think we go with Zach Moss under the assumption that he's in a much better offense, and we see more overall points scored in Cincinnati in comparison to what we would have in Las Vegas. So we go ahead and we take Zach Moss there. Okay. Project NBA says Malik Neighbors or Calvin Ridley. Please just go ahead and take Malik Neighbors. But next one. Let's make sure we get, I don't think we have too many questions on flockfantasy.com. So let me make sure we get to those answers, and then we'll get back to some of the free questions in the live chat. Of course, you can ask whatever questions you want at any time over there on flockfantasy.com. You can find the link in the description, or you can just type it in. And then here, go to the expert advice button, hit expert advice, and you should be able to get that answer. And also, definitely, if you wanted a free team review, instead of purchasing a team review on the site, I would definitely just take advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog. And even if you didn't want a team review, and instead, if you just wanted the CeeDee Lamb free pick, more than less than half a total yard, the Patrick Mahomes free pick, more than less than half a total yard for later tonight, you get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 with code FLOCK as well. You can find all of that in the link in the description and the live chat. But let's go over to In Wade's question. Here, this is a start set where wide receiver, we are choosing between Pickens, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and Brian Thomas. So obviously, if we knew that we were going to have the same passing volume in Seattle this week as we did last week, we are easily going to be going in the direction of JSN. But the issue is it's extremely difficult to project that out, knowing that the Seahawks are favored by about a touchdown. So I don't think we see another 49 dropbacks for Geno Smith. But the passing volume is probably not going to be there in Pittsburgh. If you look at my rankings on the site this week, I do have these guys effectively back-to-back, where I'm sitting with Pickens at 28, Jackson Smith-Njigba at 29. But the expert rankings have it flipped. The expert rankings on the site, which obviously is an average of all the creators on the site, have JSN at 27, have George Pickens at 28. Going through and looking at the underdog picks, you have Pickens higher, lower, 48.5 receiving yards, 1.72x score touchdown. You have Jackson Smith-Njigba with more yards and is more likely to score a TD as well. I think it's very, very close, but I think you can just go ahead and take JSN. And then for the flex spot here, we're actually maybe going to end up playing both anyway. No, I think we can go ahead. We can play David Montgomery over Pickens. I think just Detroit's going to be an offense that scores so many more points than what you have with the Pittsburgh Steelers, especially if Justin Herbert's banged up. It's a worse game environment for George Pickens because we'll assume that the overall passing volume is maybe a little bit lessened in this offense, and we're not as excited about it here. Just because I think you could see the Steelers just continue to run both offenses are going to just try to run the ball and play good defense. Now, this next question coming out from Nate. This is a trade where we send Ramondre and receive Tank Dell. Let's see. Do we have our team linked? No. My guy, if you actually link your team in the future, I can see all your players down here. But anyway, running back, we do have Hall, Connor, Swift, Benson, Braylon Allen. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Neighbors, Debo, A.J. Brown, Quentin Johnston. And then should we drop Quentin Johnston and add a running back? So if you look at my rest of season rankings, I do have Tank Dell over Ramondre Stevenson. I do think we prefer Ramondre here. But yeah, if you do trade for Tank Dell, I think you will have to drop the wide receiver at the very bottom end, and you will need to pick up a running back off the waiver wire. Could y'all please spam the chat right now? Who would y'all prefer rest of season? Would y'all prefer Ramondre Stevenson or Tank Dell? Would y'all rather have Ramondre Stevenson or Tank Dell? Please let me know in the live chat. Okay. Dell, Ramondre, Dell, Ramondre, Ramondre, Dell, Dell, Ramondre, Ramondre, Dell, Dell, Ramondre, Dell, Ramondre, Dell. Does look like it's split 50-50. So honestly, in that instance, what I would probably say, I wish we knew if this team was linked or not. I mean, if this team was linked, we'd know the league settings 100%. But here, if this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, in that kind of environment, the wide receiver depth just simply is not going to matter. So what I would probably prefer is I would probably prefer to go ahead and actually just keep the running back in Ramondre Stevenson. Whereas if this is a league where you start multiple flex spots and we can get like 4 receivers into this lineup from week to week perspective, we go ahead and we take Tank Dell. But it's going to depend. If this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, then you go Ramondre. But yeah, next time just link your league. That way you don't even have to type any of this out in the comment section. I can just see it all naturally. And I can see your league settings as well. Now, Praying Mantis coming out with a start set. Here, we are really deciding for the flex. I mean, if we wanted to get anybody out of this lineup, probably Aaron Jones, but we're definitely playing Aaron Jones out of these options. Quarterback, A-Rich is our only player to look at. And going down to the flex, we have Bowers. So when we have McBride and Bowers, I think you are highly incentivized to go ahead and throw one of these tight ends on the trade block and see what we could get. I would prefer to have McBride rest of season. And with how hot Bowers has been, I think there's an outside chance that you could sell Bowers for a stud wide receiver. Like if you could sell Bowers and maybe a depth player here like Jaden Reed and go get Brandon Ayuk rest of season on a team that has McBride, I think that I would go ahead and do that. Now, obviously, Bowers is by far and away the most valuable asset down here in terms of who we're choosing rest of season. But the thing is, just reasonably looking at projections for the tight end position every single week. Like, while Bowers is an absurd talent at the tight end position, and he's very valuable because he's much better than other tight ends, comparing him to receivers, he's less appealing. Like, Bowers, 8.95 points for his higher lower this week. If we're going to be comparing this to somebody like Demarcus Robinson, who's barely worth the pickup off the waiver wire, Demarcus Robinson isn't that much different. Demarcus Robinson is actually sitting at 8.15 fantasy points. So it just goes to show that tight end's almost somebody that we never want to be putting into the flex spot. But since you are not in a situation that you can trade Bowers right now, I think we just go ahead and we play Bowers unless you could make that pivot and go ahead and sell Bowers for somebody like Brandon Ayuk. Okay. Let's move this over to James. James, much love, my guy. Going to be happy to check this out for you. I am very sorry you did not fill any of this out. So next time, if you select the league that you were wanting to link with from the drop down, just make sure that you put one of the players in. That way I know which team in the league is yours, and it will just autofill absolutely everything in your league. If you wanted to manually fill it out, you just have to go through and manually add the players here that you would be considering for these spots. So I'm very sorry, James. If I see you in the live chat right now, I'll try to answer you regardless. But yeah, please let me know in the live chat if you're here. That way I can get you your answer. Definitely would recommend, obviously you don't have to have your league link to ask a question, but if you are not going to link your league, just make sure you put those players in that you're considering in those slots. That way I can go through and that way I can manually just fill it out for you. Okay. James says, my bad, Mace. All good, my guy. Just let me know in the live chat who you're wanting. And also, if you have any free questions that you want answered in the chat, just drop them right now. I'll try to answer as many free questions as we can before we bounce back over to the site. Astrid says, James Cook or Zach Charbonnet. I know it is ridiculous for me to say this, but I did just move Zach Charbonnet one slot ahead of James Cook in my rankings this week. Obviously, rest of season, it is very, very easily James Cook, but you will get 100% of the backfield touches in Seattle with Charbonnet. We've seen this time and time again, but I'll show it yet again. If you are looking at the projections that you have at the moment, with Charbonnet going to get every single target out of the backfield, he's at higher, lower 96.5 total yards on Underdog. Whereas if we're looking at James Cook is at 83.5 total. And Charbonnet has better odds to score a touchdown as well this week. So it's crazy, but I think we can want Sharp over James Cook. The Gravy Chain says he's so inefficient, though. I mean, he was inefficient last week, of course. Now, if you wanted to say, oh, Charbonnet's a bomb, you can go take fewer than 96.5 total yards, but good luck with that kind of volume and an offense that shouldn't be that bad. Okay, let me see if I can find James's question in the chats. And today I'm going to be making that tutorial for flockfantasy.com, so it should make things easier for you. Okay, this is James Bacala, the question we are looking for. Options are Neighbors, Harrison, Brian Thomas Jr., Jalen Tolbert, and Jordan Whittington. The way that I rank these guys are Harrison 1, Neighbors 2, Thomas 3, Jennings 4, Tolbert 5, Whittington 6. So I think we needed 4 names. Our 4 players will be Neighbors, Harrison, Jennings, and Brian Thomas Jr., and we'll bench Tolbert and Whittington, my friend. Okay. So let's see. 20, happy to see you, my guy, says, trade away Evans and Eckler for Kenneth Walker and And yes, I will. I think Evans to JSN is a downgrade, despite JSN obviously looking phenomenal this past week. I do think the passing volume comes down a bit in Seattle. They turn out to be a little more of a balanced offense than what we saw a week ago. But honestly, looking at this in terms of Eckler versus Kenneth Walker, there is just the largest gap you could ever find. So yeah, I think we go ahead. I think we pretty easily just take the Kenneth Walker and Jackson Smith and Jigba side. Okay. So let's move this over. Michael says Amari or Hollywood Brown. Close. Do you think we get Javonte Williams added in? I know it's stretching it, but maybe. But let's see this. Joe Basie says Higgins or Cam Akers for the flex. I think Higgins has a high ceiling going up against Washington. This should be a very, very good matchup. But with that being said, I think we probably just go ahead and play it safe, go with the running back that has the guaranteed workload in his backfield. I think we are just going to take Cam Akers, honestly. Okay. Now, Tom says Rachaad White or Deonta Foreman. So Deonta Foreman did play the majority of the snaps this past week in Cleveland over Jerome Ford. But Ford should still pretty much have everything as a receiver here. Not only is Ford going to have everything as a receiver, but at the same time, I mean, Foreman just is stuck in a very bad offense. Rachaad White does have a decent matchup going up against Denver. So I actually think we just go ahead and we play Rachaad White over Deonta Foreman relatively easily. Okay. Now, Cod says Moss, Ridley, or Jerry Jeudy for the flex spot. Definitely not Jeudy. It's going to be between Zach Moss and Calvin Ridley. Obviously, Ridley has had the points so far, but I do expect that this is going to be a much better situation for the Cincinnati Bengals offense on Monday night. On top of this, it's always fun to play the Monday night guy. You get to sweat things out at the very end. I'd probably go ahead and honestly, I'd probably take Zach Moss. I think you have touchdown upside in what should be a very good offense, scoring a bunch of points in a very good matchup. Okay. Sergio says, is Tajay Spears worth holding? 100%. The worst case scenario, Spears is a premium handcuff running back. If Tony Pollard were to go down, then at that point, Spears would project to have a very nice workload, including pretty much all the targets out of this backfield. And best case scenario, if you were looking at Spears, I think he still does have a role here from a week-to-week perspective with a healthy Tony Pollard. I mean, if you go ahead and look at what you've had through the first 2 weeks, I know week 2 is a little bit skewed because you did end up getting the injury for Spears in week 2, but Spears is good to go right now. But the first week here, you actually had Spears seeing pretty much everything as the receiver, playing every snap on third down, while at the same time, pretty much getting just everything in the 2-minute drill on top. So I think you just go ahead. I think you take Spears here. Okay. So let's move this over. Carr says Jerome Ford or Amari. Very, very close. And I do think it's up to you. But let's pivot back over to the site so we can make sure that we get through any of the questions that were submitted. And of course, like I said, if you want to get a guaranteed answer, you could always submit a start sit question, a trade question, a full-blown roster review through flockfantasy.com. If you wanted that full roster review, highly recommend you just getting it through the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. There are a bunch of promos with Underdog right now, including the free CeeDee Lamb pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Cowboys game. And on top of that, a free Patrick Mahomes pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. If you use code FLOCK on Underdog, you can find that link in the description or in the live chat. Plus, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free team review in one of these live streams on top of it. Just make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you have on Underdog Fantasy, so I know who to credit with the free team review. But let's go over to Napicorn. It says, can't decide between JSN and Shaheed, David Montgomery. We need to start 2, I believe. So looking at wide receiver between JSN and Shaheed, I'm a little more confident with Jackson Smith and Jigba. I do think that you will have the Saints offense cooling down a bit in comparison to what it's been through the first 2 weeks. Looking at the flex spot, I am honestly going to go Montgomery over Shaheed. I think you have more points scored in Detroit. I think we have a few more targets going in the direction of Olave this week as well. And then for the quarterback position, there's no way we can start Matthew Stafford. Honestly, if I had Lamar and Stafford, I would drop Matthew Stafford with all the injuries to the offensive line, as well as the injuries to Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. Okay. Heavy says, the more I use the new Flock site, the more I like it. What future deployments do you have planned? Would love to be able to listen to live content directly through there. So definitely probably not going to be planning on like moving anything off YouTube. Like YouTube is just such a good platform in terms of like the UI and how easy it is for any users to use. But we're going to be literally upgrading and updating things on flockfantasy.com every single day. We have a team of developers. I already think flockfantasy.com is phenomenal the way that it's set up. There's a lot of mobile improvements that we want to be making in terms of the ease of use with mobile. We're actually going to be dropping just additional add-ons for you to be able to use the My Teams page. We're going to be dropping a start sit tool. We're going to be dropping a bunch of databases and natural integrations with statistics through the site as well. So yeah, I mean, I think the site is already 10 times better than Super Chats. And at the same time, I only think it's going to get better too. Okay, real quick. I'm sorry. I got to get the dog out from under me. Come on, baby. You got to go. You got to go. You got to move it. Okay, thank God. So much better. But let's move this over to the next question. It says, morning, dude. Having trouble getting this lineup together. Any tips? Thanks, man. No, thank you. So here at wide receiver 2, obviously the Puka Nacua injury is going to be a little tough to deal with. Beyond the Puka injury, we are currently sitting with Ladd, Reed, Thomas, and Keon Coleman. I think in this range, more likely than not, we are wanting to go ahead and just take Brian Thomas Jr. Reed is impossible to start given the Love injury. I think Ladd McConkey is even tough to start given the Herbert injury, even if Herbert does play. This flex spot, David Montgomery does seem to be locked in. Going over to the other slot, I'm not really considering any of the receivers. I don't even like the wide receiver 2 that we are starting. It really comes down to Aaron Jones or Brian Robinson Jr. So please let me know in the live chat. Honestly, I think you can kind of loop David Montgomery in here as well. If you go over to the site and look at my rankings for this week, I have Brian Robinson at RB22. I have Montgomery at 19. I have Aaron Jones at 20. So they're all very, very close. The guy that I probably would sit would be Brian Robinson. But can y'all please spam the chat right now? If you had to bench one of these 3 players, who would you bench between Brian Robinson Jr., David Montgomery, and Aaron Jones? You have to bench one. Brian Robinson, David Montgomery, or Jones. Who are you benching? Jones, Robinson, Jones, Robinson, Jones, Montgomery, Jones. So it does look like everybody's between Aaron Jones and Aaron Jones and Brian Robinson. Those are the 2 running backs that I have ranked lower here. If it's a full PBR format, I probably bench Brian Robinson. Anything less, we probably bench Aaron Jones. But it is tough. Both running backs are in running back by committees that aren't going to be in phenomenal offenses. Like the difference between Montgomery being in his running back by committee is we expect the Lions to be one of the best offenses in the league. Now, Stefan coming out with our next question. Much love, my friend. Happy to see you. Says, Lamar, CMC, or do we have our team linked? No, we don't. So we can't see that. But anyway, Lamar, CMC, Moss, Najee, Evans, Kupp, Shakir, Demarcus Robinson, Myers, Palmer, Watson, Andrews. We need some advice. So checking this out, going from McCaffrey to Jacobs, downgrade. Kupp to Metcalf, upgrade in the short term, downgrade in the long. It's very, very simple with this team. It comes down to, are we 0-2? Do we need points right this second? And if you need points right this second, then at that point, we go ahead and we take DK Metcalf and Josh Jacobs. If you can't afford to sit here and wait for the long term. Now, of course, if you're 2-0 and you're going, you know what, Mason, I'm fine maybe being a little bit weaker this week, next week, and the week after. If that means we get McCaffrey in, who could still be the best asset in fantasy in the long term. We get Cooper Kupp in, who can still be a top 5 wide receiver in the long term. So I think it's very much dependent on your overall situation with your exact roster for this trade. Because obviously these players, just with their line of production and when it should come, are wildly, wildly different. I think you have the majority of the long-term upside here sitting with McCaffrey and Kupp, and the majority of the short-term production sitting with Metcalf and Jacobs. So if you look at my rankings right now, I'd probably go Metcalf and Jacobs. It's super, super close though. Now, mitigated coming out, this is Tyreek, St. Brown, Braylon Allen versus Mixon, Kupp, Chase. So Tyreek, let's go St. Brown to Chase, downgrade. Tyreek to Kupp, downgrade. We're picking up Mixon to get it done. And then obviously having to throw in Braylon Allen. Honestly, I probably would rather just hold on to the best player in this deal. Because let's view it through this lens. Kupp may be coming back around the same time as Tua. Tua comes back in, Tyreek crushes Kupp. St. Brown, we already know, is going to crush Chase. We can't see the running back room, but unless you are like desperate for running backs, but Mixon may be missing a few weeks here. I think we're going to go with Tyreek, St. Brown, and Braylon Allen. I think we go Tyreek, St. Brown, and Allen. Now, Rogers Galaxy says, just got this through 2 days ago. So here we've moved from Richardson to Daniels. Kind of lateral move. They're ranked QB7, QB8 for me rest of season. Godwin to St. Brown. Massive upgrade. Dobbins to Bowers. Give me Bowers. So 100% love the Bowers, St. Brown, and Daniels side here, my friend. Now, Ben X Bailey, going to be excited to review your roster for you in just 1 second, my friend. I know that we are having an issue pulling that up. But anyway, this trade is Jacobs versus Flowers and Pollard. So how the league settings are filled out right here is that this is a 10-team league where you start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So if it's a 10-team league where we start 2 receivers and 1 flex, our wide receiver room right now is Jamison Williams, Amari Cooper, Garrett Wilson, Drake London. So we have the viable receiver plays. Like Flowers would be maybe in consideration for the flex, but not a easy upgrade. And we are, sitting here with great running backs as well. We have like Saquon Barkley on the squad. We have Allen. We have Charbonnet. We have Chubb for the long term. I actually would probably rather just keep the best player in this instance. I'd probably rather just keep Josh Jacobs. If it was a league where you have a bunch of flex spots, then maybe it's a little bit of a different story where we value the depth there instead. But no, I think we want to just keep the best player in Jacobs. But let me pivot over and answer some more of the free questions that we have in the live chat right now. So if you have a question, please just go ahead and drop it in the chat. And we'd be super happy to get to it for you. And also, y'all know I never ask for you to hit that like button, but we've already been live streaming for 2 hours. Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important for us. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like for us on the stream. We never ask for it, but if we ever are going to, I would prefer probably them to come in on Sunday morning. This is one of the very few days that we're actually able to get new subscribers and get pushed out to maybe a few new faces. But Bryce says Zach Charbonnet or Jordan Mason. So I think both running backs are set up to absolutely smash. I would absolutely love to get up both of them in our lineup if possible, even if that means that we are having to go through and we are having to say, put one of them at the flex, the other at RB2. But as it stands right now, I'd probably just go ahead and I'd probably just play Jordan Mason. I mean, obviously, we have seen Jordan Mason have the better workload between the two pretty much all season now. I think Mason has been just is setting up to just crush. Okay. Now, moving this over to the next question. Ira says, Cam Akers or Javonte Williams in a 14-team league? I have both Cam Akers and Javonte in my own league, and I'm starting Cam Akers over Javonte with confidence. I get it as an extremely easy call for me to just go ahead and take Cam Akers here. Okay. Moving this over, Luke says, Brian Thomas Jr. or Terry McLaurin for the flex. I will go with McLaurin. If we are looking at Terry, he's had the target volume. Obviously, the primary issue that you've seen is this is a situation in which it's frustrating, but with the target volume in this offense, it's primarily just staying close to the line of scrimmage, where Jaden Daniels is not letting it rip. We are not seeing many deep downfield targets, which is capping the overall upside that you have with Terry. But at least the volume is there, and you are getting the cheap receptions in a full PPR format. Now, we have a question. It says, Dell or Juwan Jennings? Jennings is definitely a valid play here with no Debo, with no Kittle, with no Sticky Ricky, with no McCaffrey. But I still probably take Tank Dell. I actually really didn't draft Tank Dell at all in any underdog drafts this offseason. Obviously, we passed on Tank Dell in the Flock League, but I'm expecting that Tank Dell is much better going into the future than what he has been through the first 2 weeks. The usage has actually been great in this offense. We still expect this to be one of the better offenses in the NFL if you are projecting out passing volume here with CJ Stroud. So I think we are going to go ahead. We will take Tank Dell. Okay. Let's move this over. Sir Huff and Puff says, full PBR, flex Godwin or James Conner. Full PBR, this does make it a little bit difficult just because obviously you have the reception volume with Godwin, in which you don't with James Conner. But I think James Conner is one of the very few running backs that you can project out to have that 3-down workload. That is the true bell cow at this point. So you do not only have an extremely high ceiling, but at the same time, you have that baseline level floor that you can be excited about. So honestly, I'd probably just go ahead and I'd probably just take James Conner. Okay. Aru says, hey Mason, how do you manually put your team in on the website? So if you're wanting a full-blown roster review, and you're not able to link your league, say you play on a weird format like CBS that we don't link with, then at that point, you just have to take screenshots of your team and send it in. If you just want to submit a start-sit question, you just go ahead and put the players that you're the players that you're considering into what spots you need. And then if you want to manually fill out a trade question, you just go, I'm trading these guys for these guys. And that's it. Or if you're wanting to link with the site, which is what I definitely recommend. If you're on ESPN, if you're on Sleeper, if you're on Yahoo, and you want to link with flockfantasy.com, you can just go ahead, go to the My Teams page, and then go hit add a team, and then there'll be direct instructions for you how to do it there. And if you're having any issues, just go to the Discord and send a message in the site issues section, and one of the developers will be very happy to help you out with that. Brian says CBS, they have a fantasy football format. I learned about it a week ago. We got submitted screenshots and I was like, what is this platform? And people told us it was CBS. So yes, apparently CBS does have a fantasy football platform. And I'm very sorry that you can't link your CBS teams with flockfantasy.com. But moving this over, Mark says Goff or Daniels this week. If it is a 6-point passing touchdown format where the rushing upside doesn't matter as much, there, I think it's a tough spot because you are going to have more points scored in Detroit than you will Washington. But if it's a 4-point passing touchdown league, I just think you go ahead and you take Jaden Daniels. George says, is Downs worth picking up? Yeah, I think you can pick up Josh Downs and stash him. Now, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, Josh Downs is going to be some type of league winner just because the passing volume with Anthony Richardson has been abysmal here in Indianapolis. But I mean, it is a situation where Josh Downs does have the talent profile to potentially turn into that guy rest of season. But it's hard to be super excited knowing that obviously you're in a situation in which right now we don't have the production for Michael Pittman Jr. So if Pittman isn't producing, it's hard to imagine that you actually have that production coming for Downs. Definitely worth the roster spot. I just definitely don't want to act like anybody here should be trading for Josh Downs or anybody here should be considering Josh Downs in their respective starting lineups. But yeah, let me even see. What's the projection that you have with Downs this week? Going over to Underdog. They have Josh Downs. We don't want to see first downs. We want to see Josh Downs. They have Josh Downs higher, lower, 31.5 total yards. So they have Downs kind of like in a similar situation to which they have a player like Jordan Whittington, right? A player that you can stash, but just someone you're not super excited to go ahead and jam in. But let's move this over and let's get back to some of the questions that we have on the site. And of course, if you want to submit a start sit question, a trade question, if you want to get anything, a guaranteed answer, you can submit that through flockfantasy.com. You can actually get a full-blown roster review through the site as well from yours truly in one of these live streams. But if you are wanting that roster review, definitely take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. This is Underdog Fantasy here. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you are going to get that free CD Lamb pick, more than less than half a total yard against the Baltimore Ravens. Plus, you'll get a free Patrick Mahomes pick on top of this, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight, and a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You can find that link in the description, in the comment section, in the live chat. And yeah, make sure if you want that free team review after using promo code FLOCK on Underdog, that you go ahead and you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you have on Underdog Fantasy. That way I can credit you with a free team review. But we're actually going to get this going for Ben X Bailey, who has this free team review from using code FLOCK on Underdog. And this is a full-blown roster review where they're trying to get an idea of who we should be happy to keep and who should we be looking to trade/sit. So let's look at everything here. Let's look at what we would be doing in terms of the starting lineup this week, as well as what we would be doing in terms of making trades. But right now, we are currently sitting with the 7th best team with the league analyzer. Obviously, it's not everything, but it is a little bit worrisome seeing us near the bottom. Like, I'm actually very proud of what we've been able to build with the league analyzer on the site. I think that the values are extremely accurate. And here, oh my gosh, this looks so good. Shout out the developers. Shout out Austin, the GOAT. Now we can not only see where the players are ranked overall, but we also actually get the positional rank for the players as well, with the overall rank alongside it. But here anyway, quarterback room, pretty trash. We have Justin Herbert, Derek Carr, and a 10-team league. Obviously not super excited to have both these quarterbacks. If you are looking at this quarterback room, clearly we are just going through, we are streaming. So I think don't be in love with these guys. Be quick to move on for them, especially with the Justin Herbert high ankle sprain. Going ahead and looking at the other quarterbacks that you have, the other teams, it does appear that most teams are rostering 2 QBs here. So in that instance, we probably don't have phenomenal options on the waiver wire, but definitely players that we can go with if we need to. Now going over to running back, we have a decent running back room, right? We have Barkley, that anchor running back that's at the very top for us. We have Josh Jacobs, a solid RB2. I mean, low end RB1, high end RB2 in this format in particular. Beyond that, we have Nick Chubb as a long-term play. We have Zach Charbonnet as the short-term fill-in. We have Carson Steele, who could potentially turn into something. We have Ford. We have Braylon Allen. So what I love to see is the amount of running backs that we are rostering that are an injury away from being absolute monsters, such as Braylon Allen, specifically in this league where you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I actually love the construction of this squad. And yeah, for this week, we're definitely wanting to start Zach Charbonnet in the flex spot. And this week, we're going to be starting Derek Carr, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs. Then at wide receiver, I'm sure we started Garrett Wilson. We go London at wide receiver 2. You play Zach Charbonnet over Jameson and Amari there for the flex. Tight end, we go Andrews. I'm surprised this team's so low with the league analyzer. I actually like it. Wide receiver, we have Garrett Wilson, who's about wide receiver 10. So low in wide receiver 1, high in wide receiver 2 in this format. We have London, who's that wide receiver 2 in this format. We have Jameson, Amari as viable depth pieces. And then I definitely think you can afford to roster the 5th wide receiver here, right? It's not like this is a situation in which you can only roster 3 receivers. And going over to tight end, we have somebody that we can play every single week with Mark Andrews. Hopefully we actually get this passing offense to be a little bit better in Baltimore going into the future. But ultimately, I really do like the team. I mean, if we could potentially take one of these depth running backs like Carson Steele or Jerome Ford, if they do something this week and send them in a 2-for-1 deal with one of our quarterbacks like Derek Carr and get an upgrade at QB, I would definitely really like that, but not necessarily something that you're having to do here, my friend. But yeah, and this week, please start Charbonnet over Jameson and Amari for the flex as well. And yes, of course, hook 'em horns. We got to say that as well when we see the Sooners out here. But let's move this over to a start-sit question. This is coming out from Eddie Voss. Here, we're needing help and any trade suggestions. So looking at this running back, please start Mixon with Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce missing. And then going down to the flex, we're choosing between Jawan Jennings, Brian Thomas Jr. Obviously, we have no Mixon here. We have Zamir in a great matchup. I actually think we go ahead and we play Zamir in the flex spot, considering you're going up against a JV football team where actually the Raiders should be able to run the ball in the second half. And I think it's a very well-balanced team, and I don't see any clear sell high candidates. So honestly, I think we're rolling with the squad going in the future. Now, moving over to Ovo Phantoms. Here it's CMC versus Algier and Xavier Worthy. Got offered Worthy and Algier and $45 fab for CMC. What are your thoughts? I think if you were to make this trade and McCaffrey were to come back a month from now, you would look like a massive clown. There's no way you can do this. Maybe if Bijan Robinson just tore his ACL, then sure, you can go ahead and make this trade. But please go ahead and just take the McCaffrey side. Do not trade away McCaffrey. The fab's not worth it. Worthy's not worth it. Algier's not worth it. Please take McCaffrey. Now, Angel coming out with a start-sit question. Here we says, hey, Mason, want to get your opinion on who to start. And also, should we be looking to trade for a better receiver? So looking at the wide receiver room, we go DK Metcalf, even if we expect him to maybe be a little bit worse this week. We go Diggs. The passing volume here in Houston's going to be so much better than what you have in Miami. Going over to tight end, Kincaid looks to be a locked and loaded option. Quarterback, we're going to go with Kyler in what should be an absolute shootout with the Detroit Lions. And then for the flex, we will play Cam Akers over Jalen Waddle, Brian Thomas Jr. And honestly, from what I've seen, I don't necessarily know if you have the firepower where we can trade for a better receiver. I think you're probably just chilling on your hands. I do expect that Metcalf's probably a little bit more likely to take a step back this next week, though. Considering the passing volume was through the roof with 49 Geno Smith dropbacks last week, and we're not really expecting that to be the case going into the future. Now, moving over to Ben's Mafia, always happy to see you, my friend. Here, wide receiver, the best option that we'd have down on the bench is probably Rome Odunze with no Keenan Allen, but there's no way we can play Rome over London or Nico. Going over to running back, we have Charbonnet, Mason, must start, locked and loaded guys. We're playing Burrow over Fields. And then for the flex spot, we go ahead and we play David Montgomery as well. I do think that Montgomery is a better option than Rome. As we wait for us to get Kupp and Jordan Mason back, Kupp and McCaffrey back. We are extremely lucky to have Charbonnet and Jordan Mason as short-term fill-ins. Now, Alec Kitson, going to be excited to check this team out for you, my guy. Here at running back, we're choosing between Dobbins and Rachaad White. Full BBR format, give me Rachaad White. Dobbins has only had 4 receiving yards all year, and it's a very tough matchup for him going up against Pittsburgh with a banged-up Justin Herbert. And then going down to the flex, we have JSN, Worthy, Dobbins, and Pickens. Ooh, I would go JSN over Pickens. Now, I have them ranked back-to-back. It is very, very close and up to you. I think Dobbins probably gives you the floor. If you're looking at who I had put in my flex ranks this week, I had put Dobbins at 47 and then JSN 50, Pickens 53. So I had given Dobbins the slight edge, but I do think it's extremely close, especially now that you are dealing with a Herbert injury. If Herbert's good to go, we probably go Dobbins, but if Herbert misses, I think you pivot over to Jackson Smith and Jigba. But this start-sit question coming out from James Bacala. Happy to check this out for you, my guy. Here at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Kupp, Sticky Ricky, Tolbert, Jordan Whittington that we can choose from. So this is a very gross situation. I think we go ahead, we play Jalen Tolbert. I'm a little bit less excited about Tolbert this week, knowing that you have Jake Ferguson coming back in. So I do think that steals a couple targets from the secondary options here. And then going down to the flex spot, if we were to pivot over from Juwan Jennings, yeah, there are no real running backs of interest. Bigsby's going to play, but I'd rather have Juwan Jennings over him. So definitely don't act like I'm excited about our starting lineup this week. Obviously, this team's been decimated with injuries. But yeah, I think we probably leave Juwan Jennings there in the flex. Now, Kai coming out with a trade question. Here we are upgrading from Neighbors to Chase. Lateral move from Reed to Amari, and we're downgrading from Kyler to Baker. I think the downgrade from Kyler to Baker is worth it to get the best player in the deal with Jamar Chase. Obviously, Neighbors has been much better than Chase so far this season, but I'm expecting the Cincinnati Bengals offense to be much better going into the future. And let's go ahead and let's go back over to the live chat and let's answer some of the free questions that we have in the chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to go down there and drop them below. Wish says, chat, should I stash Foreman, Benson, or Bigsby? I would rather have Trey Benson. Benson's highest in my rest of season rankings out of these guys. And the reason being is, one, if you were to see an injury to James Conner, which is something we've dealt with for years now, I think Benson is one of these players that you could project out to pretty much be an immediate starter. And on top of this, if you're looking at Trey Benson, you could just naturally see him improve with his role as the season progresses, knowing how strong of a prospect he was and the fact that you do have a decent amount of team investment into him as well. Okay. Griffin says, what to do with Mason as a non-CMC owner? So with Jordan Mason, it's very difficult. We talked about this in the live stream last night, but it's like a ticking time bomb, right? I mean, this is a running back that the second that we get news that McCaffrey is coming back in, his value at minimum gets slashed in half. Now, with that being said, for the time being, he's producing so damn much that it's difficult to come out and say that this is a player that you need to sell. So I don't know, my friend. I think that it is a tough situation here. If, say, you sold Jordan Mason and your next play would be like Devin Singletary, you're going, okay, I'm going to sell Jordan Mason, and then that's going to bring Devin Singletary from my bench into my starting lineup. What you have to do is you're just going to have to roll with the punches. You're just going to have to keep Jordan Mason, right? There's like no way that you can get away from that. Now, on the other hand, if you were to potentially say, well, if I sell Jordan Mason and instead I'm going to be pivoting over to off the bench, maybe, I don't know, Tony Pollard, then it's like, okay, right? It's definitely a downgrade in the short term, but it's not the worst downgrade in the world. You could potentially just go ahead, make that move, and then upgrade at wide receiver by selling Jordan Mason in the long term, which I think would be interesting, but it does come down to what would be your fill-in. If your fill-in right now is a decent running back, then sure, you can go ahead and do it. But if your fill-in is a garbage running back, you probably just have to keep Jordan Mason, use the production right now, and let the value fall as it goes down to your bench. Dean says, just traded Jordan Mason for Joe Mixon, and it doesn't go through until Tuesday. Now, that is a nuts trade. If you're able to sell Jordan Mason, pivot over to Joe Mixon, 100%, that is something that we are doing rest of season. Now, Gabriel says, full BBR for the flex. Amari, Shakir, Judy McLaurin, thanks. Thank you, my guy. So obviously I traded away Amari Cooper in the Flock League, and that turned out to be an absolute debacle with one of the pieces we got back going to the IR. Don't want to talk about it any further than that. It's been tough. But with that being said, I would go ahead and I would probably just rather have Amari Cooper here. In that, if you look at Amari, you've had the consistent target volume. It's a decent matchup going up against the Giants. The offense is probably bad in Cleveland, but when you have no David Njoku, Amari's had the consistent target volume. Okay. Now let's move this over. Ryan says Akers, Swift, or Terry for the flex spot. What's actually very funny with this question is on my team, I have 2 flex spots and I have Akers, Swift, Terry to choose from. I have Akers, Swift, Terry, Waddle to choose from for my team. And I am starting Akers and Swift and benching Terry and Waddle. Now, in terms of which direction you're wanting to go with either Akers or Swift themselves, I think honestly, it's kind of going to be close and up to you there. And I wouldn't fault you in either direction that you wanted to go. But can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Cam Akers or DeAndre Swift in your lineup this week? Would you rather have Cam Akers or DeAndre Swift in your lineup, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. Swift, 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 Akers, Swift, Akers, Akers, Akers. Swift, Akers, 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 Swift, Akers, Akers. The thing with Swift is you have such a good matchup going up against Indy, who just cannot stop the run to save their life. Whereas with Akers, you're in a much better offense. You really have no competition whatsoever. So I think Swift is the better matchup. Akers has the better situation. I think Swift's probably the better player. Sundog says Akers will only go off if you bench him, unfortunately. Honestly, I am confident about Cam Akers. I got a feeling. Specifically, so I could bench Jalen Waddle and so I could bench Terry McLaurin, I traded Tyler Algier and some fab dollars to get Cam Akers from Danny, which is funny because he literally picked up Akers as a free agent before the Texans game this week, before Mixon got hurt. Right before the game, I picked up Tyler Algier. I spent like $4 fab on him. And Danny got mad that I got Algier and he didn't. And then the guy he got for free turned out to be more valuable because Mixon got hurt. But yeah, I was fine going through and making the trade for Akers. And specifically, I think Akers is going to be somebody that is in a really good spot to just give you that baseline level production this week. Okay. Now let's move this. I'm C-Max says Akers about to pull an A.J. Dillon. Yes, there is that chance that Akers pulls the classic A.J. Dillon. He pulls the classic Joshua Kelly. He makes us think, good offense, going to get every single touch, and then does absolutely nothing. So will be pretty painful in the recap video of all the games tonight. Y'all will probably see me come onto the stream and cry over and over again if Cam Akers does nothing, especially if we are to lose our matchup because of it. But real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, we have streamed for over 100 days in a row. I never ask for y'all to hit the like button, but specifically on Sunday mornings, these live streams are by far and away the most important for us. We've been live for almost, 3 hours at this point. So if you're ever going to go down there and hit that like button, please do so on a Sunday morning stream. It does help me out a ton. But let's move this over and let's actually pick up some more of the questions that we have over on the site right now. Of course, if you want to get a guaranteed answer, you can always submit whatever questions that you have through flockfantasy.com. And I'd be happy to check out a start sit question, a trade question, or a full-blown roster review from you. Definitely want to reiterate the best way to get a roster review, or at least the cheapest way to get a roster review, is taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, not only are you going to get this free CeeDee Lamb pick for today's game against the Cowboys, more than less than half total yard, but on top of that, you'll actually be getting an additional Patrick Mahomes free pick, more than less than half a total yard for Sunday night as well. And code FLOCK will give you 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 and that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know which account that we are able to go ahead and credit with the free team review. But let's go back over and pull up these questions. So this next trade question coming out from Grolandis. Here, this is a dynasty deal where we're selling Dobbin, Shaquille, and a third versus T. Higgins. So assuming this is a dynasty, because we are selling a future rookie pick, I would rather have T. Higgins. I think Higgins is somebody to build around the long term. I view Dobbins as kind of that short-term fill-in for this season. If this was a redraft format, I definitely think we go with the J.K. Dobbins, Shaheed side of this. But with this being a dynasty, we go with T. Higgins. Okay. So let's move this over. Our next start sit coming out from Fritas says, half PBR, start 2 running backs and 1 flex. We have Dobbins, Pollard, Rashad White, and Carson Steele. So looking at Carson Steele, when we have solid options like this, I don't think you have to play him. I don't think that you are having to roll the dice. If we are really just playing 1 flex, so next time, just to help you out when you fill this out, my friend, you only put 1 flex spot here and then put the players that you're considering underneath in this spot. So you can leave the flex empty and then put put Pollard and Steele here. And then we can choose between the 2 of them. But if we are choosing if we effectively just have to bench 1 player between Dobbins, White, Steele, and Pollard, we bench Carson Steele because we've seen the workload for every other running back. With Steele, it's more so a projection. Definitely could come out here and crush, but also could just have a little tiny role. And P. Ryan could be the guy. We have no idea, right? So let's move this over to our next question. West Panda coming out with a start sit. Says, need help at quarterback and 3 flexes. Leaning with Drake London, Malik Neighbors, and Xavier Worthy. Okay. So let's look at this. Quarterback between Daniels and A-Rich. We go with Anthony Richardson. Don't feel great about it, but I think it is a tough matchup for Daniels. Now, for the first flex spot, Malik Neighbors is obviously an auto start for us. We have to go Neighbors. Next flex spot, I think you have to go ahead and you have to take Drake London. Really where things become interesting is the last one between T. Higgins, Xavier Worthy, Amari Cooper. I think you can kind of go back and forth between all these separate options. If you are looking at what you potentially have with Amari, I think it's going to be a worse offense than in KC or in Cincinnati, but also at the same time, you actually do have the guaranteed target volume where you don't necessarily get that with either of the other players. But can you please spam the chat? Who are you putting in this last flex between T. Higgins, Amari Cooper, and Xavier Worthy? Are you going T. Higgins, Xavier Worthy, or Amari Cooper for your last flex spot? Okay. Higgins, Amari, Higgins. Do not play Brian Thomas here. I don't think you can. Higgins, Worthy. Amari, Higgins. And yeah, if you look at my rankings over there on the sites, week 3 wide receiver rankings, you'll see that I do have T. Higgins. Here's the play as well. I have Higgins at wide receiver 21. I have Amari down here at wide receiver 25. I have Worthy wide receiver 27. So I think we stand by that. Honestly, I think we roll the dice with T. Higgins, who does have a great matchup and what should be a very high scoring offense this week. Okay. So let's move this over to the next question. This one coming out from Michael Spencer. Here it's Gibbs and Brian Thomas versus Ford, Rice, and Chris Godwin. Looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, he is by far and away the best player in this deal. We're downgrading from Gibbs to Rice to upgrade from Brian Thomas Jr. to Chris Godwin. Let's see if this is a linked team so we can see the rest of the roster. It is not. I know most people in this live chat are going to go Rice and Godwin with how solid they've been through the first 2 weeks. But I am a sucker for Jahmyr Gibbs, where I still think in a full PPR format, Gibbs has the upside to potentially finish as the running back 1 in fantasy this year in an elite offense behind a great offensive line and at the same time with the receiving role. I think we're probably going to go ahead and take Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm telling you right now, there's more trade value on the Rashee Rice, Chris Godwin side of this. Like if you go put this in the trade calculator on the site, it's probably going to tell you to go Rice and Godwin. If I ask the live chat right now, yes, I think the vast majority of people are going to be going with Rice and Godwin. But with this, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the wide receiver depth doesn't necessarily matter as much. I think Gibbs is the best player. I think Gibbs is by far and away the best spot. Skeeter losing his mind over how much a team review costs. Like I said, my friend, what I would highly recommend if you want a team review is either going and using promo code FLOCK on Underdog, so it's only $10, or if you wanted to sign up as an annual Mother Flocker with code FLOCK on the site, then you get access to all the tools for an entire year, plus a free team review there as well. That's why if I were to make a team review $10, I could either, one, only spend 30 seconds per team review and really give everybody horrible answers, or I would be live streaming for 24 hours every single day throughout the course of the season. Nobody's making you buy anything, my friend. But Billy, welcome to being a member of the flock. But let's move this over to the next question. This one's coming out from Ape Modern. Here, wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Brian Thomas Jr. Tight end, we have Ertz. Our pivot option, obviously, is out with Evan Ingram. So this is just a fill-in. Clayton says, can we get a team review if we're on NFL Fantasy? Yes, it will just ask you to submit screenshots. So just submit screenshots of your team and fill out the league settings to be correct so I know what we should be thinking. Going over to running back, our fill-in play, I think we would take out Moss if we were to take out anybody, but there's no way in hell we start Javonte over Moss. Quarterback, we have Allen. Here, it's a double flex league. Between Javonte, Jalen Warren, just with how bad the offense is in Denver, I think you go with Jalen Warren. It's a tough matchup for Warren, however. Like, it's not an easy situation by any means, but Benson's not startable. Obviously, Mixon, Puka, Ingram, Debo are all out. And Warren, you at least have the receiving work that maybe gives you a little bit of that floor there. Gives you a little bit of that floor. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. This is a team review from Napacorn. It says, make Andrews great again. Much love, my friend. Going to be super excited to go ahead and check this team out for you. So looking at this with the league analyzer, we are down here at 8. You don't love to see it. It is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So we are highly incentivized to have the elite quarterback. We are highly incentivized to have the elite tight end if possible. Going down here to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Lamar Jackson. You'll love to see it. We have that elite level quarterback, somebody that we can start every single week, regardless of matchup. Definitely don't need another starter here if you have Lamar. Going over to running back, it's not a phenomenal running back room, right? Like, we have a couple of running back 2s with Travis Etienne, David Montgomery, and honestly, we have Rashad White as an RB2 here as well. So we have 3 running back 2s, but we don't actually have the anchor at the very top bolstering this team. So it is going to be difficult to submit starting lineups every single week, picking 2 out of these 3 guys. The depth pieces here aren't too inspiring with Chuba Hubbard as well as Antonio Gibson. I thought Hubbard was going to be somebody that was just an absolute crusher until Brooks came back in. But obviously, 1, it did play out that this is an absolute garbage offense. And 2, at the same time, you actually are splitting with Miles Sanders. So running back's a little bit questionable. Going over to wide receiver, the reason that this team's lower in the league analyzers, we just had to deal with the Cup injury, right? But we have the elite wide receiver at the top with St. Brown. We have the depth pieces of JSN and Shaheed to play in the short term. We have Cup for the long term here. I'm actually okay with us rostering this many receivers, even though it's a 2 wide receiver single flex league, specifically because you're in a situation in which we are dealing with the Cup injury. We are dealing with the Sticky Ricky injury. So 2 of these guys actually aren't viable for us at this point. So honestly, I think at wide receiver, we're kind of chilling and we're not making too many moves here. Going over to tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. I mean, Pitts, yes, has been disappointing. But at the same time, if you look at the underlying snaps played, the amount of routes that he is running, it is at the highest mark that we have seen pretty much in his entire career, which I think the role is going to be continue to be positive as you have no Arthur Smith and no Jonnu Smith in this offense. So with this overall team, I think that you're actually in a pretty good spot. The main thing that I would potentially be looking to do is when we get the opportunity to sell one of Jackson Smith and Jigba or Shaheed with one of our running backs in either Etienne, White, Montgomery to try to pivot up to an RB1, we will do that. Now, the asterisk with this is we can't do so right now because we are dealing with the Cooper Kupp injury. But say Kupp were to come back in 3 weeks, and then at that point, we feel a lot more comfortable about the depth that we have with this roster, then at that point, I would love to go ahead. I would love to take JSN and Travis Etienne and pivot over to a better running back. Like going over and looking at a team that has the bad wide receiver room. We're sitting here with Keenan Allen, Jordan Addison. I mean, this team has to start Gabe Davis as their wide receiver 2 right now. So if you could potentially send them, say, Jackson Smith and Jigba and David Montgomery to go pick up Josh Jacobs, I think that'd be an absolute no-brainer play. And honestly, could be a win-win deal for both teams. But the thing is, for us, we need to be waiting until we get Cooper Kupp back in, because when we get Kupp back in, at that point, we will have a lot more flexibility with the actual wide receivers we can move and depth that we can give up. But I hope that we are able to help you out in some way, my friend. I think the team's going to be much better once we get Kupp back in, but obviously it hurts to lose a wide receiver 1 and have him missing an undisclosed amount of time. But I really do appreciate you. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And I am wishing you the best of luck this week. This week for you, I would start Etienne and White at running back. I'd start St. Brown and JSN at receiver. And then I would go with Montgomery for the flex. Now going over to our next question. One, AJ says, which receiver should we sit between Hill, Rice, Ayuk, or Harrison? I'd sit Tyreek. But Kevin coming out with the question says, who should we start between Kyron, Connor, Charbonnet, and then Higgins or Brian Thomas Jr.? So next time, my friend, instead of feeling like you have to type everything out here, say you have two running back slots that we need to fill, you just put 2 running backs, and then the players that you're considering, you put underneath in this little area. But here, as you have this laid out, the 2 running backs that we start will be Kyron and James Conner. For the flex, we will go Zach Charbonnet, and then at wide receiver, I'll go T. Higgins over Brian Thomas Jr. Now, Jack Achan coming out says, wide receiver room has been a train wreck so far. I've been trying to leverage some of my running backs to shore it up, but don't really know what to be targeting. At this point, I feel like I need to wait for either Laporta or Mahomes to at least have one good game before moving anyone. What are your thoughts? So first thing is, yeah, this team is near the bottom of the league in terms of the league analyzer, so we can definitely see that we are struggling here. It's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, so you're incentivized to have the top end quarterback and the top end tight ends. Going through and pulling that up at quarterback, we have Mahomes. I think Mahomes is going to be much better going into the future. I think with no Pacheco, they're going to force to actually be a little bit more aggressive with their pass to run ratio. Going over to tight ends, when we have Sam Laporta here, I actually think that Sam Laporta is going to be in a much better situation as well. So if we're looking at quarterback, tight ends, I don't think you actually make a move. I still think you don't need to roster a backup at either position. I think both guys will be okay going into the future. Very concerning with Laporta. Definitely fell behind McBride in my rankings. We're another bad week away from him falling behind guys like Brock Bowers as well, not trending in the right direction. But he was the best rookie tight end of all time last year, and we're only 2 games into this season, so I don't want to panic by any means. Going over to running back, we have a bunch of depth, but we have no top end options. We have Jones, Pollard, Moss, Najee. So here, by far and away, the best thing that this team could potentially do is go through and make a 2-for-1 deal at the running back position to get an upgrade at RB. Like if we can go over to a team that maybe is struggling with injuries, like this team has David Montgomery and Devin Singletary at RB. What we could potentially do here is if we could take Najee Harris and like Michael Pittman Jr. and send it to this team so they don't have to be considering starting, say, Devin Singletary or Chase Brown, and we can go ahead and get that upgrade to Rashee Rice, that would be an absolute no-brainer. Going over to this other team here where they're sitting with Kenneth Walker, Rashad White, J.K. Dobbins, if you could potentially sell them, say, just to get them a running back fill-in in the short term, one of these running backs that we maybe don't plan on starting this week, honestly, I would sell them any of our running backs to get Kenneth Walker in return because we have plenty of running back depth to get through the next week or two and get that long-term upside with Kenneth Walker. I think that would actually be something that would be advantageous as well. Or if you wanted to send them one of these running backs and go get Puka Nacua and wait for the long-term upside for Puka to come in and help us out at wide receiver, I think you just have the running back depth where we're able to do that. Looking for some other teams that maybe have questionable running back depth here. This team's having to start Javonte. If we could potentially pivot over and send them Aaron Jones, say, and Michael Pittman Jr. to get Harrison, I think that'd be a no-brainer. Send them a running back to go get Cooper Kupp right now, whether that's Aaron Jones, Pollard, Moss, Najee. I'd sell any for Kupp to help fill in that team's short-term need. Going over to wide receiver, we have Tyreek holding the fort down, obviously better in the long term than what we have in the short term. Michael Pittman Jr. has been a wide receiver that looks like it's very difficult to be excited about him as our wide receiver 2. If he was our wide receiver 3, I think we feel good about it. Going over to the depth pieces, Kirk, Palmer, Dobbs, Roman Wilson. I actually think, yeah, we do need to be rostering this many tight ends when we are in a position in which it is difficult to come out here and act like we are excited about Michael Pittman Jr. at wide receiver 2. And we need to have that upside play for the flex spot as well. And then going over to tight end, we have Sam Laporta here. Laporta, tight end that we can start every single week. So honestly, I think that this is a team that obviously gets hit with the Tyreek injury. I'm sorry, the Tua injury impacting Tyreek. We need help at wide receiver. I think you could afford to sell one of these running backs in either a 2-for-1 deal at wide receiver to upgrade there, or sell one of the running backs for an injured player that has the ceiling in the long term, maybe to a team that needs the short-term running back fill in because we have more than enough value to go around. But I really do appreciate you, my friend. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And of course, as always, if there's anything I can do, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But let's go over to the chat and see if we have any free questions that we can answer here. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them down there in the chat for free. And also, please, if you have not done so already, I never ask for this really, but if you could go down there and drop a like on the live stream, it would help us out a ton. We've been live for 3 hours already. I've live streamed for every single day for over 100 days in a row. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us though. So if I'm ever going to ask for you to hit that like button, or if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would prefer to save it for that Sunday morning stream. Now let's see. T-Money says Zach Moss or Shaheed in the flex spot in a non-PPR format. Honestly, in a non-PPR format, I think it's going to be very easily Zach Moss. I think Zach Moss has more touchdown upside here than what you were going to see with Shaheed. Now, obviously, that's not necessarily something that is maybe the easiest thing to say, because if you are looking at Shaheed, this is a wide receiver that has been the guy scoring touchdowns where Moss hasn't been. But still, at the same time, I think that you are in a comfortable spot to just assume that the Cincinnati Bengals offense improves. It's a good matchup against Washington where there are a ton of points scored. And in a non-PPR format, really the only thing that we are chasing is touchdown upside, touchdown upside, touchdown upside. MC Lemonade says start Charbonnet or Barkley. Obviously, I think Charbonnet is going to be an absolute rusher this week, but there's no circumstance where I can tell you to start him over Barkley. What is funny, though, is if you go and look at the projections on Underdog, like where you can legitimately take these higher lowers. Right now, you have Barkley currently at, can't type. We have Saquon Barkley higher lower 97.5 total yards. And you have Charbonnet higher lower 96.5 total yards. So they are like right in the same ballpark. I think Barkley's way more likely to score a touchdown. I think Barkley's a better pass catcher. I think Barkley's a better player and a better offense. So I easily go Saquon Barkley, but like the question's not as silly as it maybe looks. Marker Word says, what's Carson Steele's ceiling? So we can go through and we can say we can play the what if game. What if Carson Steele actually manages to come out and turn into a legitimate 3-down back in Kansas City? We can play that what if game, and in that what if scenario, Carson Steele presumably could be a low end RB1. Now, the more realistic situation is if you are looking at Samaje Perine or maybe another running back here having to work on 3 downs. On 3rd down in the 2-minute drill. I don't expect Steele to have a ton of usage as a receiver. I think the realistic ceiling for Carson Steele is probably a mid to high end RB2. But obviously the floor is much lower than that. The floor is he's not startable. Okay. James says, James Conner, Cam Akers this week. I think we go ahead and we take James Conner. I have both players in my starting lineup this week. I hope that both of them absolutely crush. But with Connor, we've seen the workload, and we kind of know we have a better idea of what to expect. I would definitely go Cam Akers over Carson Steele for sure. Yeah, go Akers over Steele. And real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 2,000 likes on this stream. Much love. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate y'all. And if y'all want to be our 2,000th like on the stream, go down there, hit that button. Nathan says, George Pickens or Zach Moss. I just think that there are going to be so many more points scored in Cincinnati than there are in Pittsburgh. I know a lot of people are in on George Pickens thinking, oh, okay, he was just a couple calls away from having a really big game last week. But the issue that you have with George Pickens is ultimately this is an offense that has no passing volume. Like you go ahead and you actually look at what you have in Pittsburgh. Right now, the higher lower on Justin Fields passing yards is 164.5. It's going to be one of the lowest volume passing attacks in the entire NFL, especially in this game where they're not really going to have to be throwing the ball with aggression going up against the Chargers. Both teams just want to play good defense, run the ball, kind of drain the clock. So I'm not super excited about Pickens for sure. Okay, so I go Moss. Alt Realty says Samaje Perine or Jacoby Myers. What the hell can we project from Perine this week? Perine on Underdog currently is higher, lower, 36.5 total yards. Myers, you're at 35.5. I think that Myers will have more reception volume and at the same time, potentially see more touchdown upside and a good matchup here for Myers. So I actually probably go Jacoby Myers over Samaje Perine. Definitely don't feel good about it. I'm not like super confident in telling you, oh yeah, you need to play Myers here. Okay. But let's move this over. I don't really have to pee right now, but I definitely don't want to have to be sitting here and feeling uncomfortable for the next 2 hours. So I'm going to run and go pee. The bathroom's right there. It'll take me 1 second. Of course, we'll get back. We'll answer all the questions on flockfantasy.com. We'll continue to answer as many free questions in the live chat as possible. Just give me 30 seconds. Okay, I'm sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back and we are here to get some more questions. Let's first answer the questions that we have here on the sites, and then we'll get back to the free questions in the chat. And of course, if you want to get a guaranteed answer, you can always go through, you can always ask it through flockfantasy.com, whether that's a start sit question, whether that's a trade question, a full-blown roster review. But again, if you wanted that roster review, what I'd recommend, definitely cheapest way to get it, only $10, go through Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK. You'll get the free CeeDee Lamb pick for later today against Baltimore, more than less than half total yard. Plus, at the same time, you will be getting the free Patrick Mahomes special pick, more than less than half total yard for the game later tonight. A 50% deposit bonus, up to $1,000. And on top of that, you'll be getting that free team review in one of these live streams. So make sure you take advantage. But let's go ahead and let's answer this start sit question. Here, this is from DJ. It says, my kid's 0-2, playing the league leader. Needs independent advice. Are we going to go Etienne or Higgins in the flex? Really do appreciate you, my friend. I think that with T. Higgins, definitely has the upside. But Etienne, you just have the guaranteed floor here. You know what the opportunity is going to look like. It is not the best matchup in the world going up against Buffalo in terms of a game environment perspective, and that you probably do have the Bills winning this, the Jags trailing in the second half and having to throw the ball a ton. But at the same time, what we actually saw last week is we saw Achane just go out there and completely crush against this Bills defense. So I think we go ahead. I think we play Travis Etienne. Now, Clavy33 starts a question here. A wide receiver, we are looking at Ayuk, Nico, Harrison. I think you have to play Nico. This is a phenomenal team. Tight end, we go with Ferguson over Isaiah Likely based off the usage we saw for Likely this past week. Running back, I think we have to go ahead. We have to play Jonathan Taylor for one of these slots. I think we go James Conner, given the fact that Kyron Williams is a tough matchup in a garbage offense. And then going down to the flex spot here, this is an extremely difficult decision to make. I mean, this is a monstrous team. You're going to end up having a bench two of Ayuk, Kyron, and Marvin Harrison Jr. When in doubt, I probably just want the running back that's going to see the 3-down workload and have 90% of the opportunities in his own backfields. I definitely don't feel great about it. Honestly, whenever we make our flex rankings every week, I don't spend that much time thinking about like, oh, Kyron Williams versus Marvin Harrison Jr. just because I assume that almost everybody can play both names. But yeah, if I had to choose between the two, I'm more likely than not just going to go ahead and take the running back with the guaranteed opportunity. Now, Ghost coming out with a start set. It says 3 wide receiver league. Can't decide for my third. And need to decide on the flex in a 10-team full PBR format. Thanks, brother. No, thank you, my friend. Really do appreciate you. And here, checking this out, I mean, obviously, Jameson is absolutely crushed. I do expect that Jameson maybe is going to be a little bit worse going in the future when we're not going to be getting, say, 55 passing attempts a game for Jared Goff every single week. But at the same time, in this range, I definitely think you can go ahead and you can play Jameson Williams over a few of these other names. And then going down to what we have with the other flex spot, I mean, here we're looking at Shaheed probably is the best option at wide receiver. And then, yeah, running back, we are looking at Dobbins. I probably go Dobbins over Shaheed. I am going to be very interested to see if Herbert is playing, which we should get word on hopefully in about 30 minutes. And of course, I will keep you posted on that. But let's go over, like a good neighbor says, full PBR format, pick 3 receivers to start between Diggs, Neighbors, Jameson, Shaheed, Dell, and Shakir. So next time, my friend, all you have to do is actually put like 3 wide receiver positions here on the site and then put the players that you're considering underneath. And I can go through and I can click them. I can answer it. I can send you the answer through the site as well as answer it on the live stream for you at the same time. But the 3 wide receivers that we would start here, we have to start Malik Neighbors regardless of matchup. You start Stephon Diggs. Diggs has the tough matchup going up against Minnesota, but it's in the best or one of the best offenses here. And then between Jameson, Shaheed, Dell, and Shakir, I think Jameson and Dell are going to be extremely close. I know most people are probably going to hate me saying this. I mean, if you look at the projections on Underdog right now, you do have Tank Dell at higher, lower, 60.5 total yards. By the way, if you were going to want to take a Dell higher than pick on Underdog, I definitely recommend the yardage of the receiving yards over the total yards. But yeah, you're at Dell 60.5 total yards. Whereas if you're looking at Shaheed's at 52.5, higher, lower. Jameson's at 51.5. I think we play both Texans receivers. I think you play Diggs, Dell, as well as Malik Neighbors, where you're still getting the target volume as well. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is Fungi Chunks, a long time member of the flock. Happy to see you here, my friend. Here, wide receiver, we already played Garrett Wilson. Our wide receiver 2 is Nico Collins. Obviously not swapping Nico out. Running back, we're considering between Jordan Mason, James Conner, Carson Steele. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jordan Mason here relatively easily. And then for the flex, we are going to be going with James Conner relatively easily as well. Take the guaranteed 3-down workload. It does suck having a bench Drake London, but I mean, you just have a great team here, right? And then, yeah, obviously we're keeping quarterback and tight end as is. Now let's move this over to Mexiad. Here, wide receiver, we're already starting Rice and Adams. Yeah, must start guys. For the third receiver slot, I think we are going to go ahead. We will play Jamison Williams over Rice and over Jalen Waddle, considering how much more passing volume there should be in Detroit this week in comparison to what we have in Miami. And then going down to what we have with the quarterback room, we're either choosing between A-Rich or Daniels. I do think Daniels is a tough matchup going up against Cincy, so we're probably going to go ahead and take Anthony Richardson here. And then down in the flex spot, we have Brian Robinson as a running back with a very nice workload against a tough defense in a bad game environment. But I think you have to go ahead and you have to play him out of these options. And then between Jalen Waddle and Devin Singletary, these are really the other two names that I'm going to look at. I would play both players over Jawan Jennings this week. Going over and looking at what you have with the projections, you have Singletary at higher, lower, 73.5 total yards. You have Waddle, higher, lower, 41.5. So it is painful. And I did exclude Singletary on the flex rankings this week, but that was my mistake. We should have had him. We are going to go Singletary. It's going to be a bad offense, but at least you have the workload to rely on. It's a tough matchup, though. Now, Clever FFB coming out. Wide receiver, we need to choose between Tyreek, Shakir, and Jameson. We're still going to take Tyreek, even if we have our expectations lowered in Miami with Skylar Thompson under center. Then going over to what we have in the flex spot, I think we're going to most likely take Jordan Mason. I mean, crazy that we have Mason in the flex, but yeah, I mean, we're sitting here with Barkley and James Cook. They're running back, just a phenomenal team in general. And yeah, when you can get a running back that's in a top offense with a guaranteed workload, you just have to go ahead and you have to do it. But we'll continue to nail those questions on the side. But let me get some free questions going in the live chat real quick. If you have any free questions, just go ahead and drop them down in the chat. We'd be super happy to try to get to them for you. And yes, please don't copy and paste the same question over and over again, especially in all caps. It will be extremely annoying for everybody else in the chat. It's not any more likely to get your question answered, to be honest. If I notice that you're copying and pasting it over and over again, I'm probably going to intentionally skip it. So yeah, there are very few rules that we have in the live chat, but this is it. And this is one of them. So real quick, let me check out if we have any news that we need to get over. So Jordan Love, like we said, not expected to play. We have Taysom Hill officially listed as out. The Broncos will reportedly emphasize the run game to make it a little bit easier for Bo Nix this week. But the thing is, you should still have this as one of the worst offenses in the NFL. If we go over and look at the implied team totals this week, right now, the Broncos have an implied team total of only 17 points, 6.5 point dogs to Tampa. So it's still, you're not excited to start anybody in this offense. Like the offenses that you're not excited to start anybody in, very easy. Just look at the teams that are at the very bottom with their implied team totals. You can even throw Miami in here. Throw Pittsburgh into here as well. Like looking at these teams in general, you do not want to start anybody. The Pats, I've been trying to sell Ramondre Stevenson ever since I had him on my team. Sadly, nobody in my league would buy him, so I had to start him. The Giants, you start Malik Neighbors because he's an absolute stud. The Chargers, you start Dobbins if you have to, but I'm not excited about it. The Panthers, you start nobody. The Broncos, you start nobody. The Packers, you start Josh Jacobs because he'll be 100% of the offense. The Rams, you start Kyron Williams because he'll be 100% of the offense, but we're not excited starting the receivers. Miami, you start Tyreek because he's an absolute stud. You start Etienne because he's an absolute stud. I try to move away from Waddle if we can. And then Pittsburgh, I'm not excited about either running back. If you're desperate and you have to play him, you do it. And if you're desperate and you have to play Pickens, you do it, but I'm not super excited about it. Like, let's see. Waffle says, how do you think Cam Akers will perform this week? I think Akers will see about 15 touches in what should be one of the best offenses in the league, and a matchup where Jordan Mason had himself a day against Minnesota last week. So I stand by. I do believe that Cam Akers is somebody that you probably do need to be starting here. I think Cam Akers is somebody that needs to be started. Okay. Let's move this over to our next question. Like Clargus says, Akers or Higgins. I probably go Akers over Higgins, even if Higgins is a great matchup, and I'm excited about the upside that you have with T. Higgins. In the case of Cam Akers, it's a top offense, and I do want to reiterate, it'd be very different if it was only Joe Mixon missing this game, but it's both Joe Mixon as well as Dameon Pierce. So this opens it up where Akers is going to have everything for this team. Okay. Moving this over, Colt says Jaden Reed or Josh Downs. This is very difficult. I mean, obviously, we had to convince everybody to bench all the Packers receivers last week. I think people are more in line with understanding that the Packers receivers are options we would be benching this week. But a big reason for this is you go ahead and let's refresh this. What's the updated picks that you have with Malik Willis? But you have Malik Willis higher, lower, 147.5 passing yards this week. So I'm not excited about any Packers receiver. Jaden Reed, you only have at 22.5 receiving yards, higher, lower. Josh Downs, obviously low volume passing attack as well. Let's just look up Colts so we can see A-Rich as well. A-Rich, you got higher, lower, 200 passing yards though. Downs is coming in with a projection of 31.5 total yards. So I want to reiterate, and by no means am I telling anybody to start Josh Downs here. Like me saying Josh Downs with this instance is not to make it sound like I'm excited about Josh Downs this week or that you should start Downs, but it's more about you need to bench Jaden Reed. You need to bench every single option you can here in Green Bay, other than Josh Jacobs, of course. And real quick, we're about to hit 2,200 likes on the stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We've been live for over 3 hours. I never ask y'all to hit that like button, but specifically on Sunday morning, these are by far and away the most important live streams for us. So if you were ever going to hit that like button, if I'm ever going to ask you for it, I would ask you to do it now. Let's see. Hudson says Dak or Baker. So this actually should be a pretty high scoring game environment for the Dallas Cowboys here going up against the Baltimore Ravens. They have one of the highest implied team totals of any offense in the NFL this week. It's one of the highest over-unders for any game this week as well. Now, with that being said, am I super excited to go out there and play Dak? Probably not, but I do think that you can. Like, the issue with Baker is when you're going up against Denver, I don't think this is a situation in which we see Tampa have to air it out in the second half. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers can actually kind of play keep away. They can just control the game and they're touchdown favorites here over Denver. I don't love the matchup, the overall game environment, that is. Okay. Cole says, what is your limit on benching Waddle? I'm debating him versus Devin Singletary. I think you bench Waddle for Singletary. It's painful to say I have Waddle on my team. I traded for Waddle before the season started. I wish I didn't. Trade looks bad now that Tua is injured. But Waddle is higher, lower, 41.5 receiving yards. Right now, if you look at the implied team total in this Miami offense, Miami's at 18.5 points, and you have Tyreek, you have Achane that's going to be getting the ball as well. Going over to what we have with Singletary instead, and I think it's a very tough matchup for Singletary. I think you could presumably maybe go through and take the fewer than 73.5 total yards for him if you wanted to. But the projections are just going to be much higher on a running back that has a 3-down workload. Both players are in garbage offenses. So I think it was my mistake for not including Singletary in the flex rankings this week, just because you pretty much are guaranteed to get that workload, even if it's a tough matchup against Cleveland. So I think you probably go Singletary. But Caitlin coming over says Akers or Chuba Hubbard at PBR. Thanks, Space. No, thank you. I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Cam Akers. Issue with Chuba Hubbard is obviously, one, it's a much worse offense than what we have in Houston. And two, Hubbard is splitting with Miles Sanders. Like, I didn't expect that to be the case coming into the season. But I mean, we have seen it through the first 2 weeks. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and let's see. Game Bomber says Akers or Jerome Ford. I'd rather have Cam Akers over Jerome Ford. Ford has to split with Foreman. Akers has everything to himself. Akers is in a better offense as well. I think Ford's a better running back. But specifically, when we're trying to figure out running back points, I think we opt to go with the player with the better workload and the better situation. But let's move this over and let's get some more of the questions going on flockfantasy.com. And then we'll go back to the free chats. I do want to reiterate, of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you can always go through and you can always submit a question through flockfantasy.com. You can submit a trade question, start sit question, or a full-blown roster review. But definitely the cheapest way to get a roster review is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where you go through and over there on Underdog with the link in the description and live chat, if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will also get a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, they have a site-wide special, a free CD Lamb pick, more than less than half a total yard as well, going up against the Baltimore Ravens. And you'll get that free team review in one of these live streams. So make sure you take advantage of that with the link in the live chat and description. But let's answer this start-sit question from Mark here. Here, wide receiver, we have Chase Nico. Obviously, they're locked in. Tight end between Zach Ertz and Dalton Schultz. If Dalton Schultz were to be good to go, I'd probably go Schultz here. But honestly, Ertz has had the target volume in Washington, so I think you can play it safe. And then for the flex spot, Charbonnet is an absolute must-start player here. The best option in the flex would potentially be to pivot over to Christian Kirk, but there's no way in hell we can play Christian Kirk over Harrison or Charbonnet. So I think we leave this lineup as is. The only thing is, if Schultz good, I think you possibly pivot over to Schultz from Ertz if you wanted. Now, moving over to this question from Gloom. Here, wide receiver, the best option that we could get in from the bench would be Jalen Waddle. There's no way with no Tua that you can play Waddle over Lamb or Harrison. Going down to the running back slots, we have Cam Akers, Carson Steele, Jerome Ford, David Montgomery to choose from. I will go Montgomery over Akers. I mean, with Montgomery, I think it's a very safe play that you can have. And then going back over to the flex, I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Cam Akers, knowing that this is a running back that, like I said, should have every single touch in a pretty good offense. Whereas with Jerome Ford, the offense is going to be worse, and at the same time, he's going to be splitting with Foreman. Now, it's Sherm, long-time member of the flock. Excited to look at this for you, my guy. Here we have St. Brown, Harrison at wide receiver. Tight end, we have Laporta. Running back, we have Zamir, Josh Jacobs. For the flex, this is really what it comes down to. And this is not the easiest call in the world. Between Xavier Worthy, Jalen Waddle, and Carson Steele, I think you can kind of go back and forth. Does appear that this is a full PBR format, so I think we probably opt to go with the receivers. If you're looking at the options here, I think Xavier Worthy gives you the higher ceiling, and he's going to be more likely to score that touchdown in Kansas City. He has a higher lower 7.95 fantasy points on Underdog right now. Whereas with Waddle, a similar total yardage mark, but the issue is the touchdown's going to be a little less likely, but I think you get a higher floor with Jalen Waddle. Is at 8.45 points. If we're looking at Carson Steele, I don't necessarily know if Carson Steele is as appealing because this is a full PPR format, or it appears to be. And in that instance, obviously, you're in a situation in which Steele's probably not going to have the total reception volume that these other options will. If it is a full PPR league, I go Jalen Waddle. If it is a half PPR or a non-PPR format, we go Carson Steele. But it is very difficult to project out exactly what the workload is going to look like for Steele until we see it. But let's answer a few more of these questions in the live chat for free real quick. And then we'll get back to the questions over there on the site. But, so yeah, if you have a question, please drop it in the chat. Jesus says, start Rashad White, Bucky Irving, or Jerome Ford. I'm definitely going to go with Rashad White. Rashad White has a decent matchup. Obviously, White trending in the wrong direction, where right now Rashad White is a running back that's seen a total of 25 carries for 49 rushing yards. Also, this past week, the receiving volume wasn't there the way that it has been in the past. So definitely a little bit concerned of what you have with Rashad White at this point, but I think he's still a very clear play over Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving definitely worth the roster spot, but there's no way in hell we can be putting him over White. And then in the case of Jerome Ford, like we said, Ford splitting with Deonta Foreman as well. Okay. Now, Joel says, we have Jordan Love. Should we stream Darnold or Deshaun Watson? Probably going to be going with Darnold. The issue with Watson is this matchup against the Giants. We know that Daniel Jones won't be able to score points. Right now, you actually have one of the, if not the lowest implied team total of any offense in the NFL this week, outside of what the Patriots were on Thursday. For the New York Giants, I think this is a situation in which you more likely than not end up seeing the Browns just look to run the ball in the second half. Now moving this over, Dane says Brian Thomas Jr. or Javonte in the flex. And then we have another question, Javonte or Carson Steele. So I am saying this as somebody who has Javonte Williams on his team. I pray to God that Javonte comes out and crushes this week. I have him in the Flock League, and y'all know if y'all watch the Flock League YouTube channel, I will be able to victory lap. I will be able to come out here and do a dance. I will be able to celebrate to no end if Javonte Williams turns out to be a viable running back. But the issue is with how bad this offense is, even if they are going to lean on the run game a little bit more, there is no way that you can plan on starting Javonte Williams. It is just not possible. It is just not possible. Fushi says Zamir White or Greg Jennings. I'm assuming you mean Jawan Jennings here. We're going to go with Zamir White. If you look at Zamir, good matchup against Carolina. They have to abandon the run last week against Baltimore, but I think that's a very unique situation in which they're not going to have to be in again this week. And shout out to y'all. I can actually see that we have over 10% of y'all hitting that like button on this live stream. So thank you so much for everybody going down there and dropping that like. I really do appreciate it. I hope that we are providing value to you. I hope that you're able to crush it this Sunday. And of course, we'll get back to the free chat questions in just 1 second. But let me go back over to what we have on the site and make sure we can get everybody their guaranteed answer that did submit a question through flockfantasy.com. But Josh says Pittman, Najee, Kirk, and $20 fab for Reed, Montgomery, Ford. Which side wins? Pittman over Reed, Najee, Montgomery. Give me Montgomery. Kirk in the fab versus Ford. Probably Ford. I think long-term, probably Reed, Montgomery once we get Jordan Love back in. Okay. Well, let's move this back over to the site. This question is involving a third rounder. So this looks to be a super flex dynasty league. If it is a super flex dynasty league at this point, I think Jaden Daniels has separated himself enough from Drake May where we can go ahead and we can take Jaden Daniels here, my friend. Now, John says, also have Mason, but won't let me add him. All right. Well, thank you for letting me know. I'll definitely send that over to the devs and bring it up to them. But anyway, looking at this, Jordan Mason for sure is a play in the flex spot over J.K. Dobbins for us. Wide receiver, do we pivot from Olave to Flowers? I probably don't. I probably keep Olave in. I think Olave is going to be better this week than what we've seen in the past. I don't necessarily know if the Saints are able to come out here and boat race the Eagles like they've done through the first 2 weeks. So yeah, I think we leave the lineup as is, but put Jordan Mason in there over J.K. Dobbins for the flex. Now, Fat Walrus says, start sit which quarterback? We have two because my buddy wanted Kyler. Who's better for the flex this week? Okay, so Kyler versus Jalen Hurts. So Jalen Hurts versus Kyler is actually extremely close now that you have no A.J. Brown. And also it's a pretty good matchup for Kyler Murray in what should be a very high scoring environment going up against the Detroit Lions. But with that being said, I still go with Jalen Hurts based off the rushing upside that we have seen. Looks like the tush push is going to be effective. So it looks like you still have the rushing touchdown upside with Jalen Hurts. Going over to wide receiver, obviously we want Harrison and Jefferson to stay in. We want Taylor and James Cook to stay in. The best option for the flex spot for us will more likely than not be Malik Neighbors here. I think if you wanted to pivot to somebody, it would be Aaron Jones or Drake London. But in a full PBR format, even if Neighbors is in a horrible matchup, this is still a situation in which you should be able to just see a ridiculous amount of targets going in his direction. Okay. Now, Dizzle coming out, and thank you, Rec, for taking care of that in the chat. But Dizzle says, would you start Zach Moss this week or Etienne or Montgomery? So I'm for sure going to be starting, and then also say you wanted to ask this question in the future. All you have to do is put the players that you're considering down here, my friend. But anyway, if we're looking at Travis Etienne, David Montgomery, Zach Moss, I would go Etienne over Zach Moss. In terms of David Montgomery versus Moss this week. If you go over to my rankings on the site for week 3, you'll see that I have these running backs all extremely close. I have Etienne at RB15. I have Moss RB17. I have David Montgomery RB19. I think you probably have more receiving work going to Moss in a full PPR format than you have Montgomery. And I think the Bengals offense should just absolutely crush this week. And Moss, I do want to be on record. Montgomery's a much better running back than Zach Moss. But if you're going to be in an offense that scores more points and you're going to have a higher percentage of your own backfield, I prefer Moss over Montgomery. Now, Phoenix Lance, a long-time member of the flock, going to be excited to check this out. Here, wide receiver, if we wanted to get any of these options in the lineup, Tank Dell would be our best option. There's no way we can start Tank Dell over Nico Collins or Rashee Rice. Going down to the flex, however, Zach Charbonnet, with the projection that you should have for his work in Seattle, is just an absolute must-start player this week, either at running back or the flex. And then going over to the other flex spot, it really comes down to Tank Dell versus Zach Moss. If you're looking at just the projections that we should have in what is a very good matchup for the Cincinnati Bengals offense, even in a full PPR format, I think that we are going to go ahead. I think that we take Zach Moss here. I think we go with Moss, my guy. I think you're going to crush it. Okay. Now, Phoenix Lance coming out with another team. Says down bad at the flex, who to start, and which of these would you cut to pick up a DST? So Darnell Mooney, Jawan Jennings would be the bottom 2 running backs we would look to move off of. Obviously, I'm assuming Keaton Mitchell's on the IR. Samaje Perine would be the bottom end running back. I would cut Jawan Jennings to pick up a DST. And then for the flex spot here, I actually think that we're either going to be between Rome or Terry McLaurin, because with Rome, you have no Keenan Allen this week. I'd probably still go ahead and take Scary Terry here, hoping that we actually get some targets deeper downfield this week, but still a situation in which I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to pivot over to Rome if you think that Caleb is going to step up the passing volume that you have in this offense. Now, we're going to skip by the team review. I'm very sorry, my friend. If we can get to that later in the live stream, we will. But I want to guarantee that we answer all the start-sit questions and the trade questions before we get to the kickoff. And here, this is a trade question where we are giving up Gibbs, Brian Thomas, and we are getting back Rice, Ford, Godwin. We actually answered this question earlier in the chat for you, my friend, but I'm going to go ahead. I will take Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Thomas Jr. If you look at what the value is, I think most people in the chat, and there's more trade value on the Rice and Godwin side, but this is a league where we're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is still by far and away the best asset here, even if Rashee Rice looks to be very exciting. I just think we go ahead and we take Gibbs. Now going over to snubs. This is a question that says, hey Mason, you didn't like my Kyron plus Najee for JT. Adam Pacheco's a throw-in. Thoughts now? If you're able to throw Pacheco on the IR with the hopes that maybe at the very end of the season, Pacheco can end up coming in and making a difference in the fantasy football playoffs, I definitely think it's a much closer deal. Like I said, from Kyron to Taylor, I do like making that pivot with how bad this offense should be in Los Angeles. Najee to Pacheco, obviously we are downgrading, but the main thing is we are looking to upgrade over Taylor. I don't mind it. Obviously, if you don't have an IR slot eligible for Pacheco, then Pacheco's honestly not even worth the roster spot because there's no guarantee he does come back this season. But yeah, if you have the IR, I think you can go ahead and make it. But let's see if we can answer some more of the free questions in the live chat real quick. So if you have any questions, feel free to go down there, drop them in the chat. Would be super excited to get to those for you. John says Charbonnet over Mike Evans, 100%. 100%, I agree. You want Zach Charbonnet over Mike Evans this week. I mean, with Charbonnet, he saw 100% of this team's backfield opportunities this past week. Charbonnet is going to see 100% of the carries, 100% of the targets. And this is a game where they are favored by about 7 points, so they can actually look to go ahead and probably run the ball more in the second half than they did this past week. The issue that you had, say, with Charbonnet last week is you had 49 pass attempts for Geno Smith. It was a close game that went to overtime. So it's very difficult for them to actually go out there and run the ball in the second half. But I don't think we have that same situation where they completely abandon the run yet again. Okay. So let's move this over. Wika says Mike Evans or Jameson at the flex. I know some people are concerned with the Mike Evans matchup, and I do want to be on record. The reason I'm saying to go ahead and to play Charbonnet over Evans isn't that I'm like, oh my gosh, Mike Evans is a tough defensive back matchup here going to get up against certain. I think it's going to be okay. I think Mike Evans is still the better play. I think you have a lot of passing volume in this offense. We have the large sample of Mike Evans dominance. If you go over and look at the projections that you have on Underdog right now, I believe they have Mike Evans higher or lower 66.5 receiving yards. Whereas I believe Jameson's at like 51.5. Yeah, Mike Evans, 61.5 receiving yards, higher, lower. Whereas if you look at Jameson Williams, Jameson's higher, lower, 51.5. So I think it's still easily kind of just the Mike Evans side of this. Buddy Bud says Josh Jacobs or Zach Moss. We take Jacobs. Obviously, Moss is going to be in a much better offense, but we saw last week that the game plan that this Packers offense is going to implement with no Jordan Love is they are just going to be running the ball over and over and over again. It is going to be all Josh Jacobs. That's the only thing that this offense has. It's a matchup against Tennessee where they could presumably win this week and they could presumably be up in the second half and continue to run. Bobby Blazer says Jennings or Pickens in the flex. I think it's a very valid question. Like I said, the passing volume is going to be a tough thing to come by when we are looking specifically at Pickens and the Steelers offense. But we probably do just want to go ahead and we probably do just want to take George Pickens. Marshall says London or T. Higgins. I'm very excited about the upside that we have with T. Higgins for Monday night, which should be a very good offense and a very good matchup. But I mean, we've already seen the target share for Drake London. We know London is 100% good to go. It's a game where they're probably going to have to throw the ball in the second half. Now, of course, it's a very tough matchup going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. We just saw this Chiefs defense shut down Jamar Chase, so I don't act like it's just a super easy spot here. But yeah, I think you can go ahead. I think you can take London. Okay. Now let's move this back over and let's make sure we are getting to all the questions that we have on the site. We'll get back to the free questions after we can run through a bunch more on flockfantasy.com. But I do want to reiterate, of course, you can get a guaranteed answer to any question on flockfantasy.com, whether it's a trade question, start sit question, or a roster review. But if you wanted a free roster review, I definitely recommend coming over to here, Underdog Fantasy, which is the link in the live chat and description, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get this free CeeDee Lamb pick, more than less than half total yard. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard as well for the Sunday night game. So make sure you take advantage of that. But let's go back over to the site real quick. Like I said, my friend Rico, I'm sorry, we are going to skip by the team review just for now so we can make sure we get all the start sit questions done and we'll go back to it. But looking at the start sit, says banged up with injuries, need to start a wide receiver in a flex. Any thoughts? Thanks. No, thank you. This is from Torquelock. Here, wide receiver, we are currently having a ton of options. Appears to be a dynasty league. Our best names would be Zay Flowers, Jawan Jennings, Keon Coleman. Probably that's about it. I think you have to play Zay Flowers over Keon and Jawan Jennings this week. And it does look like Justin Herbert is going to be active. So we can't put Herbert there at QB2. And then for the flex spot here, in terms of the running backs that we have access to, I don't necessarily see anybody that stands out as a very exciting name. I think that we're actually probably going to be going back to the wide receiver position. And then I think you can go ahead and play Jawan Jennings just this week over Keon Coleman. I'd still very clearly rather have Keon Coleman long-term. But with nobody healthy, I think you can go with Jennings, specifically with Debo out, Kittle out, and Sticky Ricky out. But Booty Clap King coming out with a start sit question. Here, we already have Harrison, Jefferson, in at receiver. Obviously, we're crushing. We really just need to figure out these 4 flex spots. This is a Dynasty League based off the amount of players that we have on. Let's just make sure that we can fill this out with some players that we'd be interested in right now, that we can check out the rest of the squad as well. So I know we are interested in those top 3 names. In terms of beyond this, probably Jawan Jennings over Jaden Reed this week. So yeah, I think honestly, we probably stand by this where we go with Moss, Higgins, Keon, Jennings in the flex spots, just to make sure I'm not missing somebody. Obviously, it's a little bit tougher to decipher when we have this many players. Obviously, we have Jordan Whittington stepping into presumably a decent role here in Los Angeles, but you have one of the lowest implied team totals of any team in the NFL this week for the Rams. Jaden Reed, super low volume passing attack that you're going to have in Green Bay. I want to be avoiding all Packers. Jalen Naylor, you'd have Jefferson good to go. You should have a role with no Addison, but not super exciting. But yeah, I think we keep it as is. We're going to go ahead and roll this out. What quarterback could we potentially have other than Bo Nix? We have the Tua injury, so we're kind of stuck with Bo Nix here. But hopefully Nix looks better. I'm really hoping he does. But Caleb says, start 3, bench 1. Running back, flex. Devonta Smith, Zach Charbonnet, Jacobs, and Etienne. So next time, my friend, if you wanted to ask this question, just go running back, and then a flex, and then put the players that you're considering underneath, and you don't even have to type it out in the comment section. But I think the 2 running backs that we would start, you have to start Zach Charbonnet, Josh Jacobs. And then for the flex, I will go with Devonta Smith over Travis Etienne with no A.J. Brown. But yeah, you have to play. I'm playing Charbonnet over Travis Etienne this week. Charbonnet is just a must-start guy with how good the game environment should be, where you do have the the Seahawks favored by a touchdown over Miami. And at the same time, you're in a situation in which Charbonnet is going to have everything in this backfield. But yeah, this is a very easy way to fill out the start sit tool. If y'all weren't wanting to link your team or you weren't wanting to include everybody, if you just had a question resolving around one player or one slot, you can put like, I need my flex spot decided, and then put all the guys that you are considering here. And between Amari, Ridley, Carson Steele, and Shakir, with this being a full PBR formats, I think that we're actually going to go ahead and just lean with the receiver. I think we will go with Calvin Ridley. I'm probably a little less excited about Ridley now that we know that you aren't going to have Jordan Love in this game, because I think it's probably a slower game with less plays overall. But Ridley has looked great, and it doesn't appear that like the DeAndre Hopkins role is massive just yet. Now going over to Adam A.R. Fox. Here, wide receiver, we have Rice and Harrison. Tight end, we have Parkinson. Parkinson's a fine fill-in with all the injuries, especially when we have no Kittle here. Going down to the flex, I mean, this is a situation in which we have Pacheco banged up. We have Kittle banged up. So we are in a tough spot in general. It's really between David Montgomery, Cam Akers. We have even Cut banged up. I think really the only 2 players we're considering here would be David Montgomery and Cam Akers. I think I'd probably go ahead and take Montgomery. I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to play Akers over Monty. But with Montgomery, we know exactly what the role looks like. Burnt Chip, really do appreciate you and going to be excited to check out that team later, but we are going to skip over it just right now so we can get to all the start sit questions first to make sure that we get it in timely manner for everybody here. But anyway, a wide receiver, we have Higgins and Xavier Worthy. I will go T. Higgins. I think it's going to be an offense that honestly is more points scored than the Chiefs this week with how good this matchup is. And Higgins at the same time says he is feeling close to 100%. Going over to running back, Moss and Swift both are in great spots where obviously the rushing defense for Indianapolis has been atrocious, but I continue to go with what I think is going to be a top offense. And then I think we go DeAndre Swift over Xavier Worthy with how we discussed. This is just a horrendous Colts rushing defense, has been by far and away the worst in the NFL so far this season. But let's move this over to Apple Jacks. I think we actually already answered this question. We will go with Ridley, just in case we didn't answer it previously. And we did answer this for Caleb. So you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's refresh this. And if you have any free questions, go ahead and drop them in the chat. Would be super excited to get to them for you. Doesn't look like we have too many more questions that we need to run through on flockfantasy.com as of now. So we definitely will be able to get back to those roster reviews. But yeah, ask any questions you want in the chat and we'll be happy to answer them for free. And we just actually passed. We have more likes on this live stream than people that are watching right now. So thank you so much for everybody going down there and dropping a like on the stream. Really do appreciate it. Absolutely insane. And it does appear that we are closing in on 243,000 subs, which would be awesome if we could hit. Now, let's see. Daniel says start Jacobs over Achane. No, you have to start Devon Achane, especially now that you have no Raheem Mostert. No Mostert just makes Achane even that much more of an appealing play. I'm definitely still worried about Achane, and if you could sell him high and pivot over to Justin Jefferson, pivot over to Amon-Ra St. Brown, one of those elite alpha wide receiver ones that you have absolutely no concerns with whatsoever, I would. Because I do think it's going to be a bad Miami Dolphins offense in the long term when we get Mostert in. I think you possibly see a slight scale back from Devon Achane, but for now, I think you're chilling. Now let's go ahead and let's look at the actives, inactives that we have right this second. So Russell Wilson is inactive for week 3. He's healthy, but he's inactive. Joshua Palmer is inactive for week 3. So Quentin Johnston and Ladd McConkey are definitely a little more appealing because you do have Justin Herbert good to go. I'm still probably not wanting to play Quentin Johnston. I'm still probably not wanting to play Ladd McConkey because you are in a situation in which I would expect that this is a lower volume passing attack for the Chargers with Herbert banged up. Jordan Love is inactive for week 3. That's not going to be a big surprise. And if there are any other players that you're wanting to know their status of, please let me know. But I think that we have covered almost everything here. But yeah, and Tajay Spears is good to go. Tajay Spears will be playing. Okay. Let's move this over. Tanner says Shaheed or Akers. I'm going to take the running back with a guaranteed 15 touches and a very good offense. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Cam Akers. Obviously, Shaheed has been phenomenal so far this season, but I'm a little bit concerned that this offense could be scaled back. Dylan says Christian Kirk or Tajay Spears for the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Kirk over Spears. Obviously, Christian Kirk was just an absolute abomination this past week. And what's funny is, obviously, I wasn't a big Christian Kirk guy this year. One of the least drafted players I have on Underdog. And at the same time, obviously, I passed on him in the Flock League. But after you had Evan Ingram ruled out, I thought, oh, okay, no Evan Ingram. I guess that gives the bump up to Kirk, right? And what you end up seeing is no. All of a sudden, Christian Kirk gives you a -1 receiving yards. Could not be grosser. Still think you run it back with Kirk. Spears is banged up. And this should be a offense that has to throw the ball. Braden says Tank Dell or Jackson Smith-Njigba. I expect there to be more passing volume and overall more points scored in Houston than what we're going to have in Seattle. I think both receivers are still kind of in these wide receiver trios that you are going to be competing with targets with other options for. But I still think we prefer Tank Dell over JSN. Now moving this over, Jawi says Pittman or Adam Thielen for the flex. I don't know what we have seen from Adam Thielen this year to make you think that he is startable. Right now we are sitting with a total of 69 receiving yards for Adam Thielen off of 5 receptions. And this still does project to be one of the worst offenses in the NFL. So I think you go with Michael Pittman Jr. Like, I'm more confident in the story that I understand it's you have a new quarterback in. But if y'all are that excited about, say, if y'all are that excited about the Carolina Panthers, right now the projections that you have for Carolina, you have Andy Dalton, the higher lower 209.5 passing yards. Deontay Johnson, higher lower 47.5 receiving yards. Adam Thielen, higher lower 44.5 receiving yards. I am very surprised to see this mark so high on Chuba Hubbard with Sanders having a role here. But yeah, I just don't see where the upside comes from, specifically in Carolina. Like, I'm just not interested. And Adam Thielen, Swine says he likes the higher than on Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen you have for higher, lower, 8.35 points. higher or lower 5.5 targets. The thing with Thielen is I understand last year he was like a wide receiver 3 for a stretch of games in fantasy. And he was viable to start. And it was a very bad offense, right? He was the only piece in that offense that was effectively playable in fantasy. But this year you bring in Leggett in round 1. You trade for Deontay Johnson. And it's still one of the worst offenses in the NFL, and Adam Thielen's another year older. Like, Thielen's pushing 33, and he's arguably the wide receiver 2 or the wide receiver 3 in his respective offense. I have no interest in Thielen. Jacob just finished 3 hours on the bike, 210 watts. You are crushing me, my friend. I don't know if I could last 20 minutes on the bike, 210 watts right now. I am going to bike today just because it's easy for me to bike and watch the games at the same time. But I've been training for the 50-mile ultra marathon, which is in about 5 weeks. So I have not been biking much at all. I've primarily been running. I will flex on y'all. I have ran for a total. I may run again today as well. This week, I did 11 miles on Monday, 11 miles on Tuesday, 12 miles on Wednesday, 20 miles on Friday, and then I ran 10 miles yesterday. I may do another 10 miles today. So this week, we may be pushing 80 miles running, but my biking game is kind of off right now. For the next Ironman, we're definitely going to have to pick up the biking training. Okay, so let's move this over. Big Worm says trade Jordan Mason and Andrews for Kyron Williams. We have CMC. I don't know, my friend. Between Mason and Andrews, with Andrews, I still do expect this to be a running back. I'm sorry, a tight end that you are able to start every single week. I do think that Andrews is a top 10 tight end rest of season. Short term, I'd rather have Jordan Mason over Kyron Williams. People in the chat are saying, no, don't do it. If you have like Bowers, then yes, I think you can. And just go get Kyron. But if you're sitting here and you're backup, you don't have a backup tight end, you'd be picking up like Hunter Henry, then no, I think you keep Andrews. Okay. Now, let's see this. Bridge likes the trade for you. Likes the trade. But let's move over to the questions that we have on flockfantasy.com. Like I said, of course, if you want to get a guaranteed answer, you can always ask whatever you want through the site. I'd be happy to get it to you. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, full-blown roster review, whatever you're wanting. I definitely recommend, if you're wanting a roster review, instead of spending like the $55 on it, definitely taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Start sit questions, trade questions are super cheap. They're like $3-5, depending if you have a sub or not. But a roster review, definitely if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a free roster review through the site for one of these live streams. And you will get the free CD Lamb pick, more than less than half total yard for today's game. You will get the free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Sunday night game as well. And code FLOCK, you'll be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And you can find that link in the live chat and the description. But let's move this over and let's answer these start sit questions. Then we'll get back over to the roster reviews. But this is Atlanta Cheesehead. Here, we're considering it running back Tony Pollard or Travis Etienne. I will go Etienne over Pollard. If you were to say have no, I don't know, if you were to have no Tajay Spears this week, I think that you would most likely go ahead and just take Tony Pollard as a running back that should have that 3-down workload. But with Spears being good to go, I'm not nearly as excited about Pollard. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This was coming out from Noah. Says, should we start Diggs, DK White, or Dobbins at the flex? Also have a lot of depth. Any trade ideas? Okay. So looking at Diggs, DK White, or Dobbins for the flex spot, I think it's either going to be between DK or Rachaad White for me. Definitely not playing Dobbins considering the game environment that he is stuck in. If you look at my flex rankings this week, I did have DK Metcalf at 34, whereas we had Rachaad White down there at 43, and that's for a full PPR format. I mean, Diggs is sitting there at 39. So Metcalf, Diggs are relatively close. I do think that we go ahead and take Metcalf, especially when you have no Walker. So maybe you're a little more excited about the passing volume that we can see. And if you're benching somebody like Rachaad White and benching J.K. Dobbins, I would love to see if we could package together, say like Dobbins and Ferguson and go get to an elite level tight end, go get to somebody like McBride, or package together Metcalf and Dobbins to go get to a top end wide receiver, go to get somebody like A.J. Brown, because obviously we can afford it when we have the depth pieces when we're sitting here with like Rachaad White down here on the bench, DK Metcalf on the bench. Now, AD Pruitt coming out with a question. Here, it's Harrison, DJ Moore, wide receiver. Tight end, we have Laporta. Running back, we have Connor Charbonnet. For the flex spot, this is what we're deciding between. We are looking at Dell or London. Obviously, it's a tough situation when you lose Pacheco, we lose Kupp, we lose Addison. It's still a great team. I do think we go London over Dell and Terry. However, I mean, London has been okay in fantasy. Obviously, hasn't been the guy that he was drafted to be if you took him at the very beginning of round 2. But you did see some signs of life at the very end of the game in Atlanta. Really, the main thing we need to see is the passing volume be there, because you still have had the consistent target share for Drake London in this Falcons offense. Now, going over to Chubby Rooster says, do we start any of these players over Drake London? So it's either Keon Coleman, Quentin Johnston, and Marcus Robinson. Next time, my friend, all you have to do is put like London in. Like, you don't even need to add this other slot. If you just put London and say like, hey, this is what I'm deciding, and then put the other players that you could be considering, you just simply, you don't need the top one, but regardless. No, but I think you do start London over Keon, Quentin Johnston, and Marcus Robinson. With Johnston, I hope he crushes. I definitely drafted way more Quentin Johnston than Drake London and Underdog drafts this year. But ultimately, if you are looking at Johnston, you have the ankle injury for Justin Herbert. I think it will be difficult to come out here and be super excited expecting that. Johnston is a locked and loaded wide receiver 1 when there should just be no passing volume to go around in this offense. Now, Stacy says, injuries killing me. Please help. So going ahead, looking at this, yes, we are having to deal with the A.J. Brown injury. I think Rome is honestly the easy play here, even if Rome's been very bad through the first 2 weeks. You are in a situation in which you have no Keenan Allen, so the target share should be expanded for Rome in this offense. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Pacheco banged up, Marshawn Lloyd out. I think Cam Akers is the very easy fill-in over Austin Eckler. Going over to the quarterbacks that we have here between Daniel Jones, Deshaun Watson, I think you go Deshaun, just horrible matchup for Daniel Jones going up against a super tough Cleveland Browns defense. And then, dear God, my friend, these flex spots are going to be tough to fill out. But yeah, we have the Kittle injury as well. This team is brutalized by injuries. I think you have no other option but to kind of just play Austin Eckler and take the cheap reception volume that you should have in this game against Cincinnati. And then for the other slot, can't play Dobbs with no Jordan Love. Mike Williams has already played. Can't play Malik Washington, of course. I think we go Samaje Perine. I think we play Perine and just hope that he has a red zone role here in Kansas City. Hope that you have the receiving work on lock. I think that is your best hope. Obviously, I mean, it's just a brutal spot with injuries. I'm not excited to play White, but I think you kind of have to. Now we're going to go get a team review going from Rico Suave. Much love, my friend. Going to be excited to check this out. Says, was on a flight when CMC got put on the IR. Brutal. League mate took advantage and accepted an old trade I sent. Okay, if that is the case, that's like something that the commissioner should reverse. Like, that is ridiculous, my guy. But I sent James Cook and Jaden Reed for Christian McCaffrey. It's not that bad. Then Pacheco goes down. Obviously, I need a running back. Do I hold out for CMC and Brooks, or do we try to make a move? League knows that we are desperate. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's pull this up. So this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth isn't going to matter too much if you were to go ahead and if you were to pivot off of a receiver here. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we currently are sitting with Anthony Richardson, quarterback that we can start every single week, regardless of matchup. Obviously, we don't want to roster a backup here when we're dealing with these running back injuries. We can have as many running backs as we can down here at the bottom end of this team. Going over to running back, we were brutalized. We have CMC. We have Brooks. We have Pacheco. So the only active running backs that we have on this team are Jerome Ford, Rico Dowdle, Tyler Algier. I'm not excited to play Jerome Ford as our RB2, let alone as our running back 1. This is a situation where 100% we need to make a move. One thing that I'll point out is there's no way we have 3 IR slots with this team. How many roster spots are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This team's rostering 13 guys. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So maybe we don't even have any IR slots. If you don't have IR slots, you have to move on from Isaiah Pacheco. If you cannot put Pacheco in the IR, and obviously if we can't trade him for anything at all, then at that point, if you're telling me that we are going to roster him through the course of the entire year, just for the hope that he comes back at the end of the season, you would just need to go ahead. You would just need to cut Isaiah Pacheco and pick up a running back that hopefully we can find like the next Cam Akers, right? Because we need guys that we can play in the short term. Now, if this team is currently sitting at 2-0, or if this team's at 1-1, then honestly, I think that you are probably okay to sit here and wait a little bit of time to potentially get these running backs back in. But if you're 0-2, yeah, the crappy thing is you have to start selling these assets for 90 cents on the dollar. Like, it's not like we're in a situation where you can afford to go, okay, yeah, let's just chase the long-term upside. If you're 0-2, we have to win games right now. So on an 0-2 team, if you could potentially pivot off of McCaffrey and go get a running back like Josh Jacobs and just get somebody to put into the starting lineup right this second, I think that would make sense. Another thing that you could look to do is potentially sell maybe one of these depth receivers, right? Like, go ahead, sell somebody like Shakir if you think you can get a short-term fill-in at the running back position, and go trade for somebody like Cam Akers. Like, I'm kind of in a similar situation myself, my friend, where I actually needed to get some like just running back throw in, just junk fill in. And I went ahead and I made a play specifically to get Cam Akers just as a short-term piece. And I think that could be something that we do as well. Just trade somebody like, trade Pacheco for Akers. If we can move Pacheco for Akers on this team, that makes absolutely so much sense. Obviously, we don't have much time. We have about an hour before kickoff. Obviously, if we can't make that move before kickoff, then it's less appealing to do it next week when Brooks and CMC are a little bit closer to returning. Well, like I said, I think you could also consider dropping Pacheco if you can't put him on the IR and we can't get anything, like we can't get Cam Akers for him. And then in terms of who we start in our lineup this week, we go Jerome Ford, Rico Dowdle at running back. Wide receiver, we go Jefferson London. For the flex, we go Flowers. But it is a little bit better, at least now that we have Jake Ferguson in. But appreciate you, my friend, and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's pivot over and let's answer some more of these free questions in the chat. So if you have a question, feel free to just drop it in the chat. I'd be super happy to go ahead and check it out for you. Okay. DD Red Solo Cup says, hit that like button. Come on now. Yes, if you have not done so already, drop a like on the stream. I can tell that we have way more likes in the stream than usual. I mean, about 10% of y'all have hit that like button. So y'all are already absolutely crushing it for me, which I really do appreciate. Thank you so much for everybody hitting that like button. Fungi Chunk says, when is Jonathan Brooks coming back? I can see if we have any up-to-date reports with Jonathan Brooks. I think the initial expectation was Brooks isn't going to be back until weeks like 6, 7. Obviously, it would be nice to see if we could get some kind of news with this. Okay. So with Jonathan Brooks here, I can't find anything. You type Jonathan Brooks into Twitter. God, the Twitter search just needs to get better. Literally everything that pops up from 2023 regarding everything's from 2023 when just Jonathan Brooks was at Texas. See if I just search Jonathan Brooks in Google, see if we can get any news. Okay, here I'm on the Panthers subreddit. Jonathan Brooks update. Hey, Brooks fantasy owner here. I know you guys would probably prefer if he just takes time rather than blah, blah, blah. Preseason, they said weeks 4 and 5, but I can't find anything. Do you guys think he's still on that timeline? Yeah, I don't see anything regarding Jonathan Brooks. The issue with Brooks is this is just an absolute garbage team where they have no incentive to rush Jonathan Brooks back. This is a team where you would just assume that they are literally thinking about the very end of the season and nothing else. So I don't know how excited you could be about Brooks. Definitely not a player that we can rely upon. Teresa says, and he gets to come back to a garbage team. Yeah, and he comes back and you're immediately in one of the worst offenses in the league. Andrew says, Charbonnet replacement for Walker when Walker returns. Are you really good at a waiver wire pickup? Cam Akers, I think there's a chance that Joe Mixon misses next week as well, which I just traded for Cam Akers in the Flock League. So I'm hoping I get a couple weeks out of Cam Akers here. But yeah, I think Cam Akers could be a play this week and next week. Welcome to the Flock Frozen Grapes. Emerson says Cam Akers or Carson Steele. I would prefer Cam Akers over Carson Steele this week. The difference between Akers and Steele is Akers, you have nobody. Carson Steele, you do have P. Ryan in this backfield. So I do think that you're in a situation in which you should just expect the vast majority of the usage here to go straight through Cam Akers. Dare should have his usual role on third down, but I mean, you see that with Joe Mixon, and Joe Mixon still has a ridiculous amount of opportunities anyway. So I think you're good to just go ahead and play Akers. Like I'd play Akers over Steele relatively easily, to be honest. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. Hazel says Ford or Deontay Johnson in a full PPR format. I would prefer to just go ahead and go with Jerome Ford. Obviously not super exciting considering the fact that you are having to deal with the Deonta Foreman injury. And with the Foreman injury, this is a situation in which we should naturally expect Ford to scale back. But Ford does have the receiving role in this offense, which I do think kind of saves him here a bit. Okay. Now moving this over. Gavin says DK or T. Higgins. I would prefer DK Metcalf this week, even though Higgins is a great matchup, but you don't have to roll the dice there in that instance. Okay. Trev DeGoat says start Deontay Johnson or Jalen Waddle. Both wide receivers are in absolute garbage offenses. So I'm going to prefer the wide receiver that I think's a better talent. I'm going to prefer Jalen Waddle over Deontay Johnson. I don't think Deontay has big playability. Like Deontay Johnson could generate separation and be a target monster, but you're not expecting Deontay to consistently go out there and break off long touchdowns. Where I do think you have that in the range of outcomes for Jalen Waddle, just kind of get lucky with. Okay. Katon says James Conner or Jordan Mason. I would go ahead. I would take Jordan Mason over James Conner. The part of me that has James Conner in fantasy, I want to be very biased. I want to just tell you, oh yeah, let's go ahead and let's take Connor. He has the receiving role, but the thing with Jordan Mason is it's a phenomenal offense. And I think it will be hard to move on from him. Okay. And let's get back and let's answer these questions that we have on the site, and then we'll get back to the free questions in the live chat. But of course, I do want to reiterate, if y'all wanted to ask anything on flockfantasy.com, you can do a trade question, start sit question, both super cheap. They're like $5. A roster review, definitely a lot more expensive. So what I'd recommend if you wanted a full-blown roster review is taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus promo code FLOCK will also get you hooked up with a free CeeDee Lamb pick, more than less than half a total yard. And promo code FLOCK will get you hooked up with a free Patrick Mahomes pick for Sunday night, more than less than half a total yard, and that free team review through the site as well, which this is what a team review is. You can see it right here, but on the live stream. This one coming out from Burnt Chip. Much love, my friend. Excited to check it out. Says, hey, Mason, appreciate all you do. Started 2-0 and traded Brian Thomas and Shaheed for Brandon Ayuk. Phenomenal trade. I think that's probably one of the reasons why we are so high with the league analyzer. I'm assuming we either got Shaheed at the very end of our draft or we picked up Shaheed off the waiver wire. And then do we have any advice to keep going until CMC comes back? All right, so looking at the squad, this is a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth not going to be mattering too much here. But quarterback is very important in this league because quarterback is going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output when you can only start 3 receivers. And we have Josh Allen, so absolutely love to see it. When we have Allen, we're able to start him every single week, regardless of matchup. We don't need to roster a backup, so we can instead prioritize the running backs with upside down there and potentially see if we can find like the next Jordan Mason, the next Cam Akers, et cetera, et cetera. Going over to running back, we have McCaffrey, we have Jordan Mason, so it's a very easy fill-in. Jordan Mason for McCaffrey at this point. We have Charbonnet as the short-term piece. We have Ramondre Stevenson as the RB2 here. And then we have Samaje Perine as that long-term upside move. So overall, at running back, I mean, we're completely fine both in the short and long term because when McCaffrey is back, obviously, Jordan Mason kind of falls to the background here, but we should still be okay at running back for sure. Going over to receiver, we have Ayuk, Smith, DJ Moore. So we have 2 wide receivers who can play every single week. Plus, we have the additional option in the flex. We have T. Higgins as the quality depth piece. We have Waddle and Brandon Cooks. Couple different things that I personally would probably look to do is I think one, I actually probably need to move up Samaje Perine in my rest of season running back rankings. Let me do that right now, my friend. That'll actually probably give us a little bit of a bump with the league analyzer as well. But at this point, I'd rather a Perine over Keaton, Shipley, Mitchell, Estime, Lloyd, Miller, Pierce, Roshan, Jamal, Vidal, Isaac, Tracy, Madison, Foreman. At the minimum, Perine comes up here to 62. I think Gibson probably falls behind Perine as well. But yeah, honestly, we may have to update this and put Perine even higher. But anyway, I actually don't mind the idea of moving on from Brandon Cooks and then picking up another running back off the waiver wire because the main concern that we would have with this team is running back 2 with Ramondre Stevenson. Now, obviously, whenever you have like Kenneth Walker get banged up and then Zach Charbonnet can go and fill in at RB2, it's a phenomenal spot where all of a sudden we have absolutely no concerns at all with the team. But for us to be able to get that guy in here every single week, really the cheat code is just rostering as many of these running backs as we possibly can. So I would love to move on from Cooks, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Another thing that we could have said before Thursday night, but now it's just going to be much tougher, is to potentially package together Jalen Waddle and Ramondre Stevenson to go get an upgrade at running back 2. Since it's a league, we're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But we also have the elite tight end. We have Bowers, somebody that we can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Don't need to roster a backup. So overall, I think it's a great squad this week. I really hope we started Charbonnet over Ramondre. Obviously, it would have been tough to make that call on Thursday night because we didn't know if Walker was going to play or not, though. But I think you go with the San Fran running back with Jordan Mason. And then if you didn't start Ramondre, we go Charbonnet there at RB2. And then for the wide receiver slots, we go with Ayuk and Smith. If we started Ramondre at RB2, we go Zach Charbonnet in the flex over DJ Moore for this week. But the main play is either look to trade Waddle with Ramondre to go get that long-term upgrade at running back, or look to cut Cooks, pick up another running back off the waiver wire so we can potentially find the next Cam Akers. But really do appreciate you, my friend. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. Now let's move this over to Lovely Lex. Says, accidentally got a full review last week. Use code FLOCK on Underdog. No voucher though. My friend, if you're having any issues with the voucher, please shoot me a message on Discord. Just directly, you can find me on Discord at Flock. My name's Flock Fantasy. The link's in the description. Or you can also email me at mason.flockfantasy.com. What maybe happened is maybe you created your flockfantasy.com account after we granted the free team review vouchers from the previous day. So we can still get you that free team review voucher if you reach out to me. But anyway, looking at wide receiver, we have Ladd, Reed, Waddle, Terry, Brian Thomas. I think here we are going to go ahead. We will take Terry McLaurin. I mean, with Ladd, you have Herbert good to go. You have no Joshua Palmer. So I definitely think that people can be maybe sucked into Ladd McConkey. You have no Palmer. You have Herbert good to go. I don't think you can start Ladd, though. The passing volume's not going to be there in this offense. Waddle, the passing volume won't be there. Reed, the passing volume won't be there. It's really between Terry and Brian Thomas Jr. For the flex spot, Zach Charbonnet is an absolute must-start name. I'm running back 2. We're leaving this as is. And then quarterback, we have CJ Stroud. So honestly, I think it's a great squad. I think that we play Terry. If you wanted to play somebody else, it would be Brian Thomas Jr. or Jalen Waddle. I don't think it's the easiest situation in the world, but it's kind of up to you there. But Booty Clap King, we already had a team from him. Looking at another team here. Maybe this is a different one. But the Gerald Everett picture is pretty funny. But anyway, looking at this wide receiver, if we wanted to get Tank Dell or JSN outs, the guy that we'd be looking at would most likely be DeAndre Hopkins, but definitely can't play Hopkins over either one of those receivers. Quarterback, we have Baker and Hurts. Running back, obviously, we're locked and loaded there. And then for the flex spots, ooh, my friend, this is not an easy situation. The guys that we would possibly consider, Deonta Foreman, Brian Robinson, obviously Robinson's going to be a must-start player here. Boyd, Atwell, Hopkins, Bigsby. Chase Brown in a good matchup. Hopefully get some efficiency there. Do we go with the 4 running backs? I'm not excited to play Atwell. You could go Josh Downs over Chase Brown. Let me see what you actually have with the projections between these guys right now. Chase Brown, you have higher, lower, 25.5. Was that total yards or rushing yards? Rushing yards. 6.65 fantasy points. You have Josh Downs, 29.5 total yards. Full PBR format, we'd expect you to maybe have the reception volume with Downs. I think you have a little more touchdown upside with Chase Brown. Full PPR league, I think you go Josh Downs. Non-PPR, half PPR format, I think you go with Chase Brown. But obviously, we're really hoping that we get Puka Nacua back for this team soon. Really hoping so. Now, let's move this over to Figgy Smalls, longtime member of the Fox, is not sure to start between Connor, Harrison, or Olave. Connor having a tough matchup. This is a nutso team if you're considering benching Harrison. Looking at this, yeah, Olave, JSN, James Conner would be the best options. I understand that James Conner does have a tough matchup against a pretty good Detroit Lions rush defense, or at least a rush defense that has been good through the first 2 weeks. But at the same time, I think you just play it safe. You take the running back with the full 3-down workload. You take the bell cow back. I don't necessarily think you have to be too nervous about that. Now, going over to our next question. This is from Janissary. Here we have Thomas McLaurin, Demarcus Robinson, Alec Pierce, Wan'Dale Robinson. I personally am taking Terry McLaurin over Brian Thomas Jr. This is like maybe the 3rd time that we've had this exact question pretty much. I know technically you also have Alec Pierce, Wan'Dale. I'm not considering those guys. If you're looking at what you have with the projections here, you have Terry McLaurin higher, lower, 46.5 receiving yards. Brian Thomas at 41.5. You just have had the consistent target volume with Terry, even if the yardage total hasn't been there. You're hoping that we end up seeing a few more targets deeper downfield, which this coaching staff has talked about this past week. So I think we go ahead and we take Terry McLaurin. It's not the easiest situation in the world. I think we actually probably rank Brian Thomas Jr. higher rest of season, but just this week, I think we want to give Thomas a little more week. Now, C. Buffett coming out with a start sit. Says need a wide receiver 2 and a flex. Options are Steele, Johnson, Ladd, Deontay, Singletary, and McLaurin. Okay, so wide receiver 2, I will go with Terry over Deontay, Ladd, and Johnston. For the flex, between Singletary and Steele, I ranked Carson Steele ahead of Devin Singletary this week. I think we honestly maybe made a mistake with that. Like, let's go ahead and let's pull up our rankings, because as we get closer to the game and Carson Steele doesn't have the receiving usage where Singletary does, I definitely ranked Singletary way too low this week. Singletary at minimum needs to be up at RB29. I think you can consider him potentially higher than this as well. I think we need to move Akers up over Steele. I'd move Swift over Steele too. It's close. Can y'all spam the chat? Who would you rather have between Carson Steele and Devin Singletary? I think you have more touchdown upside with Steele. I think you have a higher floor with Singletary because we know what the role is. While at the same time, with Singletary, you'll have the usage as a receiver that we maybe don't know if Steele will. But please let me know in the chat. Are you going to go Singletary or Carson Steele? Okay. Singletary, Steele. Singletary. So it does look like the vast majority of people are taking Singletary. And yeah, if you look at the underdog pick'ems here as well, they have Singletary higher, lower, 73.5 total yards. I actually don't mind taking the lower. But on the Carson Steele end of things, they only have Carson Steele at 60.5 total yards. But like I said, I do think that Steele's more likely to have the touchdown than Singletary is, though. But let's move this over to C. Buffett says, Cup and Brown injured. We got Ayuk in a trade. We need a wide receiver too. Oh, a flex option. We have Breece Kyron at running back at the top. I think this is a trade where you can afford to go ahead and take Jamison Williams. Like I had Terry McLaurin ranked over Jamison Williams coming into the season, but honestly, that does look like it was just a flat out mistake. I mean, Jamison is out there playing a career high with the snaps, seeing career high in targets consistently. I do still view him more so as a little more of a boom bust receiver, but in this range, I definitely think it's a fair tier up. Like I have Terry in the flock league, and I'd be willing to trade Terry and like a running back that's similar to Singletary like Javonte for Jamison. But let's move this over and let's do some more free questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please go down there, drop them in the chat. I'm going to be happy to try to answer as many free ones as we can. And also, we are actually closing in on 3,000 likes on this live stream. So thank you. I owe y'all a massive, massive, massive thank you. Like I said, Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So I really do appreciate everybody going down there, hitting that like button. John says Cam Akers or Jerome Ford. I prefer Cam Akers. If you look at Ford, you had more snaps for Deonta Foreman this past week. So I do think that this will be a situation in which Ford is splitting this backfield. Akers pretty much has everything to himself. Carl says Jalen Warren or Rome Odunze. I think you could for sure consider Rome here because you have no Keenan Allen. I think you probably have a higher floor with Warren, but a higher ceiling with Rome. And real quick, we had a report coming out saying the Panthers rejected trade offers from 4 separate teams with Bryce Young, which obviously has no impact on what's about to happen this Sunday, but it is very interesting to see that. Interesting to say the least. Okay. So let's move this over. Our next question, T. Higgins or Jackson Smith and Jigba this week. I think you have the higher ceiling with Higgins based off how good his offense should be in comparison to Seattle, where I don't necessarily think the passing volume is going to be as high just because Seattle is touchdown favorites here over Miami where they can run the ball in the second half. Rec coming out long time. Remember the flock, always happy to see you. My guy says Judy, Scary Terry, or Spears in the flex this week. Thanks, buddy. And thank you. I'm hoping Spears continues to, I'm hoping Spears has the receiving role, which is what we saw in week 1. Obviously, Spears being fully healthy is a little more appealing. But I do think you just play it safe. I think you take Scary Terry. You take the guy that has pretty much the guaranteed target volume here. But it's definitely not the easiest situation in the world, of course. Okay. Moving this over. Andrew says, need to have PPR, T. Shaheed or Cam Akers. I would go T. Higgins and Cam Akers. Obviously, Shaheed has been phenomenal. He's had the long receptions in New Orleans. New Orleans been scoring 40-plus points a game. I don't necessarily know how easy that is to project going into the future, though. Now, Ben, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you. My guy, happy to have you. And real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 3,000 likes on this stream. So if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. It does help us out a ton. Okay. Big Worm says, should we start Pickens, Ridley, or JSN? Honestly, they're all so damn close. Like, I think I can go back. If you ask me this question 100 times, I can give you 33 different answers for all different players. If you look at my rankings this week, I have George Pickens at 28, JSN at 29. You know what I probably need to do? I probably need to drop Worthy behind these options. Worthy for the long term, I think you can make an argument for, but at least for this week, let's might as well get the guys that have the guaranteed target volume coming in. But yeah, anyway, if you look at this, let's refresh now what it shows on the site. Week 3. If you want to see my rankings on the site, go ahead and hit sort by and then go, my name is Mason Dodd. Bam. You are there. And then this week, I am sitting with Pickens at 27, JSN at 28, and I have Ridley at 26. So I have these 3 wide receivers ranked back to back to back. If you look at the expert rankings on the site, which is the average of all the creators that are on the site, here you have Ridley at 24, you have JSN at 26, and you have Pickens down at 28. Which looks like the experts are much lower on T. Higgins than I am, which is interesting. But let's move this over. And Hazel says, Gardner Minshew or Jared Goff. I think Goff will be the much better play. I understand that Minshew absolutely crushed it last week, and you had a ton of passing volume to go around in Las Vegas. But the issue is that was a game where they trailed the entire time. It went to overtime, where this next week, I don't necessarily know if you can be as excited about the passing volume against the Panthers, where it does seem like you can see the Raiders deciding to be a little bit more balanced and run the ball a little bit more in this situation. So I don't know. I think we probably go ahead and we probably take Jared Goff. You have a higher implied team total here as well. Okay. But let's move this over. Alex says, where do you rank Pitts this week? Pitts will be a must-start tight end. Obviously, he's been disappointing, but the entire tight end position has been extremely bad. And with Pitts, he still is at the very top of his career highs in snap rate and route participation. He's still been a better option with no Arthur Smith in comparison to when you had Smith and when you had Jonnu in here. But let's move over and let's get back some more of these questions on the site. And then we will be answering the... Sorry, real quick. Then we'll be getting to some more free questions. So, of course, as always, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you can always submit a question through flockfantasy.com. You can find that link in the description, in the comment section. Actually, we don't have it in the comment section. It's in the, or you can just type in flockfantasy.com, right? Not the toughest thing in the world to do. And you can ask a start-sit question, a trade question, a football and roster review. Definitely, if you wanted a roster review, though, the cheapest way to get it would actually be taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you were to use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you actually are going to be getting that free CeeDee Lamb pick, more than less than half a total yard for this week. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight. That 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 and a free team review on flockfantasy.com. So make sure you take advantage. But let's move this over. So Ryland, we have Wilson, London, Gesicki, Charbonnet, Connor, Hurts. Gesicki, our other option. Okay, so we had Kittle get injured. That's why this is tough. Going over to the flex spot, we have no Kupp. We have no Kittle. Team decimated with injuries. I think we probably go ahead and we probably take Zamir White. With Zamir, obviously, we saw the Raiders abandon the run last week, but he actually did get encouraging usage in terms of the raw amount of snaps that he was playing in this offense in comparison to what we've seen in the past. Which, like I said, I do think that it's encouraging here if you wanted to go in with White. Now, going over to Figgy Smalls, always out here, we're trading away JSN and James Conner for Amon-Ra St. Brown. So trying to upgrade. I think I could do a Devonta Smith and Olave for a big name receiver. I would absolutely love to make this trade right here. Like, I have James Conner in the flock league. A wide receiver that I have maybe in a similar range as like JSN is, say, Jalen Waddle. I would love to sell Jalen Waddle and James Conner for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, Amon-Ra St. Brown is that freaking dude. Amon-Ra St. Brown should be sitting there with 10 plus targets every single week, an extremely high floor ceiling combo. If you get the opportunity to ever make a trade for him, like, it's hard to overpay. Now, going over to Cali Kid. Says, needing some help, RB2, 2 wide receivers in a full PPR format. So looking at this, I definitely think you have to play Chris Godwin and Rashee Rice at wide receiver with how damn solid they've been through the first 2 weeks. Going over to running back, James Conner, Zach Charbonnet actually pretty close. But honestly, I think we play both. I think you play Zach Charbonnet over Olave, Keon, and London, given the fact that with Charbonnet, this is a running back that is going to see 90+% of the snaps in his respective backfield. So I think you are in a good spot to go with Sharp. Okay. Now, Edwards coming out. We need to fill in the starting lineup. The best wide receiver down here on the bench for us to choose from, in my mind, is probably going to be T. Higgins. I would still play Neighbors over Higgins for sure. Diggs is a little bit of a closer call. Going over to running back here, we're really choosing between Zamir, Carson Steele this week. I think most weeks going into the future, we are going to take Carson Steele. This week, however, I think we're going to be going with Zamir White in a great matchup against Carolina with the uncertain workload for Steele. And then going down to the flex, I think Jackson Smith and Jigba, as well as T. Higgins, are the 2 guys that we're wanting to go with. Obviously, we do have a very low floor with Higgins. It's hard to know exactly what we're going to be expecting on Monday night, but I do think you have an incredible ceiling based off how good this matchup is going up against Washington. And based off the fact that we got a dud Hunter Henry in, I think that we probably need to go ahead and we probably need to chase the ceiling rather than the floor. Now, Gear's coming up with our next question. Says Mooney versus Waddle versus Cooks. So looking at this, obviously Darnell Mooney has been great so far this season. But the issue with Darnell Mooney is he's been great based off of efficiency and not necessarily volume. Whereas if you were to go through and if you were to try to project this going into the future, I don't necessarily know if it's that easy to say that we should still expect that Darnell Mooney is going to be able to keep up what he has done so far. So honestly, I think that I probably go ahead. I probably take Jalen Waddle here. I do not like the passing volume that you're going to expect in Miami. But in comparison to Mooney, I don't think he's going to have a ton of target volume regardless. I think Mooney is definitely coming back down to earth. If you look at the underdog pick'ems that you have this week, obviously we already know that Waddle is extremely low with only 41.5 receiving yards. But at the same time, if you were looking at Mooney, Darnell Mooney's at 36.5 receiving yards, higher or lower. If you're that excited about Mooney, you can just go take the higher, but I would not put him in my starting lineup. Now, next question coming out from Raider Power. Always out here, always happy to see you. Here at receiver, I would go Tank Dell over Mooney and Jalen Waddle. For this wide receiver slot, I'm going to be going with Waddle over Mooney. You can't start Dobbs with no Jordan Love. Going over to running back, Charbonnet and Gibbs are both must-start options. Obviously, Gibbs, the anchor that we start every single week. Charbonnet should see 90+% of the opportunities in Seattle. Going over to quarterback, I think we're going to take Kyler over A-Rich. Should be in a very high-scoring game environment going up against the Detroit Lions. And then for the flex spot, we're going to go right back to the running back position. We're going to take the running back that should have pretty much every single touch in his respective backfield with the Mixon injury and with the Dameon Pierce injury as well. But let's go ahead. Let's submit this. And real quick, I need to take care of the dog. So let me let the dog out. Just 1 second. We're going to answer a bunch of free questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions that you want answered, drop them in the chat. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that. But let's go ahead and let's move this over. Ben, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you, my friend. Crispy Bacon says, start Tank Dell or Cam Akers. I most likely will go Akers. Full transparency, I'm starting Akers this week, so maybe I'm a little bit biased. Maybe this is more hopium. Maybe this is manifesting. I do think that Akers is just such a safe play with the floor of the touches that he'll have and the ceiling of the offense that he is in. Like I don't know. I'm just viewing this as one of the best offenses in the league and a very safe, projectable workload. Okay. Jonathan says Keon Coleman or Jaden Reed for the flex. Whatever you do, for the love of God, do not start a Packers receiver. We said this last week. I'll reiterate it again this week. The only Packer that you could potentially start would be Josh Jacobs. If you look at the projections for the Packers this week, higher, lower, 143 passing yards for Malik Willis. This gives Jaden Reed higher, lower, 21.5 receiving yards. Christian Watson, 15.5 receiving yards. Romeo Doubs, 26.5 receiving yards. There's no way you can start a Packers receiver. Please go Keon Coleman. Jacob says Akers, Swift, a full PPR. I have them ranked back-to-back in my rankings this week. I really do think it's up to you. Obviously, Swift, you have a phenomenal matchup with. Akers, you're kind of in a situation in which he's not as good, but he's in a better offense. And it probably is a larger workload. So I think you have the efficiency with Swift and you have the volume with Akers, but it is up to you. They're literally back-to-back. Okay. Jake says, Zamir White, Jerome Ford, or Jalen Waddle for the flex spot. I'll probably go ahead and take Zamir White in the very good matchup against Carolina this week. Expect this to be an offense that actually can look to run the ball a little bit more than they did in the past. Okay. Now let's move this over. Sean says, Hook'em Lawrence knows how to get my attention. Do we trade Dobbins for Garrett Wilson? 100% for the love of God. If you can trade J.K. Dobbins for Garrett Wilson, you go do that right now. Dobbins has been great. 100%. Dobbins has looked phenomenal. He's been scoring fantasy points. But realistically, he has been splitting with Gus Edwards, both snaps and touches. This is an offense that's gone up against the Carolina Panthers. This is an offense that's gone up against the Las Vegas Raiders. This week, it's going to be a much tougher situation here, where you are going up instead against the Steelers. I think you see a collapse in value. He's had 4 receiving yards this season. You have the injury to Justin Herbert. I think possibly putting a cap on this ceiling for the long term here. So if you can sell J.K. Dobbins for a player like Garrett Wilson, you do so and you don't think twice. Please, please, please. Okay. Sportus says Brian Thomas Jr. or George Pickens. We're going to go ahead. We will take Pickens over Thomas. Definitely concerned about the passing volume that you're going to have in Pittsburgh. But what you do know with Pickens is he's going to have the vast majority of the targets that are in that offense. Okay. Let's move this over. Big Goober Cat says Connor or Zach Charbonnet. I hope Connor crushes Charbonnet. But the realistic answer, knowing the matchups that they have, knowing the game environments that they'll be in, where I think we can expect maybe the passing volume to be there in Arizona, and they're probably throwing it more than running it against the Lions. And Charbonnet is going to see 100% of everything here. I think you go Charbonnet. Now, I'm cold, says Charbonnet or Jordan Mason. I will go Jordan Mason over Charbonnet in that instance. But Charbonnet versus JSN, you go Zach Charbonnet. The vast majority of instances that you have Zach Charbonnet, he needs to be in your starting lineup. I'll tweet this out right now as well. If you bench Zach Charbonnet this week, you deserve to lose. Like Zach Charbonnet is going to have a 90% opportunity share in an offense that is going to be running the ball a ton in the second half. I don't think you can pivot off of that, to be honest. Okay. Charbonnet, T. Higgins, give me Zach Charbonnet. Pickens, Brian Robinson, probably going to go ahead, take the security that you have with Robinson. Full PPR format, obviously, would be a little bit tougher here. But I think we just have maybe one or two more questions coming in through the site. Let's get to those, and we'll go right back to what we have with the free questions in the chat. Rick coming out with this start set says, worried about Reed with Jordan Love out. 100% I do not want to start Jaden Reed if we can avoid it. I would play Juwan Jennings over Jaden Reed this week. I'd play Juwan Jennings over Keon Coleman. Rest of season, obviously, we'd way rather have Keon. And then for the flex spot this week, you have the ability to go with Chuba Hubbard. I would play Chuba Hubbard over Jaden Reed. It depends how comfortable you are with Keon versus Hubbard. There, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher. If you look at the projections, they probably say that you have a higher floor with Chuba. I think we probably go ahead and we probably take Chuba right here. Okay. Now, let's get this team review going for We Don't Suck Much. Thank you, my friend. Can tell that you took advantage of the offer that we had with Underdog for the free team review. Thank you. Really excited to check it out. Says, trying to figure out how to make the team better. Could use some trade suggestions. I tried to trade Dak and Tyler for Kyler. Oh, yeah, nobody's going to trade for Tyler Lockett at this point. Tyler Lockett is pretty much dead weight. The question is, do you cut Tyler Lockett? But anyway, this is a league where it says you only start 6 guys. So maybe, do you not have to play a tight end in this league or something? But regardless of the setup, it's an extremely shallow format where we are highly incentivized to have an elite level quarterback if you can. Evan, are you in this live chat right now? Please, Evan, in the chat, if you're here, let me know. But anyway, yeah, if we're sitting here with Dak Prescott as our only quarterback, especially in what appears to be a shallower starting lineup, I prefer to roster 2 quarterbacks here so we can go ahead and we can play the matchups. So honestly, as we look at the very bottom end of this team, I definitely would not be rostering this many receivers. Like maybe this is the amount of receivers that you want to roster if you are currently, say, I don't know, maybe starting 3 wide receivers and 2 flex spots every single week. And you go, okay, yeah, we need depth at the flex. So let's go ahead and let's build out wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. However, in this instance, I think that you'd be much better off allocating these roster spots that are going to Michael Wilson and Alec Pierce to an additional running back off the waiver wire so we could potentially find the next Cam Akers, so we could potentially find, say, the next Jordan Mason. So I would cut Alec Pierce, I would cut Michael Wilson, and instead what I would look to do is I would look to actually go ahead and pick up another quarterback off the waiver wire so we could potentially play the matchups between Dak Prescott and that quarterback. I'd pick up another running back off of waivers. Now, in terms of what else we could be looking to do, I actually wouldn't mind if you wanted to go ahead and see if we could upgrade over Kyren Williams, just because I am a little bit concerned about Kyren in this offense with the injuries that this team's had to their offensive line, with the injuries that this team has dealt with in terms of the wide receiver position. I just do expect this to be a very bad offense in general. So if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to potentially say, move off of Kyren in a 2-for-1 deal, like where we can sell Terry McLaurin and we could potentially pivot over to a different mid to high end RB1. Like, let's go rest of season ranks here. Like, if you can get to Gibbs, if we can sell Kyren and Terry McLaurin and go get to Jahmyr Gibbs, get to Alvin Kamara, I think that that would be extremely appealing. But the main thing is at running back, you need to roster another guy. So I'd cut the 2 receivers at the bottom end. Wide receiver, obviously not going to make a massive difference in this league. But wide receiver, we have the solid guys at the top. You just don't need to be rostering this many players. And then at tight end, we have McBride and Goddard. So if you have the ability to sell Goddard and squeeze out of some Goddard value, like let's go ahead and let's see if we can find one of these teams that maybe needs a tight end here. That team has Laporta. This team has Pat Frymuth. Like if we could somehow squeeze, say, Goddard and Raheem Mostert to go get to David Montgomery or Brian Robinson, I think that could be very interesting as well, since we have Trey McBride, and it would also open up that additional roster spot for us to pick up another running back off of waivers. So I think those are the moves that I'd be looking to make. Definitely cut the bottom 2 guys at receiver, pick up a quarterback, pick up another running back, see if we can package together one of the receivers with Kyron to get an RB upgrade, or Dallas Goedert with Mostert to get an RB upgrade. And then with the additional roster spot, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. I would way rather be rostering like 5-6 running backs here than what we are right now. But thank you again, my friend. Really hope I was able to help you out, and really hope you're able to get something from that. But let's go back over to what we have with the free questions in the live chat. Then we'll make sure we get to everybody's questions on the site. So if you have a free question, please drop it in the chat. Cooley says, one last roster spot, Chase Brown or Josh Downs. Let's think about the path for one of these players to turn into a league-winning option. What happens if Michael Pittman Jr. goes down due to an injury this week? Josh Downs maybe becomes somebody you can maybe consider for your flex spot. What happens if Zach Moss goes down with an injury this week? Chase Brown could potentially turn into a league winner. He's a must-start guy there right away. And honestly, I think it's just a very easy spot to go ahead and to take Chase Brown. Like my last roster spot, give me Brown. Because you're not starting any guy, you're not starting any of them anyway. If it's your last roster spot, you don't have to be considering like who's going to have a better week this week. And there is the outside chance with Chase Brown that he does take over in that backfield. Felix says, hey Mason, should I trade Tank Dell, Dallas Goedert, and Rico Dowdle for Terry and Kelsey? So Dowdle almost a 0 at this point. We are downgrading from Dell to McLaurin to upgrade from Goddard to Kelsey. I do expect that Kelsey's going to be better going into the future. I mean, if you are looking at Travis Kelsey, this is a tight end that, I don't know, has been very bad, but I think it's more so an issue in terms of the passing volume that you've seen in Kansas City in comparison to the tight end play itself. So if we see more passing volume for the Chiefs here, I think that Kelsey will be better. I still definitely prefer him over Goddard. So I think we go with the Kelsey side. The best ever says Etienne or Jahmyr Gibbs in a trade. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're looking at my rankings on the site. And literally, guys, y'all can go over to flockfantasy.com and you can see the expert rankings for free. Like if you ever have a question like this where it's like a 1-for-1, I would highly recommend looking at the expert rankings for free on the site. Because you can see, Travis Etienne's down here at 11. Jahmyr Gibbs up here at RB6. Very easily Jahmyr Gibbs. You can sort by my rankings, and you can see, Gibbs is at 4. Etienne's at 13. You can see that, obviously, I very easily prefer Gibbs as well. Now, my rankings will be behind a paywall, but the expert rankings are free. So, highly recommend just taking advantage. Now, Sven says start Dell or Moss in the flex. I will go with Zach Moss. I do think that, like we said, Moss is just in a very good game environment, which should be a very high-scoring offense this week. Honestly, a team that's favored by a touchdown can be running the ball in the second half as well. Going ahead, looking at the projections, you have Zach Moss higher, lower, 16.5 total yards, but even odds to score a touchdown. Whereas if you're looking at Tank Dell, you get about 1.5x multiplier to score a touchdown, 58.5 total yards, higher, lower. So, yeah, I think it's Zach Moss over Tank Dell for me in this matchup. Don says JS Center Charbonnet. I do want to reiterate, Charbonnet's a must-start player. If you bench Zach Charbonnet, unless you have the most loaded team known to man, you deserve to lose. You have to play Zach Charbonnet this week. Okay. So let's move this over. Since says Darnold or Purdy. I think you have to bench Purdy with no Debo, with no Kittle, with no McCaffrey. I think it is a tough situation for Brock Purdy in the passing volume that you should expect in this offense. Now, let me go ahead and let me actually pivot over real quick back to the questions on the site. And then let's make sure we guarantee all the questions get answered on the site. Then we can come back and answer any more free questions in the live chat. But also, really make sure you take advantage ASAP. You only have a couple hours left to get the free CD Lamb pick on Underdog. More than less than half a total yard if you use code FLOCK. Code FLOCK will also get you that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And code FLOCK will get you the Patrick Mahomes special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. So highly recommend taking advantage of that with the link in the live chat and description. Code FLOCK will get you an additional free team review over there on flockfantasy.com as well. But let's answer these questions. This one coming out from D. Ye. Here we're looking at Pacheco, who's pretty much a zero at this point, Pacheco and Pickens versus Downs and Rachaad White. So we're downgrading from Pickens to Downs, but we are getting Rachaad White back in. I am expecting Pacheco to most likely be nothing rest of season. If you are wanting to expect, if you think that Pacheco comes back week 10, then you can make an argument for the Pacheco side. But I think if Pacheco comes back, it's for like the real playoffs for the Chiefs and doesn't help us. So I'm going to go Rachaad White. Now, DK Jones coming out. We are looking at a wide receiver, and definitely this is the easiest way. If you just want to pick between two players, all you have to do is put I need a wide receiver and then pick these guys. Or if you want to flex, go, I need a flex, and then pick the couple guys you're considering. Saying starter sit Pittman or Johnston this week, and then we should drop Chase Brown for Cam Akers. Yes, go pick up Cam Akers. I would actually play Akers over both of these names right here, but I'll go Pittman over Johnston. Obviously, Johnston had a better week last week, and it does seem like Herbert's playing today. But at the same time, I don't know. The passing volume is going to be extremely low. It's a tough matchup going up against Pittsburgh. It's going to be a team that wants to run the ball, play defense, run the ball, play defense, run the ball, play defense. So then we just go ahead and we take Michael Pittman Jr. Okay. Now, Works coming out says, not sure to start in the flex. And for tight end, we have Britton Strange. It wouldn't let me choose him. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that, my friend. But anyway, looking at this wide receiver, if we want to get anybody in, it would be Pittman. You are not starting Pittman over JSN. Tight ends. Okay, so we're playing Britton Strange. Not super excited about it. To be honest, I would way rather play Colby Parkinson if you can with all the injuries in LA. And then for wide receiver, we will go ahead. We will play Michael Pittman Jr. Not super excited about it, but I don't know. He's had the target volume. I think possibly we do see a little more passing volume in Indy going into the future. And he still should project out as the wide receiver one. I don't think Alec Pierce is going to continue to keep up the efficiency he's had. Now, Vexa coming out. This is a question where at wide receiver, we're looking to potentially get in Mike Evans if we can, but we can't start him over St. Brown or Rice. Our other play at running back would be Carson Steele, but we're not starting Steele over Gibbs or Jacobs. So honestly, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Mike Evans here at the flex. I understand some people are concerned about the matchup with Evans, but I think he's going to be just fine. Now, DK Jones coming out. I think we actually already answered this. So let's pivot over. Let's answer some of these free questions in the chats real quick. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. And actually, let me just make sure that we can get everybody the questions on the site, because these questions these people paid for, they paid like $5-10 to get these answered. So we definitely have to make sure we get them for them. But this is from Matt's. Here at wide receiver, we need two slots between Johnston, McLaurin, Waddle, and Demarcus Robinson. I think McLaurin and Waddle are my two calls. I really hope Johnston actually outproduces these guys, help my best ball teams. And I'm actually benching Waddle and McLaurin in the Flock League right now. I'm not super excited about either name this week, but it is what it is. I'm not playing Demarcus Robinson over him. I'm going to go Andrews over Pitts in what should be a very high-scoring game environment in Dallas. At our second running back slot, we go Zach Moss. And then for the flex, I actually think we take Tony Pollard. With Moss and Pollard, you get the pretty much guaranteed volume. Definitely would be more excited about Pollard if Spears were going to miss this week. Now, Tomeka coming out with a start-sit question. This is... I'm unsure if we would start Worthy as wide receiver 2, either Worthy or Juwan Jennings. So looking at it, you could also go Keon Coleman, but I agree. I'd rather have Juwan Jennings over Keon. I'm going to go Xavier Worthy. I think Worthy, you have the big play potential that you don't get with Jennings. At the same time, I think you have more passing volume in KC. If you look at Xavier Worthy, you're a higher, lower 42.5 receiving yards. If you're looking at Juwan Jennings, you're higher, lower 42.5 receiving yards, but I think you're more likely to get the touchdown from Worthy. So I think they're extremely close, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jennings turns out to be the better play this week. But I think I go with the big play upside of Worthy. Now, T. Dudley coming out with a question. Here we are needing for the flex, a full PPR league, Reed, Brian Thomas, or Aaron Jones. I'm going to go with Aaron Jones over Brian Thomas and Jaden Reed relatively easily. I'd rather have Thomas over Reed as well. I just don't think you can start Reed at all here in a matchup where you just should have Malik Willis near the bottom of the NFL in total passing yards. Now, Jay Miller coming out. I'm assuming he wants us to pick between Evans and Zay Flowers. I personally would go with Mike Evans. I understand that people are worried about the matchup with Denver, but I actually think that you're going to be just fine here if you look at the historical data of what we have with Evans. He was down last week, but typically you are seeing that you get the massive pop after a Godwin game from Evans, and they kind of are going back and forth. But the other question we have here is a start sit from Roman. Here it says, need help deciding between Kirk or Brian Robinson. So looking at Christian Kirk versus, I believe this is Brian Robinson, right? I think Kirk is maybe a little more interesting this week than he would be others because you have no Kenneth Walker. DeMarcus Robinson. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Christian Kirk or DeMarcus Robinson? Looking at the projections that you have this week, you have DeMarcus Robinson, higher, lower 42.5 receiving yards. You have Christian Kirk, higher, lower 41.5 receiving yards. So they are pretty much back to back with each other. If you go over to my week 3 wide receiver rankings, you will see that I also have Christian Kirk and DeMarcus Robinson pretty much back to back as well. So honestly, it's a very tough call. Looking at everybody in the chat, looks like the vast majority of people are saying DeMarcus Robinson. I don't fault you for going Christian Kirk with no Evan Ingram in this offense. But obviously, with DeMarcus Robinson, you have like nobody in Los Angeles. Now, I'm sorry, Dante Brown. I'm going to skip by this team review because kickoff is here in a bit. I think it would be better for me to give you trade recommendations in tomorrow's live stream once we actually have the games play out and we have more information and I can spend more time on your team tomorrow, where right now we're trying to get as many start-sit questions as we can. Now, this coming out from Hellboy says, don't know who to get in as our RB2. I have Swift and Steele almost ranked back-to-back, but I think Swift has more usage as a receiver this week, and DeAndre Swift has the phenomenal matchup going up against Indianapolis as well. So I think we actually are going to be playing DeAndre Swift, my friend. But real quick, appreciate you, Ben, says, need boom potential. Are we going to start Richardson or stack Geno with DK? No, please go ahead and stay with Anthony Richardson over Geno Smith. I do expect the Geno Smith dropbacks to fall down, where you're not having to see him air it out as much going up against the Dolphins, where they are 7-point favorites. But real quick, I need to make sure I'm using this CD Lamb pick before this goes away. Now, y'all still have another 3 hours to use this free CD Lamb pick. Obviously, kickoff for the Cowboys game's not for another 3.5. But actually, I took the fewer than 72.5 total yards for Dobbins earlier in the week with the free pick that we have. With this pick, I actually think that we maybe instead want to hedge a bit. I know that we have told absolutely everybody and their mom to start Zach Charbonnet, and I stand by that. I think Zach Charbonnet is a must-start player. Please, if you have Charbonnet, get him into your lineup. But for him to be projected out to have 96.5 total yards this week does seem a little bit aggressive. So we're going to go with Charbonnet to have fewer than 96.5 total yards. We're going to use our free CD Lamb pick. We're going to put $10 to win $30. So that'll be our official CD Lamb pick. I do want to reiterate, Charbonnet is a running back 1 this week. You put him in your lineup, but to project him out to have almost 100 total yards, it is extremely difficult. So I'm going to be going with Lamb to have a yard and Charbonnet to have fewer than 96.5. That's 10 to win 30. But of course, if you wanted to check out any of those picks over there on Underdog, if you use code FLOCK, not only are you going to get that free CD Lamb pick, but at the same time, you'll get a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight, and a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get a free team review for one of these live streams, just like what we actually saw from, I believe, Dante Brown submitted this team that we're going to review in tomorrow's live stream for free. So you can find that link in the description, comment section. Definitely take advantage of it while you have those promos out there. Moving this over, let's see our next question. Sajin says JK or Waddle, please. I'll probably go ahead and take JK Dobbins. Not super excited about it, but at least with Dobbins, you have the guaranteed workload there. CT says Pittman or Zach Moss in a full PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the player that's in the better offense. I'm going to take the player with the guaranteed touches. We will take Zach Moss. Please start Zach Moss here. Okay. Now moving this over, Crowell says Zach Moss or T. Higgins. We're going to go ahead. I will take Zach Moss as well. Ben with another dono. Thank you so much, my friend. Says Charbonnet or Kyron Williams. If you look at the pick'ems right now, you actually do have Charbonnet ahead of Kyron, where like we said, you just saw we took the fewer than 96.5 total yards on Charbonnet. Kyron Williams is at 90.5 total yards for his pick'em, but I honestly probably still go Kyron because I think in a full PBR format, you have the reception volume for Kyron pretty much guaranteed. Okay. Now, Aiden says Laporta or Isaiah Likely, please. We're going to go with Sam Laporta. Laporta has been extremely disappointing through the first 2 weeks. And I wish I could say, oh yeah, we're not concerned at all. Like with Dalton Kincaid, honestly, I'm not that concerned. I'm a little more concerned with Laporta, to be honest with you. You had 55 pass attempts in this offense this past week in Detroit, and you had a total of 3 targets going over to Sam Laporta. That is not great. I took Sam Laporta in round 4 of my draft right now. But I think you still go with Laporta. I mean, Likely ran a route on fewer than 50% of Lamar dropbacks this past week. But I think we have another question that came in over there on flockfantasy.com. So let's make sure that we get to that right now. We have Stroud, Rachaad White versus Chris Godwin. I think we're definitely going to go ahead and we're going to take Stroud here. If you are selling Stroud with how bad the quarterback position is across the board, I think you need to be getting a little more value out of this. So yeah, we're going to go Stroud and White. Stroud and White. Okay. And if you are looking to pivot over from Stroud and White and get to a receiver, the wide receivers that I would want to have, my friend, would... Let's go ahead and let's pull up my rest of season ranks here. Wide receiver. The wide receivers that I want if I'm pairing up Stroud and Rachaad White. If we get to Garrett Wilson, no brainer. Brandon Ayuk, no brainer. Adams, Neighbors, probably we're going to do it. I think you probably want to top like 13 wide receiver in the expert rankings or my rankings rest of season. Okay, so let's move this back over. Margot says start Waddle as a flex or Jalen Naylor or Yoshi Vosh. We're definitely going to go Jalen Waddle. Jefferson is good to go in Minnesota. And at the same time, Higgins is good to go in Cincinnati. So I think you definitely have to play Jalen Waddle over 2 pretty much scrubs that just are filling in for injuries in offenses that are kind of whatever. Cameron says Deontay Johnson or Xavier Worthy. I think you have a much higher ceiling with Xavier Worthy. I understand that this offense is probably going to be a little bit better with Andy Dalton than it was with Bryce Young. But still, with Deontay Johnson, he's competing for targets with Thielen as well as with, say, Xavier Legette. So, I don't know. I'm not that excited about Deontay in comparison to Worthy. But Pitcher Rendon, wishing you the best of luck. And yes, I'm wishing everybody the best of luck here. Really do appreciate y'all. Really hope that you're able to crush it week 3. Obviously, come back to the YouTube channel the second that the Sunday night game ends. I will be dropping a video talking about everything that of relevance that happened in all the games today. So make sure you come back to the channel after the Sunday night game. Use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy if you wanted to go get that CeeDee Lamb free pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game in Dallas. Plus, here you have a Patrick Mahomes free pick, more than less than half a total yard if you are new to Underdog with code FLOCK and that 50% deposit bonus. Go ahead, take advantage, have some fun. Look at some of these pick'ems this week. But much love, ladies and gentlemen. I really do appreciate y'all. And yeah, I'll see you after the game tonight, recapping everything that happened. And your boy better be moving to 3-0 in the Flock League. We will see you together.